Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to PUBGMOBILE Pro League's interview session. Another interview with another team as we speak, and as we go on, this time we are not talking about just one region. You know, one region has quite a lot of countries combined, but it's not just about countries. Once you reach out there, you know about a lot of seas. And I'm talking about a team that has actually had its name for 7 different seas. I'm talking about 7C, as this team has just showcased immense amount of talent. And guys, before we just start off with everything, why don't you just start off with an introduction of yourselves?
It's me, Pugar Adhikari, known as 7C Mr. Smokey. My role is data assaulter.
Hi, it's Mohammad Ikramuzzaman. My in-game name is 7C Hungry Box, and I'm the leader of 7C Esports.
Hey guys, my name is Mohammad Ayman Islam, and I play for 7C Esports. My role is Intermission, and my IGN is 7C PL.
Hi guys, my name is Mausam Guru, aka 7C Love, and my in-game role is supporter.
Well, Hungry Box, I have a question for you because you are the leader of 7C. I mean, you are the IGL. You have to guide each and every step for them. So how has your journey been through all this thing?
I have joined 7C Esports from March 2020, and since then it's been a good journey with 7C Esports, and we have been performing very well in PMCO South Asia Fall Split. And after that, when we entered into the PMPL scenario, the scenario was very different because we have been coming up with the new rosters, and as we know that our rosters is very young, and we need to work out on that as well. So starting from every player of 7C Esports, it is very challenging for us, but we are enjoying our gameplay, and we are actually coordinating with each other, and just to find out the best combination for the teams. And yeah, that's how we are actually trying to improve ourselves.
You know, PMPL Scrims happened a few days back, and now as we are moving towards PMPL, I have a question. You remember, obviously you were the one who faced his own fears and had an impressive 1v5 clutch. What was going in your mind when that clutch was happening?
Nothing much. I just had to make sure I don't die and strike fear in the hearts of my enemies. And yeah, that happened. My teammates were down from another team actually, from the right side. After that, I had really low HP, but I managed to clutch it out. Then another squad pushed me, 4-man squad, and I threw a molly at the wall because I knew that he would come in the wall, obviously. So he got knocked luckily by the molly there. And yeah, there were many things going in my head, but I tried to stay as much as calm as possible. And yeah,
we have seen the previous point system, right? The 20 point system for chicken dinners. Now we are down to 15 point system for chicken dinners. How do you see the change going up in players' mentalities?
Yes, the changes are there, but our players are like very aggressive players. All are like in our team, there are all assaulters, no snipers. Like you can see there, we have all assaulters, and our mentality is to like kill peoples, like very aggressively.
Well, Hungry Box, I have the next question for you. Just like it was told, right? All assaulters coming up and, you know, dominating this field. So, do you see any change in your team's mentality as it started from PMCO, now moving for PMPL, and after that for PMGC?
From PMCO to PMPL, as it was a roster change for us, and we currently have 3 players from Bangladesh and 3 players from Nepal. So in here, communication is the main part. So we are trying out our best possibilities to keep them or to train them as they should have the best communication skills between them, so that they can coordinate better in the game. So we are trying to find out the best combination for the lineup. And obviously, if we have 4 assaulters, that means we have a very strong mentality on ourselves, and we are always going for the kills in the game. So I think it will work better in the later stages, as now the point system has been changed, and we have only 15 points for the chicken dinner, but we still have one points per kills.
Yeah. Well, Fear, I have another question for you as well. As you know, we are discussing about kill points and all those things and whatnot, because good kill points will be giving you good position points as well. Eventually, you are taking down squads, and maybe you know, going for those chicken dinners. And that's what I would say, you know, your fans will be wanting that one thing from you. So is there any message to your fans, to the community, to anyone who watches you?
Yeah, of course. yeah, I just want to say, just keep supporting and keep believing in us, keep faith in us. And yeah, eventually, sooner or later, we will rise and we will show what we are made of.
Hungry Box, where do you see your team at the end of this PMPL?
For now, our expectation is something that I would like to, keep it confidential, because I would not like to, tell.
I like that. I like that.
So that people can assume that how we are actually preparing. So I would like to keep it confidential for the time being, and our performance will say it.
Well, the performance will say it, just like you guys said, and I would wish you guys all the best for all the future endeavors, and probably we will see that confidentiality, winding up as the matches progress. So I would just wish you guys all the best and good luck out there.
It's time again to conquer the battlefield. "20 squads, 16 days of action. Fight for the top 2 spots. More than $200,000 on the line. Get ready for the PMPL South Asia Season 2.
Hello everyone, and once again welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny, your host for this entire festival, and we are in day 2, ladies and gentlemen, of week 2. It has been incredible action. Some things have sort of changed since week 1. I mean, we saw FutureStation dominate the first week of this tournament, but the fight for $200,000 in this PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2 is getting more intense, with the teams that were dominating the first week being taken out quite early on in the stages in week 2. But that was just day 1. Today we begin day 2, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get the show started, like always, I have to introduce, well, my family at this point. Again, I'm going to start with the commentators over here. Fixes, the Papa Bear, and the Experiment. How are you guys?
Thank you so much, Johnny. And I love the fact that you called us family, because we are one big family. And again, it's wonderful being here. Day 2 promises a lot of action, and well, we can't wait.
So does that mean that you get to call me Papa?
Whoa.
I mean, you are the
All
Papa Bear. So
now, you are the Papa
They don't
Bear.
know the story behind
We've
it,
got to keep some
apparently.
traditions alive. May I? We've got to rub that belly for good luck. We've done that. I think we're going to have a wonderful day.
Something good out of this belly.
Yes,
after.
sir.
we did. I mean, you rubbed the belly yesterday before the day started as well. We got back-to-back 2 chicken dinners from the same team.
We might see a treble today.
We might see the treble or the big 2-0. We are still waiting for that one. But as the luck is going to take its time to come into action, we're going to move forward to the right-hand side, where I usually take my place along with my analysts, Shadow and Ocean. How are you guys?
I'm good. Feeling a little short besides Ocean.
I'm still the same as yesterday. I did not change after yesterday.
Maybe I should just do like this.
You're still down.
No, I'm
But-
still short.
But
That's not
moving
gonna
forward
help.
with the things, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday and everything. And I like the fact that you called us family again, just walking on that thing. But well, I know Fixes. Is he a boy?
Well, he was pretty lucky for us. He was pretty lucky. He got us the double back-to-back chicken dinners. But, I mean, we're going to move forward with the day. I mean, yesterday, Shadow, I have to talk to you. An amazing performance coming out for PN group, but the entire group is going to be sitting out of the first 3 matches today. And also, today, it's going to be, 2 Miramars, 2 Vikendis.
Yes, it's definitely going to be 2 Miramars and 2 Vikendis, a long day. But I think Miramar, I personally like. I get to see those sniper shots. I'm still waiting for those AWM headshots.
Exactly. There are a lot of interesting things coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. We have given away a few of them. But one thing that we need to have a look at again is going to be the format for this entire tournament, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to start things off all over again. 3-week-long league stages, out of which 1 week has already gone by. We are in week 2, day number 2. So 12 play days were supposed to be there. Now we are just left with 7 play days, ladies and gentlemen. And every single day there are going to be 5 matches being played by the 20 teams that are part of this action. At the end of the league stages, the top 3 teams from each and every group will qualify for the finals. The 16th team is going to be the best of the remaining team. And talking about the finals, once again, 4 days of intense PUBG Mobile action. I need to remind you guys, there's a lot of money involved.
I liked one thing that you just said, right? We are down, like, 7 days will be remaining after this one. So there's one thing. Now, by the end of today, 50% of the matches are over.
Yeah.
R3D, PAINxELMT, whatever you have to do, you just have to do it in these days or something, because that kind of, just sums up everything. If you cannot, then it's kind of the end game that goes from here.
Exactly, it's going to be the end game. But as we move on to the end game, as I said, there's a lot of money involved. $200,000 for the entire PMPL South Asia Season 2, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to have a look at the prize pool for the league stages individually, which is $65,500. The first position is going to get $10,000. The second position is going to get $8,000. Third position gets $6,000. The prize money, it's going to keep on dropping, where the 17th to the 20th position, you only get $1,000. But the prize money for finishing well on the league stage at a specific position is going to be important. But along with that, what is important is going to be that you can earn weekly prize money for yourself as well. Team with the most point per week, $2,000. MVP of the week, that individual player is going to get $500 for himself.
Yes, $500 we saw FutureStation, but FutureStation is messing up this particular week. So let's see if the player, any player or team of Group B will step up.
Exactly, and we're going to wait for them to step up as well, because, I mean, how do you step up? How do you get that money? You earn points in every single match that you play. Let's have a look at the points distribution system once again, and I'm going to let Ocean take this one.
Well, if you see point structure in this one, first position gets 15 points, second gets 12, third gets 10, 8, then 6, 4, 2. That's still the 7th position. 8 to 12, it gets 1 for each, and then 13 to 16, that's where it just, goes down. You don't have any point for that one. I mean, it kind of comes down to how many kills you have. It kind of comes down to how many kills you can just gather in that one. We saw one team yesterday, getting 8 kills but 0 placement points. So that's something that actually puts you in top 5-ish position. But still, after that, 1 kill equals 1 point. That kind of becomes a big tiebreaker if you, talk about it.
Yeah, it is going to be a big tiebreaker. But apart from that, I mean, there are a lot of other things that we need to have a look at as well. And there are a lot of other things that we're going to discuss. First of all, is going to be the squads that are going to be playing, ladies and gentlemen, and the teams that have been divided into groups. I mean, we did talk about groups, right? So there are 4 teams in every single group, and we have 5 groups in total.
Yes, Group A, Assiduous Esports, the team that started very well with the day 1, but now they are struggling. INES yesterday made some major mistakes, but they will step up hopefully. T2K is the team we need to look out for. And SCYTES, I think this could be their day, considering there are 2 Miramar. So this team has been performing really well in Miramar particularly. So let's even INES, I think they can also do something in Miramar. But T2K, I think, struggles when it comes down to Miramar. And later, if we move on towards Group B, we have got our team with 2 chicken dinners, PN Crew. In fact, all the 3 teams yesterday got a chicken dinner. 1 chicken dinner was for Abrupt Slayers, 1 was for 7C Esports, but R3D.
I mean, they're still just out there. But there's one thing I like about all these groups. You see every group, like, they have 6 players or something for themselves. I want to see those rotations. I mean, all right, you get those top 4 playing players, and that's pretty good. But, well, other players, they are just out there waiting for everything in the game. Let's move on to Group C. Venom Legends out there. Last week, incredible. Yesterday also they started off pretty decent. I would say ElementriX. Alright, this team, I want to see it more and more of it. I mean, they were in top 3 in Miramar yesterday, but well, how much long can they take it? FutureStation, previous week, does not need any introduction. 2 for 7. Last game, man. Yesterday's last game. That 1v1v1. That thing, but 2 for 7 gaming. This team was incredible.
It was an incredible performance, but now we have more incredible teams in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Group D is going to be here with A1 Esports, PAINxELMT, and Stalwart Esports. Now, these teams are going to be known for their clutch moments, right? JyanMaara, an amazing performance again and again by Wang yesterday, and Stalwart Esports, A1 Esports, 2 teams that are, well, the champions of their region. Stalwart Esports, well, winning the spring split, having the experience of the World League. A1 Esports, a really, really good roster with experienced players. So just waiting for them to step up. And PAINxELMT, I mean, they are going to lead a lot of extra firepower if they want to come back in this tournament. But moving forward to Group E, we have CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, DRS Gaming, DEADEYES, Guys, and Team Bablu in this group.
Yes, Team Bablu, this was the fans' favorite team, and they have shown a good performance if we talk about. They have their ups and downs, but CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, this is the team that is struggling. And in fact, DRS Gaming also. Yesterday, we saw DRS step up in that one particular match, but other than that, DRS is also struggling. But DEADEYES have been consistent. They are being slow and steadily. They are climbing up the leaderboard.
Exactly. Slow and steady wins the race. I mean, we do talk about that again and again, but I mean, DEADEYES guys slowly and steadily have sort of made it so that they can contest the top performing teams. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have discussed the same thing so far that, well, we have been discussing every single day. Now it's time to look at something new and something exciting. That's going to be player badges being introduced to you guys. And these are basically going to be the roles of the players that they play inside of the game.
So when we'll be looking at the team stats and everything, you'll be seeing player badges right around the players' names or something. So Russia actually becomes the person who, does good damage, actually gets out more of the kills, and because he's the one who's rushing out there. Sniper, the person with good headshots, as well as, those sniper kills and those sniper shots just coming out there. Support, I would say, this kind of becomes a major role. Scout becomes a person, who's actually good with distance and everything, but support becomes a person who's good with utilities, medics as well, and, talk about all other things. I mean, this guy will be the backbone. So support is, I would say, so obviously, these roles will be distributed randomly on one thing, on your performance. Obviously, not like properly randomly, but on your performance. In one game, you might be a very good rusher. On the other one, if you're good with utilities, you might be a very good support as well. So it comes down to how you are going to be utilizing all those areas and agendas and how you become a team player.
Exactly, but one thing, I mean, as you said, I mean, the roles are going to be handed out based on your performance and how you play, right? Let's have a look at how the players of PN Crew performed so far in this tournament, because yesterday, I mean, this team got back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen, 2 chicken dinners. And Shadow, why don't you give us a recap of PN Crew's performance so far?
PN Crew, from the very first match, they were up to it. In the first match, they got little less skill points, but other than that, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, and especially Boro and Sandesh going in for that this particular fight. The Boro and Sandesh, that was the 2 guys I was talking about. They were, I think, in the kill leaders also. So I think they played a major role in the victory or the chicken dinner. I think it's always teamwork, but yes, Boro and Sandesh, these are the 2 players in the PN Crew team we need to look out for. It was their day from the very starting. All the 4 matches that PN Crew played, first match, they got 9 points. Second match, chicken dinner with 7 kills. Third match, again a chicken dinner with 8 kills. Last match, I think they kind of messed up, but that's okay. That's okay.
I mean, I can give them that, those ups and downs will be just out there. If you talk about the other things about this team, you'll see those things. Survival time, pretty good. Every person has 20 or more minutes of survival time for themselves, plus 1 KPM for 3 of them season. He still has 11 kills. I mean, he's not out of the equation yet. 14 matches played by him as well and has 11 kills. That just means, he is actually contributing pretty good. Had he not been there, the team's performance might have faltered a bit.
Hey, I mean, 2 guys have played 20 matches, 1 kill per match, as you said. On both of them, that means 40 kills coming in total just off of 2 players. And the other guys are contributing as well. So overall, PN Crew, individually speaking or as a team, these guys have stuck together on the same page and have performed incredibly so far. And yesterday specifically, I have to say, because yesterday was the day that turned things around for PN Crew and brought them in a position from where they actually have a fighting chance to take away the prize money of $2,000 for team with the most points per week.
Exactly. That's one thing. I mean, they started off pretty good. They started off decent. I mean, I would say they are looking at that one thing only, $2,000 for this one, plus pretty good points by the end of this week. Because once you get there, once you get out of today, I would say, once again, 50% of the matches are done.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, 50% of the matches are done, and the countdown has started for the teams who are in the bottom. From now, the matches are going to be in negative. So this is the day when they have to step up. Otherwise, I don't think they will make it to the finale.
Exactly, but since we are talking about this group, I mean PN Crew, this team, let's discuss another team that's in their group, right? It is going to be the team 7C, ladies and gentlemen. 7C also had an incredible performance in the recent days in how they've played their games and how they've performed. Be it we talk about the individual players or the entire team performing in certain matches in general. And it is quite interesting to see them in action, but something that I think they are going to be worried about is going to be that slight inconsistency that sometimes arises.
I mean, so 7C yesterday also they did pretty good in those offline maps as we talk about it. I'm talking about in this one the Vikendi map or something, right? They do pretty good in those maps, like the slow starts and then they actually try and move on. You see out there, Memo, Fear, Storm. So Storm just has 2 kills. Doesn't matter. Has played just 3 matches. He's still getting used to the fact that how the other teams are playing, how the other players are actually going for it. But Fear, Memo, and Hungry Box. These 3 players have done incredible. 24, 20, and 39. 39 kills. I mean, that's a solid benchmark if we talk about a single player.
I kind of disagree with Johnny. I don't think 7Cs has been inconsistent. They are stepping up slowly. If we talk about their yesterday's performance, also in the first match, they got 8 kills. Second match, they got 5 kills. Third match, 10 kills. And then again, fourth match, a chicken dinner and 10 kills. I think they are stepping up slowly. That is good. I don't think they are inconsistent. Since day 3, I have been observing them. They are improving their gameplay. They are playing smartly. They are kind of predicting enemies' rotations also and are working on it, especially if we talk about the rivalry between 7Cs and Team Bablu, that particular fight, that two particular fights. And this match also, in Senok also, they performed really well. If we talk about yesterday, I think they have got 20 and 13 and like 33 kills, if I'm okay with maths.
Yeah, you pass it.
I pass it. Okay, I pass it.
But yeah, if you're talking about these things, but this is where they, outshine. The slowest of the map is where they actually give the most of their time, I would say. So that's one thing. So if you're in the comfort zone with the slowest of the maps, you're pretty good.
And today's games are going to be pretty slow.
And that's one thing. So today it might be just one thing that they'll just read everything and they'll start slowly, then they'll pick up the pace when it's like what, fifth-ish circle or something. After that, that's where they actually outshine.
Well, let's see how things go about as the maps are going to be there today. And talking about the maps, we did talk about them earlier on as well. Let's have a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be, well, as we said earlier on, Miramar followed by Vikendi. Then we have that one Erangel sneaking in like a, well, Erangel is always going to be there, so it's not going to sneak in. But followed by Erangel is going to be another Miramar and another Vikendi. So the first three matches, Group B is not going to be playing since they had to step out of the last game yesterday. And then in the last two games of the day, Group A is going to be the one sitting out.
Yes, Group A will be the one sitting out. The players of Team T2K and Team SCYTES and all, they will be sitting out in one Miramar. But the first Miramar they will have to play. And T2K, if you remember correctly, this is the team that struggles a little in Miramar map.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how they perform today. Because it is a new day, it is a new start for them. On the other hand, I mean, it is still going to be the fact. There is, I feel like, I'm going to ask you guys for predictions, but I feel like we're going to definitely see something different happen in the map today. I'm going to go for PN Crew, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll go with SCYTES.
Yeah. So Group B, that's not playing.
Yeah, that's not playing.
But still, if you're going for it, I don't know, somehow I would just say I'm going for Team Bablu. Because Miramar is where they shine, and last week they only had chicken dinners only in this map of Miramar, and that too they started from the second day, so I'll go for Team Bablu. I mean, I want the history to repeat itself, but well, moving forward with everything, I think you take our predictions and all. I think there are some frenemies on North side if you want to go and, just go for them.
Alright, that's a bad caller. You did not even give me directions.
North!
North is a big place. You got to give me the coordinates.
Enemies ahead! Enemies ahead!
Yeah, that's better.
Take your cover.
That's a little bit better. Bad teammates, guys. Bad teammates over there. What do you guys have to say about that?
What is supposed to take cover over there?
I never get cover, man.
I think this time around he doesn't actually have cover because it is Miramar. It's going to be open and you're going to be easily spotted. But he is going to put us on the spot once again, as he likes doing so many times. Johnny, I mean, we're going to have a word afterwards. But let's pick a team. What are you picking?
PAINxELMT.
All right, so you know what? I'm a dreamer. I'm going to go for PAINxELMT as well.
Well, for the first time in life, surprisingly, I'll have to accept and go with what Ocean did go for, and that's Team Bablu, considering their stats and everything. I think this is the game that they will have it in the bag.
I mean, you got to risk it to get the biscuit sometime, so we're going to risk it. But yes, Team Bablu, they have had incredible matches, specifically on Miramar, and as Ocean said, I mean, they have a habit of coming back in stronger on day 2. Let's see how this one goes.
Well, we are going to be underway with match number 1 on day 2 in week 2 of the PMPL South Asia Season 2. My co-caster and I, we are ready to bring you all this action, and well, we can't just wait. It is going to be Miramar. What are you expecting in game number 1?
Well, for starters, I want to see something happening around the northwest inside this time around. Get that El Pozo circle coming in, all those high ground advantages. Because lately, the circles that we've got, they're kind of like, they go up, they go down, kind of on an even surface. I want, the basic essence of Miramar really coming out, that high ground advantage that we really want to see. And, well, I can see a lot of people out there.
Well, the players are ready for match number 1 on day 2. We still have a little bit of a black spot in the middle, so I think we might start off with 63 players once again. Let's wait and find out if that is going to happen. I'm sure it's going to be the same team from yesterday. We have a little bit of an issue, but all your favorite players are on the screens right now. My question to you is simple. Can you spot out your favorite fixes? Pick one for me right now.
Well, I'll have to go with the guy... he's looking at us, the one on the the last row.
I mean, I've got quite a few favorites out here, and I'm sure all of you watching at home can recognize your favorite PUBG mobile players as well, regardless of whichever region you're from. But now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time you've been waiting for. We've heard the analyst desk a little while ago. We are still yapping away. I'm pretty sure you want us to stop and you want the match to be underway. Well, your wish is our command as match number 1 is finally underway. The big bird is in the sky, and let's just have a look and see where we are flying to. This time, it looks like we're going to be flying down south from El Azahar all the way over Los Leones and Los Higos. And, well, it is inclined to the right side of the map, which I'm sure is not going to be a problem for teams that want to head to, say, El Pozo.
You know, we've seen similar flight path trajectories, to be honest, and it has gone on most of the times towards El Pozo. But Monte Nuevo or Power Grid is the area that I'm thinking the circle might just form on. But a few teams will have to take the long route all the way. Will have to go for their vehicles. But, you know, there has been that one instance only in the PMPL Scrims that a team actually dropped down all the way far at ruins.
You know, right now my eyes are on the boys from FutureStation because I just mentioned El Pozo, and El Pozo is pretty much their predominant drop spot. And we've seen over the course of the scrims, not a lot of teams contest that area unless, well, you know, the flight path is directly overhead. So I'm interested to see if they are willing to take that long journey. But have a look at this. We already have a first casualty, and, well, it is going to be FS's The Meme who goes down. Looks like they were not going for El Pozo. In fact, they jumped a bit too early. And Fixes, we already have the first casualty of the day.
Yeah, we certainly do. Right now, Team Bablu, this is the name that I called it. And right now, they are going to engage against Team Venom Legends, already taking one of the players out. And this is going to spell trouble for this squad, to be honest.
It is definitely going to spell trouble, and looks like Teen Wolf is going to be communicating with his teammates right now. They do have that one kill to the name. Again, this isn't that typical Miramar. You do not expect kills this early on, but that is how it is. And we just had a look at the circle, at the zone before us, and I guess your wish is going to be granted as well, because it is a northern circle with the Hacienda pretty much at the center of it. And look at this, Evil Eye from Venom Legends.
Where's he looking, though?
I mean, I do see his gun moving just a little bit. You know, if I was to speculate, I could gauge it on a little bit of connectivity issues. Maybe he's just sorting things out. Maybe he's got sticky fingers. He's cleaning his screen out. Anything could be the reason, but it does look like he is on the move once again. So keep your eyes out, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see some action between Venom Legends and Team Bablu. And let's not count out FutureStation as well.
Yeah, you know, 3 of the big guns dropping straight off over here. And, well, El Azahar is definitely completely lit over here. But right now, Pikachu, he is marching down. Evil Eye has got his eyes onto its players of Team Bablu, but he's not even making a sound. But he gets spotted out over there, doing a lot of damage out with the SKS, but that's just about it. Pikachu will be the one taking out Evil Eye, and they will instantly get that confirmation.
Well, Team Bablu already have 2 kills to their name, and just a quick word on Evil Eye. Look at that Pikachu running with just barely any HP. I mean, the fact that he comes out of the wall with that SKS and still gets a few shots on target is commendable. However, not the best situation to be in. Now, Team Bablu do definitely look like, you know, they are going to start the game strong. They've got a kill from Venom Legends. They've got a man down from FutureStation. And the morale is going to be high because now it's theirs to loot. That whole area, that whole town is going to be for them. As you have a look at FutureStation, Scapshi, and Steel Shot, they are making a way on foot. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The circle once again. And I like the fact that it's going to be something different from the Miramars we've seen in the past.
You know, I'm kind of speculating. Is that a good decision, though? Because this is what I was exactly talking about. Your players will be right in the open. I would rather, you know, go loot and then take a fight rather than just try to escape and then get caught off guard. And, well, Venom Legends definitely are getting some of the consolation kills, we can call that. But right now, how is Steel Shot going to get into cover? If not, if Machine cannot provide that perfect cover fire over there.
Well, right now, you know, that tree is going to help him out at least to get to that building on the side where he goes now. And he should make it without any issues. Machine might just pop out and lay down some suppressive fire in D-Tron's direction. Let's see if that is going to happen. But again, we just talked about FutureStation. I guess the Costas curse is still alive and kicking because, you know, I was thinking that they're going to fly off to El Pozo. They decided to switch it up this time. And, well, it kind of did not go in their favor, did it?
You know, one thing I really love is that all these teams that are kind of topping the table, they're having a tough time over here. Kind of keeps the sanctity of this entire event out there, that the competition has to stay in par. But right now, well, we'll have to do something over there. Something has to happen. But if you can talk about the rotations out here, PAINxELMT has already started making their move, and you guys call for it, right? Again, you know, the same thing continues. A three-man squad.
A three-man squad. It's only Luffy, Envy, and Rohan, and well, I guess a couple of their players, they kind of lost a little bit, you know, that mental acuity or something. It could be a reason, or maybe something could have come up. Of course, you know, you've got to give precedence to your life and your family before anything else. So it could be anything. We are all speculating over here. But the fact that 3 members have still shown up is pretty brilliant. Now, let's have a look at Los Leones. We have A1 Esports hunkered up in Los Leones, and which is kind of funny because we never saw any team go there. Especially, you know, we want to see that urban warfare happening in Miramar. But, well, I guess it's not going to be this game as well since it is not in the circle. But I'm kind of interested in see if we're going to see a fight break out at Hacienda del Patron or in San Martin, because a lot of teams are coming close to one another. Now, on our screens, we have DRS Gaming. DRS Gaming, not the best tournament for them yet, but, you know, we can't really count them out.
We definitely cannot really count them out. The champions of PMPL South Asia really need to wake up to the senses. The way they are performing right now, it's completely not acceptable. Consider the fact that they were very, very good during the PMPL Scrims. But, you know, those days are kind of gone for them. And I'm still waiting for that chicken dinner to come out from the squad. And they're always too close, but they just do not, you know, they are not successful kind of crossing over to the pole position.
You know, one thing that has been constant in all the Miramar matches is that 247 always has that golden Mirado, and right now Vasif is going to have a look as ASC are going to be moving past right in front of them. They do have their vehicle, so as long as they don't take enough damage, they should make their escape without a scratch on them. Now, 247, again, like we just said, Hacienda del Patron is what they call home, especially on this map. And I love the fact that they always whip out that golden Mirado. I just love it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Assiduous Esports escaping from the clutches of 247. But no, this time it's the boys from PAINxELMT that are gonna dish out a lot of damage out there as Z1 Crazy somehow managing to survive. But the Molotov comes in. And how is he gonna live on that out? And he actually does.
That little fence saved him, but right now Luffy gets taken out with a grenade courtesy of Z1 Crazy. And surprisingly, PAINxELMT are on the other end of the gun this time. They are the one dishing out the damage, but Vegeta comes in from behind and gets the knock and a finish. Of course, that guy was oblivious to the fact that 247 would kind of follow up. They should have probably thought about that, but right now, Envy, she has a work cut out as her teammate Rohan is going to make sure he picks up Luffy. Now, the question is, are they going to charge in? Because they have to take cover from 247 as well. But I like the fact that PAINxELMT, at least right now, they were the aggressors and not the ones who are, you know, receiving all the damage.
You know, in this situation, Assiduous Esports just directly rammed on towards them. But one good thing, that they retaliated really hard. And that is good for starters. But right now, how are they going to recover? It's a 3v2 situation. Certainly something that PAINxELMT must capitalize on. But yes, it's not going to happen this way if each of them keeps on falling. And, well, Luffy has definitely gone on that aggressive front over there.
Well, with that knock right now, it is even Steven. It's going to be a 2-on-2 situation. I think Luffy definitely has a sound sense. This is going to be big. Kurkure could be knocked out of his feet. He moves a bit forward. He takes a little bit of damage. Hanuel is going to move in. Is Luffy going to knock him down, or is Envy going to come in and help her teammate out? But Rohan has been taken out. Now, Luffy needs to move in. See, I like the fact that they are kind of being patient and they are waiting for the enemy to make mistakes, but 247 is coming in hard. They hear the gunfire and they're like, you know what? We want to party as well. Here they come. Khan F4 is going to be leading the charge as far as the left flank for his team is concerned. Now, ASC and PAINxELMT could be in trouble. Like an amoeba, 247 can engulf both these teams.
Or it might just happen the other way around. Only time is going to tell. But Hanuel is actually making a run for his life. Is that going to be a good decision, though? No, is the answer, as Luffy will get that one knock onto its Hanuel. But no, Kurkure, you should not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to show your back to the enemy as PAINxELMT get that first squad wipe.
That is the first squad wipe. The question is, can they make it too? They are going up against a formidable team in the form of 247. It's Vegeta, Khan, Vasif, and Gaming up against Luffy, Rohan, and Envy. 4 versus 3. Are the numbers going to count for anything over here? Or is PAINxELMT going to surprise all of us and get yet another squad wipe to the name? Again, like I said, it's never too late to give it your best. You have nothing really to lose, but right now that grenade on Rohan is going to overshoot his head while they are throwing grenades of their own. Envy has a little bit of a flank rotation over here. Ooh, Gaming is going to go around. He takes a lot of damage. Can Envy go out and seal the deal? She has gone out. She is going to shoot a few shots, but Vegeta is the one who takes out Luffy. Envy goes down courtesy of Khan, and now Vasit has made sure Envy has been put to the ground, which means there's one man standing. Rohan up against 247. Can he pull off a miracle? And well, the question has been answered. Fixes, he cannot. But let me tell you one thing. PAINxELMT out in the 15th position. 3 kills to their name. I think, you know, it's a lot better than what we've seen from them in the past.
Absolutely. It's a very good thing for starters, and this is exactly what you need to do. Engage in a lot of different fights. You know what wrong things you're doing out there, then just kind of go in for the rectification. But right now, 247, one thing I've certainly concluded over here, they seem to always love taking down the players of PAINxELMT. It has happened yesterday twice in Sanhok. Today, also the same thing happened in Miramar.
It did indeed. And also another thing that I noticed is that they are not ones to shy away from a fight. Because as soon as they heard gunshots, now of course they did see Assiduous Esports kind of drive past them. They did a little bit of follow-up homework. They kind of scouted out ahead. They're like, all right, you know what? They are engaged with another team over here. Let them fight it out. Let them be depleted on health and on resources, and then we are going to make our move. Right now, INES are making the move as they're going to park their cars in that little bit of a ditch over here. They're going to make sure it is safe from gunfire, and now Entry is going to go just over that summit and have a look at the enemy down below. Meanwhile, Team T2K SG are driving willy-nilly through the desert.
Yeah, of course. And right now, Team SGT2K, this is one of the squads that has been doing phenomenal job. You know, in the first week, it was all about Jane and Zor, and now Frankie has also stepped up, but apparently he's not in this particular game right now. But Jane, having spotted down Havoc, will be peppering down all those bullets up until the point that Havoc decides to just drop off from the vehicle, and this is what you just said yesterday, XP.
I mean, this is really common in Miramar. You got to wait for your vehicle to come to a full stop, but of course, when you are under heavy fire, you got to get out of there as soon as possible. And well, that is what happened. Havoc does pay the price. He gets taken out from this game, which means High Voltage have been now reduced to a 2-man squad. Now, let me just quickly talk about High Voltage. Again, a very good team, but I think they definitely need to step up just a little bit more, get a few chicken dinners, and cement their position in this tournament.
Of course, and for that, Havoc really needs to, you know, stand up for his squad. I have seen the boys, Ozzy, Assassin, and even Cooney is not far behind in terms of kills. But,
I mean, he is Cooney.
Yes, he's murderous, to be honest. And, well, he's been there. But the fourth player really needs to step up. Like they say, your team is as good as its weakest link.
Yes,
and if you are, then just rectify your mistakes. Or whatever the role you are playing, just do your job over there and it's good to go.
Oh, that is a good grenade.
Yes.
That is a beautiful grenade.
There you go. But, you know, one thing for sure, FutureStation, they have not been in sync in this entire game.
Absolutely not. I mean, of course, the fact that they kind of, you know, switched up the drop spot pretty much just spoiled the whole game. It just went out for a 6 right now. But it is a little disappointing, but now Steel Shot is going to be as quiet as he can. He is the last man standing for FutureStation, and if they want any points from placement over here, he's got to make sure he survives till the very end. Now, the question is, are Venom Legends content with just getting 3 members from this team, or are they going to go and look out for the last remaining member as well? But I guess that attention is going to be diverted because it looks like DEADEYES guys are coming in to pick a fight.
Yeah, of course. But right now, you know, FutureStation, they do understand the gravity of the situation, right? They did mess up, and I think they can take those risky plays once in a while, because considering the cushion that they have now, you just have to get into the finals and be in top 16. After that, you are starting from ground zero again. But Steel Shot, is he going to go for those ballsy plays? But no is the answer, as we can see elsewhere. DRS really punishing down the players of Code Zero High Voltage, and this time, Aussie going out, this is going to be a huge blow.
Well, Steel Shot is not one to shy away from a fight, as Datron did, trying to push up on his location, and he gets the knock, which means Venom Legends now know where the enemy is. Rafat does have a grenade. If he heard it right, he is going to lob it downstairs. Beautiful grenade over there, and Steel Shot did well to move out of harm's way as well. Now, he has another Molotov. Ooh, he sees Rafat coming out. He should whip out his weapon right about now. It's going to be an Uzi versus an M4 situation over here. Rafat, of course, one of the kill leaders. He is a dangerous man to go up against as he cooks yet another grenade. He knows exactly where the enemy is. Steel Shot, let me tell you, is nimble on his feet. He is quick to move about, but now he is going to get cornered, and with that, he gets taken out. It's by Rafat. I mean, of course, this guy is out there for blood.
Yeah, you know, both these players, Steel Shot and Rafat, one of the top
yeah.
fraggers, we must say, so far in the PMPL. But right now, if you take a look at how the circle has really formed, well, Team ElementriX, again, having the best position in the circle. This is like for the nth number of time, right? But I'll tell you what happens after this. There you see a curveball will come, and these players will be just left out, and while they are kind of trying to get inside the circle, someone or the other will take them down.
Especially since we all kind of agree that, you know, Miramar is one of their stronger maps, and we've seen them time in and time out finishing second, but right now, A1 Esports are unloading on the enemy down below, and that enemy is DRS Gaming. Now, DRS Gaming did lose Nima a little while ago, so they are survived by 3 members. That's going to be AJ, Galzin, and Blend. I thought it was Blind yesterday. I guess I'm forgetting how to read. But anyway, Blend is joining the team right now, and I am getting old. Thank you for reminding me, dear friend. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure having you over here. But right now, the question is, see, they don't really have to engage because they are at the edge of the circle, so I think they're going to wait it out. See, now they're going to have to move. So the question is, does A1 Esports move first, get the high ground up top? All right, Fixes has spotted something. Fixes has spotted something. I told you,
this is going to happen with Team ElementriX. Look at that. Again, they'll have to get down. And this time, you know, there's a good chance that Team DEADEYES or maybe Team Stalwarts get the better out of them. But right now, Blend does manage to take down Shoykot over here as the push is on from players of A1 Esports. 6-9, how is he surviving? He's just on maybe like 30% HP. Will not be anymore as the grenade goes in. And right now, Galzin getting that knock onto it himself. This is disastrous for Team A1 Esports.
This is disastrous. It wasn't a very well-coordinated attack as 6-9 went in alone. Of course, he got caught out a little bit ago. But right now, we have another fight that is breaking out between JyanMaara and SGT2K. Now, SK49 is giving Venom a revive. Have a look at Jane and Zod moving from the left flank. Juro Fair is the intended mark over here. He does have a grenade in his hands. They've got to be careful. He loves it. It goes boom. It doesn't go boom. Jane takes a little bit of damage, but Gunner from afar is going to gun down the opposition as right now T2K are on the back foot. Suddenly, Jane is going to be knocked out of his misery. Zod is still there on that downslope. However, well, Juro Fair is going to lob yet another grenade. I think he wants that grenadier title for himself.
Yeah, certainly. No second thoughts on that. But right now, Team Skylights Gaming are kind of retreating, which might be a good decision. Or I must just say they can actually go in for the re-engagement, provided the fact that they are outnumbering JyanMaara at this particular moment. Cherofia is still continuing his grenade spree out there. But Galzin, oh my goodness, just blows the entirety of A1 Esports out over there. And now this is looking promising for DRS. We just have Jax alive, but Orochi might just spot him down any single moment.
He might be spotted out indeed, and we were talking about DRS Gaming. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A1 Esports are out of this game in the 13th position. And just coming back to DRS, we were saying they need a good big game, and the fact that Galzin just went on a little bit of a domination spree with 3 quick kills, it kind of tells me that they are ready. Now, we were talking about ElementriX early on. We're going to come back to that in a second, but on our screens right now, INES. INES, they have to pick a fight with DRS. They still are in the circle, but this is what I want to talk about. Now, ElementriX, yes, the zone wasn't in their favor, but the fact that Wang especially moved out ahead quick and, you know, cemented a position in the new circle is going to give them hope right now. Sonam is going to unload on 247, and, well, ladies and gentlemen, 247 is knocked out in the 12th position with 4 kills to their name.
I mean, it's a completely different 247 over in this fight. Not quite the similar one we saw yesterday in Sandhawk with the way Gaming was playing. He was just pulling that entire team ahead.
One-man army.
Yeah, but today, you know, how they were positioning themselves in the entire fight, Team ElementriX, it was like a cakewalk for them. You know, they did not really have to do anything out there. Just go out, get the right angles, and take that squad down. But, well, talking about the positioning of the teams, yes, Team ElementriX still has a very good spot. Now, ElementriX is one of the squads that always makes that top 3 position or top 4, top 5 in Miramar. this time around, they would definitely want the chicken dinner now that they are alive.
Well, I mean, if you are alive, you definitely want it. But someone who is not alive is JyanMaara as they exit in the 11th position. Now, Ghost and Razor, they are going to keep a vigil on SGT2K. They want to make sure they keep them out of the zone for as long as possible. However, Razor just took a lot of damage right now. Almost, in fact, got knocked out. So he has got to waste some valuable time patching himself up while Ghost throws a grenade in their direction. He does spot out Venom, lays down an entire magazine in his direction. However, none of those shots connect. Now, the question is, do they want to waste time over here? Because have a look at the circle. They do have to move in. And the first obstacle that is going to be in their way are the boys from Stalwart Esports. Now, if we have a look at the circle, we only have that one compound, which is currently occupied by Stalwart Esports, and we have a lot of high ground.
Yeah.
So I guess we are going to see the best of both worlds, and let's see how it all goes, because all the teams are going to be moving in pretty much each other's faces very soon. And well, there you have it, boys and girls. Zod with the Car 98 headshot.
And someone is already smiling over there. But right now, Team Wolf has spotted down the players of INES. And Entry will, however, escape. But, you know, considering how the circle is forming, if DEADEYES play their cards right, they are supposed to win this one. This is a complete game in which they can bag that chicken dinner. But right now, INES has to look at all different corners. They have to take care of what's beside them. And, well, DRS, they are still keeping the fight alive.
They are keeping the fight alive, and it does look like we have another team that has exited, and that team is going to be SCYTES with 2 kills to their name. They were just caught off guard, and well, they paid the price right now. Gyalzen laying down some lead in the direction of Venom Legends. A few of those shots did connect, but now, see, that is that little hill. You are going to be the king of the hill, but then you are going to be surrounded by the enemy on all sides, so you've got to be really good with your smoke cover, and you've got to be on the move. Blend is going to move in. He is going to see some opponents from INES as soon as he goes over that rise, but I think he does have an idea where they are. A grenade is going to be lobbed. The question is it going to be good? It does go boom, but nobody falls down. In fact, Sonim gets knocked out courtesy of Assassin from High Voltage. There's another fight that is breaking out right now. Nightwing goes down. Is he going to be knocked out of his feet? He is, and I thought he was going to be put on the ground right now, but that smoke cover is definitely helping just a little bit.
Yeah, of course, but Yashiro somehow just surviving all those barrage of credits coming on towards him. But right now, AJ, he has to get inside the circle. He has to also take a fight against the players of Venom Legends who are already dealing with different squads out there. This is complete pandemonium, as you can describe it. But Blend, he wants to fire all his shots from his M4 onto his enemy right now, and he's trying to do that. But one good grenade can change things entirely for DRS. They can get that edge that they are looking forward against Team Venom Legends out there.
They could, and I do believe a grenade has gone in. Was that a grenade, or was that it was a grenade in the opposite direction? I had a feeling that it was thrown in Venom Legends' direction. However, they are still in this game. Rafa trying his best to keep the enemy at bay. Of course, there's a pile of burning metal and rubber in front of him, so that is definitely going to help him. But Nightwing gets taken down courtesy of AJ. Here comes DRS. AJ gets taken down instead. Rafa is still going strong. He needs to patch himself up. However, he only has bandages. He spots Blend. He goes out. He shoots. Does not connect. Gets taken down instead. And with that, we have this team leaving us from the game. Venom Legends out in the 9th position. A good effort, but of course, it was just way too much to handle.
Yeah, exactly. But Rafa did put in everything that he had over there. Had, his other player could have really survived, they could have clutched the situation out.
Coulda, shoulda.
Yeah, speculations out there, my man. But right now, DRS, they're off to a very, very good game, getting a lot of kills. We can see 3 of their players, in fact, in the leaderboards already. But Orochi has spotted down the players of DRS Gaming. But was that a good decision? Because you're going after an enemy who is way far beyond you. And in fact, you're not focusing on Team Bablu that is right ahead of you. And they just are moving out.
Well, see, at that particular point, Bablu were in that ditch and they had bigger fish to fry. And right now, Team Bablu's Tyrant does get a knock of his own on Orochi. That means the Entry is going to be the last man standing. Very low on HP. The blue zone is going to come in and do what it does best and take him out of his misery. INES out in the 8th position with just 1 kill to their name. And now it looks like the play zone is going to be wreaking havoc on SGT2K as well. Meanwhile, Team Wolf gets taken down courtesy of Stalwart Esports Blade.
You know, Team Deadeyes, they are in a very good position. I already told that, and this is the best chance that they have to get that chicken dinner home. But AJ, he does not feel like stopping. He's got the better out of Shifu, putting him down to his miseries out there. But Stalwart Esports, they're actually charging on towards a particular squad right now. But Kashu, he's got his eyes on towards the players of Team ElementriX. Every single squad is shooting at one another.
Yes,
and,
sir.
It's so confusing right now.
The way Stalwarts are playing is phenomenal because two of their members are in the circle and they are picking fights with ElementriX. They're making sure that whatever lies ahead of them is going to be cleared out soon enough. And Malik, in fact, what an amazing play. He made sure that the back was clear, made sure that whoever was behind him was taken out before they move in. That is what teamwork is all about. And now Blade is still going to be racking off some kills as Steen Wolf is finally put in the ground. AJ with a beautiful grenade over here. Now, out of the fact that you have a little bit of a bird's eye view, you can see all the action unfold in front of you because now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 6 teams, 13 players alive, and looks like Kashuf is still out for blood as he wants that grenadier tag. And let's not forget about the play zone. The play zone still wants its share.
Yeah, of course. And right now, look at blah blah blah. He's in a whole different position compared to the remainder of the teams. You know, it feels like it's 1v4. It's completely unfair for him. But right now, Blade has managed to take down on top. In fact, confirms his kill out there. But right now, DRS Gaming, they are looking so promising as well. In a blink of an eye, Team Deadeyes were just over.
They were just overpowered, to be honest with you, which means we're down to the last 4 teams. And yes, you are right. DRS Gaming are on fire. These guys are going out. They already have kills in double digits, 12 to be exact. 3 members still alive. But they do have to go up against the 4-man Stalwart Esports. And blah, blah, blah is still alive from ElementriX. Now, this guy's got to be quiet. He's got to be exactly like a vampire. He needs to actually work from the shadows. But the problem is we don't have a lot of shadows. I only see some in those trees towards the right of our screen. So which means this fight is now going to break out between DRS Gaming and Stalwart Esports. And maybe we just might see blah, blah, blah come in at the end and steal the show. However, now he does have to get up. He is going to administer a first aid. He's going to try and stay out as long as he can while the others try to finish each other up. But right now, AJ looks like he's in trouble as he gets taken down. Courtesy of Kashuf. Blend is helplessly looking on as his teammate was pretty much wiped out from the face of Miramar right now. But Morte gets taken down. Courtesy of blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah is moving in. He spotted Malik, but he gets taken out instead. Valiant effort by the boy. But with that, ElementriX out in the 3rd position with 3 kills.
You know, the damage has definitely been done over here. Morte, he's knocked out. But, you know, now his teammate has to go in there to kind of go and give him that revive. But Jolson and Blend, they are completely apart from each other. That can go either ways. They still have that high ground advantage, which they can really use for themselves. But now, how are they going to make that attempt over here? Who is that one player who's going to lob that grenade into perfection? Or is it going to be an over-peak situation where the players kind of spot each other out and take them down by bullets?
Well, that's what it's going to be. Yalzan is actually in a very good position right now because just as I say that, he starts getting shot at and he went back out in the enemy's direction. That was... Okay, you know what happened over there? Although we do have a winner chicken dinner, Stalwart Esports are walking away with the first win on day 2, week 2, PMPL Season 2. What a valiant effort over here.
Yeah, of course, but nothing really taken down from the players of DRS with the way they started things off. And they were very, very close to that chicken dinner, but yet so far. But the kills that they've got, I think that's going to pretty much justify why they are on the top of the points table once they come out.
I mean, we just said that we want to see DRS Gaming do something. I mean, these guys needed to step up, and boy, oh boy, did they step up. What an amazing game. And, you know, while we just have a look and see what's happening, and we're going to wait for the analyst desk to give us their input, we're going to take a breather. You grab some Mountain Dew. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. My name is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, being joined by Shadow and Ocean. And what an amazing game. I mean, you and Fixes, you guys picked Team Bablu, but it was, I mean, after all, a team from Group E only who ended up performing.
I mean, if you talk about
Yeah.
the games and all, right? So it was a particular reason I would say that performed.
Yep.
It was a pretty incredible game that happened. Plus, the best part was how Stalwart amazingly did it.
Yes, Stalwart did amazingly. They had a good positioning from the very start, if we talk about it, and that's why they were able to capitalize on it.
Exactly. I mean, the capitalization was pretty incredible, but as we look at the MVP right now, we have AJ from the squad of DRS Gaming. 5 kills coming in, 717 damage, 23 minutes and 42 seconds of survival time.
Yes, 717 damage over there and 5 kills. DRS was in there from the very start, especially if we talk about AJ over there. They first eliminated 2 of the players of Team CZ High Voltage. Later on, they took 2 of the players of Team A1 Esports, and finally they took down the players of Team DEADEYES also. So DRS was, I was hoping they will be the one to get the chicken dinner, since yesterday this team has stepped up, and I think coming next 4 matches also, I think this team we can expect from Group E. DRS is stepping up. This is the DRS we saw in the scrims and PMCO. And if we talk about our pentagram right in front of our screens, there is someone who has given out more damage than AJ, but I think he has got the highest kills over there, and he has taken a lot of damage also, 431 damage. And survival time is going to be 23 minutes and 42 seconds. Obviously, they were there. In fact, the number of kills, they got double-digit kills. This is how you do a comeback. But I want to talk about another team, that is PAINxELMT.
Yeah. I mean,
because
we were happy 3 kills
Yeah.
finally coming in. And I mean, even if they start right now, I think I still have hope for that team. I'm going to be a hopeful man.
Yeah, I'm rooting for them. I think they can do it. They are doing their homework correctly. It's just bad luck or something. They got third-partied by the players of Team 247.
One more thing, I mean, they always play with a 3-man squad. So that is always, I mean, that team is always going to be on a back foot, that they are not with 100% firepower. It's just 75%.
Now they're going to be with 120%. Trust me. Next time
Yeah.
I'm going to root for that team. There's a reason I'll tell you about that as well. But we're looking at the top players right now. AJ, all right. So this guy was incredible on its own. But SG, T2K, Zor, I mean, this guy always surprises you, and he does it impressively. Galton was out there as well. Blend and then Morte from Stalwart, the winning team out here. 4 kills in his name, 434 damage for himself. But well, this is one thing about DRS. If 2 players are there with the rampage mode on, AJ and Galton, 5 kills for themselves, and the team was about at what, like 12 kills already when the match was about to end. So this kind of shows one thing, that you did your homework.
And hey, also, if you look at the top players, I mean, we always say this map of Miramar is a map of snipers. We only got 1 sniper in the list. Everyone else was a Russia.
1 headhunter, right? I saw that one. Yeah, one sniper, but then it all just goes like, where the new meta shifts. And the new meta kind of shifts like, if I see someone, I want to rush in, I want to get some kills.
Exactly, and I mean, you and I, we have been discussing this meta shift from a long time, wherein the original shift was from using those bolt action snipers to those DMRs, and now it feels like it's just assault rifles with those high-powered scopes. Let us have a look at the standings, ladies and gentlemen, and see the number of points that were actually collected by the teams in this match. And we're going to start things off with DRS Gaming. 13 kills coming up for them, 25 points in total. But the team that got the chicken and are not too far behind, Stalwart Esports, with 24 points in this match.
I mean, that's quite a difference out there. I would say 1 point difference, but still, that actually puts Stalwart to the 2nd position, even if they have that chicken dinner emblem right next to them. ElementriX was out there, Team Bablu. All right, we rooted for this team, but still, Stalwart got the best of them. We'll talk about that as well. DRS guys was pretty good, T2K SG was pretty good, CZ High Voltage was good, 247, all right. So they took down PAINxELMT's players, but then after that, when the fights were happening, they actually went down as well. Moving on to 9-16 is where the action was, I would say, kind of stopped for some teams. That's where A1 Esports, FutureStation again, and Assiduous Esports come. And FutureStation, again, I'll say this to this team. You have prize money for this week, man.
You do have prize money for every single week, in fact. I mean, for the league stages. But PAINxELMT, we do see them putting up those kill numbers. I mean, they have done that, but I want to see this team sort of be a little bit more consistent in their performance. We have seen them go for those placement points, but they falter up in those final fights a little bit, and it's just because of the players not surviving to the ending stages. But if they do the due, if they continue to do the due as they have been doing so far, I think they can come back and they can make their way to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. But on that note, talking about doing the due, let's have a look at do the due moments of this match and see those amazing plays once again.
Yes, this is the where I think even we kind of predicted that I will get knocked out, and that is exactly what happened. He had a shotgun in his hand. Why didn't he use that? It was 1 shot needed. That's it. I think I don't know why go for an SKS when you have a shotgun in your hand.
I mean, that's where the HP of Bablu Pikachu went down, right? You saw that one single slither of HP was one thing that was with him. There was some good grenade usages right from the bat, I would say, right from the start with 16 teams 11. This is where the first one went down, ASE, they went down in this one, but then 247, they were like, all right, we heard some gunshots. Who's out here? Where's the party? And that's the way they just, went down in this one. That was a good one as well, but then Havoc, he almost survived, but then he went down by his own fault. You need to do the due. You don't need to do the due, but this in this way I would say Venom Legends. This was an incredible fight if I'm talking about it, and Venom Legends, they also had a very good outing for themselves.
A1 Esports, if we talk about this particular team, there was no need for 6-9 to rush into that particular combo. They had a height advantage. They could have stayed there and waited for the players of team DRS to come out in the open. ElementriX, if we talk about this team, they were in a 2v2 split later. In the final, when solo player blah 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 was surviving, that was a good effort from his side, but I think that 2v2 split didn't work out for the players of team ElementriX. On the other hand, if we talk about T2K, they took down the players of team JyanMaara. They took down some of the players. They gave trouble to the players of team SCYTES also, and took down 2 of the players of INES. INES, they played smartly. They were engaging in a fight with DRS. They knew the zone is going to close in. They kind of retreated, disengaged from that fight and give priority to the zone. But later on, bad luck. T2K took down the 2 players over that particular fight, and blah, blah, blah. That was a very good effort.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort being put up by the teams in this match. And towards the end as well, they tried the level best, but I know where the highest tower is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, and there it is. You do see it. I mean, my hand does reach to the level of well, T2KSG's damage tower, but we do see the damage numbers on the side of Team DRS. An amazing gameplay coming in, 13 kills. Situations would have been different had they been able to close out that final fight, and they would have secured a lot of points for themselves had they taken out the players of Stalwart Esports. But Stalwart just clutching out the fight in the final moment is going to result in the standings going being a little bit closer, as we just saw. Just a single point difference between these two teams. But let's talk about the anomalies again, as we do see the squad of DEADEYES guys in front of me right here, and they did display some decent damage. In fact, DEADEYES guys is somewhere over here right now, and they did put up a decent number of damage on the board, but just 4 kills. I mean, it's so low. Standings are going to be pretty important, so they did manage to have a decent finish in towards the end, resulting in well, a decent number of points coming their way. But T2KSG, really impressive fights coming in. The conversion, I have to say, wasn't on their side. Getting stuck in an uncomfortable situation is never going to work out for you. You need to think about the future, especially on maps like Miramar and Vikendi, which we have a lot of today. You need to worry about getting third party, need to worry about being exposed as well, and I think that is one thing where T2K sort of had a hard time. But we are talking about that one team that wasn't performing, but today did end up taking on one of the strongest teams that we had in the tournament. I'm going to talk about PAINxELMT. Ocean, you were saying you know the reason why Pain is going to perform today.
So you and I, we know about a person, right? You remember Gurkha?
Yeah.
That person now is going to be, you know, you can just call it in this way. That person will be the one who will be with PAINxELMT now. So that's where aggression just comes up. So I want to see what they do now.
That is going to be interesting. That is going to be interesting.
In a way.
In a way, it's going to be interesting. We're going to see what sort of an experienced player is going to be bringing into the table. But now we have a look at the standings, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be group-wise, where if you're talking about Group A, Team T2KSG have taken the lead and have crossed the 200-point mark.
Yes, they have crossed the 200-point mark, and if you talk about the kill points also, they have got the highest kills in their group and highest placement points. So this team definitely works on the placement points and the kill points. It is going to be a little difficult for other teams to compete with T2K in their own group like SCYTES. We saw them step up yesterday. This time, I think T2K was the one who took them down. Assiduous Esports is not able to perform. Day 1 was very good. And if we talk about next group over there, then we have Venom Legends, ElementriX, FutureStation, and 247 Gaming. This was the group which was sitting out, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
they were playing.
Group, yeah, they were playing
I
out
was
in this.
testing you.
All right.
No,
Well,
group
B was not shown. That was one reason out there. But Venom Legends, ElementriX, FutureStation, 247. So they did it pretty decent. But ElementriX, talking about this team, still with no chicken, no 191. But if FutureStation, you know, now if they step up, because when the week started, there was a different story. And now they did not, you know, just pick up from that story, and that's where they just come up. A1 Esports, VTNxJyanMaara, Stalwart Esports, and PAINxELMT. All right, so now they are with 59 points. It's, I would say, high time that they have to actually pick it up. So I want to see where they actually go with it. Because by the end of the day, I would say, take it slow. But if you actually reach up a point marker like, what, 100 points by the end of this day, you are pretty good. Because there's 134, 160. But, well, they had Group E as well. There is, guys, Team Bablu, DRS, and CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. This group had a very decent game. Not a chicken dinner coming from this group for this one, but still a decent game. Most of the teams were in top 6, so that's good.
Yeah, I mean, being in the top 6 in the standings is going to be pretty good. And as you said, most of the teams already made it. But one thing, T2K, they have taken the first position on the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. And that is pretty incredible because, I mean, yesterday we did not even notice the team, how they were performing. But today they seem to be in a totally different form, which I think might just work out for them. Let's have a look at the schedule once again and see the next matchup that is going to be coming in for these lads. It's going to be the map of Vikendi with, well, Group B is going to be sitting out again, so nothing much is going to change apart from the terrain that the players and the teams are going to be competing on, followed by Erangel. That's going to be matchup number 3. Match 4, once again, Miramar, and match number 5 is going to be Vikendi. But match 4 and 5, Group A is going to be sitting out. And since we have had the look at the schedule, I'm going to ask my analyst again. Predictions, guys.
PAINxELMT.
This man.
I'll say PAINxELMT. I'm rooting for them. Boys and girls, girl, you can do it.
What about you?
I don't know, somehow, so this is kind of a slow game, right? I want to go with T2K because already they're in that momentum for this particular game.
Yeah.
They would like to take it slow and then they'll move faster than I don't know. I would go with T2K.
Exactly. I mean, T2K, they have been pretty incredible, but I still am going to be a dreamer, and I'm going to root for PAINxELMT. I would love to see him put up a much tougher fight for the other teams, but it is time for me to move over the frozen lands of Vikendi and move over to the other side of this stage, and I feel gunshots coming in from
Do you need a backup? Because I can give you the backup.
It's too late now.
I can actually.
You're a bad shot. I don't. All right, but
Well,
some people are freezing over.
Hey guys, I mean, you want to shoot
What's
us?
up,
We're
guys?
freezing over here. The Vikendi climate is just too much. Take it easy. We give up. We give up. I'm on my knees right now.
feeling
We
cold,
give
Ocean?
up.
Okay, so
I'm already.
See, I don't know if you know this. There's a little bit of a war going on between the caster desk and the analyst desk, and you know all is fair in
Whose
love
side are
and
you on?
PUBG Mobile.
I'm the referee, man. I'm the referee.
You're the
I'm the guy who
referee.
third
I
party.
hate
down
this guy. I hate this guy already then. If he's the referee, I hate this guy already.
See,
What are you doing over there?
So let me just come back to the last game. We did kind of talk about PAINxELMT. They started off well. They got one of their first squad wipes,
Yeah.
and you know, I see a few of you are rooting for them. I am going for DRS Gaming this time. I think they might just
What
get
about
that
you,
chicken
Fix?
dinner.
You know, I was just about to say DRS, but well, for me, it's going to be DEADEYES.
and I have a man to present counter arguments this time. So, Ocean, you against the commentators.
Are we going for it?
No, he's punching. Nah, I'm not.
You really want to take it on?
All right.
With you, all right.
You know what? We're going to talk
No.
with Ocean after this. I love the fact that he has his inputs. But right now, you know what? It's our time to talk right now. All right. So you guys just kind of just scoot over a little bit. Anyway, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to get ready for match 2, and it's going to be on the frozen tundra. We are flying to Vikendi.
Well, you know, for one thing, for starters, Miramar was a bit slow. In Vikendi, I expect something to happen on the otherwise side. Because, talk about Vikendi, it tends to start off a bit slow. But yesterday, what we really saw were the teams going after each other right from the start. And this is the kind of approach that I want to see from the teams. Go in, especially for a team like PAINxELMT. You know, that one squad wipe, that would have given them that huge morale boost that they needed.
Now, look, I don't want to put them on the spot, but, you know, I mean, what we would have actually expected was that, you know, the team rushes in, they would have kind of played a little silent and, you know, they wouldn't have taken that first aggressive action. This time around, however, they heard a team come and they're like, you know what, not this time. They went out, they got the job done, which means that they can do it. They have shown these glimpses of brilliance and, well, they just need to link them and make it a whole game out of it.
Exactly. Forget the bad days and just move on. Focus on the game in hand. Play your cards right. Position yourselves. You know, we have been emphasizing on this one thing. Positioning during the fights. Well, everyone playing in this lobby knows how to shoot, knows how to control their weapon. Gone are the days where you have to rely on your aim skills. Now it's all about how you position yourself during the fights, how you take the cover, and with that being said, the flight path trajectory is right in front of our screen just about now.
Yes, sir. The big, beautiful C-130 is in the sky, and have a look at how we are pretty much flying dead smack north this time. And the map is pretty much evenly divided, a little bit inclined towards the left. But again, it is Vikendi. All the favorite jump spots, well, are going to be in jumping distance. And the question is, are teams going to switch it up again? Because we saw something happen in the last game, and, well, it did not turn out good for them.
Yeah, it certainly did. Did not really. In fact, I could use some hot chocolate for myself, considering the weather that we are having here in Vikendi. But right now, it's kind of dissecting the map into two halves. But the circle, the initial first circle is something that I'm really waiting for. I want to see how it forms. Yesterday, it was somewhere around the northeastern side. Today, I was just about to say that I wanted to see a hot spring circle, and this is Vikendi in a nutshell.
Well, this is Vikendi when pretty much 50% of the first circle is in water, which means that there's going to be a lot less surface area for all the teams to pretty much cement their positions in. Now, we are going to see some early skirmishes because I see a lot of people are together pretty much in each other's proximities, and sparks are definitely going to fly, especially right now. We hear the shoots opening up in the background, which means some people are definitely going to be touching the ground, and possibly in proper PUBG Mobile fashion, they are going to be knocked out of the sky.
Yeah, of course. That is definitely a possibility. We have seen that happening already in the scrims and also in the league. But right now, the players of 247 have got their eyes on PAINxELMT. One thing for sure, Assiduous Esports. Yes, again. It's like we see 3 points for ourselves. Let's just take that for us. But now, since Assiduous Esports is just beside them, they might be looking in for some redemption out there. They might be looking out to take revenge of what happened to them in Miramar.
They could actually, or it could go the other way around as well. But right now the question is, are they going to engage in a fight, or are they going to realize that, you know what, we've got some opposition nearby. Maybe we should back off just a little bit, get enough loot, get that confidence. Because, if I'm running around even with a weapon in my hands, but I don't have a vest or a helmet, I feel vulnerable, right? So if I do get, like, say, a level 1 or even a level 2 helmet and a vest, that confidence is boosted. And, I'm like, all right, you know what, now I'm ready for a fight. So I guess that is what they are going to do, because have a look at Envy. We can still see her in the picture. The cars are coming to pick her up, and well, they are going to back off, loot up some more, which I think right now is a good decision, because finally this team is opening up. They did get 3 kills in the last game. Maybe they can surpass themselves in this one.
Exactly. And I really want the squad of PAINxELMT for starters to be complete right now.
Oh, yeah.
Play a 4-man lobby and then just, go after squads. You've nothing to lose at this point. You're dead last. All you can do is gain. And right now, 247, just stop doing that every single game. They are going after them. And now, right now is the time where you're supposed to loot. But talk about loot, talk about position. DRS have gotten themselves the best one of the lot. Having seated up in Volnova, they've got multiple angles. They've got the bridge covered from where Team Bablu might just make a rotation in. And also the northern areas of Castle, if someone comes down from there, they can also spot them out.
See, now, one of the reasons why we consider Vikendi to be a slow game is because, especially if you have plenty of loot in the beginning, there's no reason to really leave that cozy in the comfortness of your houses or your compounds and, just roam around in the open wilderness because, well, if you have a good spot to take cover behind, why would you give it up? So up until the point when the zone actually shifts you or forces you to move or migrate elsewhere, it's pretty static, to be honest with you. Now, we were talking about DRS Gaming and we were talking about Volnova. Now, Volnova is pretty much dead smack center of the circle, but we know how the circle likes to play spoil sport. It does all those haphazard shifts. So let's see, maybe in a couple of circles, if they are still going to be in a comfortable position, we might just have the circle go out towards the sea. That is something I really want to see.
Other thing with these kind of drastic circle is that right from the start, you throw in a curveball. But after that, it kind of goes in for a very, very even shift. After that, our 4th or the 5th circle, you get to see that other curveball that we always, talk about. And this time around, from what I can really predict, either it goes all the way to its Abbey or maybe just the southern areas to Abbey.
I like the fact that barring 7 teams, every other team is outside the circle right now, especially teams like Stalwart Esports and DEADEYES guys. Even INES, these guys are way up north, which means they are going to have to drive a kilometer or 2 to get into the circle. And, well, we know what happens when anyone gets in those vehicles. They are big, massive targets moving about, and someone or the other is definitely going to be shooting at you. But right now, INES do not have to worry about it because they're the only team at the Cosmodrome, and they can pretty much loot blissfully without anyone staring around. That's the best thing. See, when you land at certain places like this, there's a big risk involved, right? Because another team can come in, but if they don't, oh boy, the loot that you get to go away with is just phenomenal.
But then again, it comes down to nothing if you just are rotating around in your vehicle and you just get shots. Your vehicle just blows up, and we have seen that on multiple instances in Vikendi. Provided the vehicles that we have over here, they're fast, no doubt, but they are delicate.
You You know, just to cut you off, sorry for that. They should maybe add another one of those player tags, maybe one of the best drivers or something, because we are definitely in a little bit of shortage as far as, you know, those drivers are concerned that can just basically go through anything and then come out the other side without a scratch on them.
Vikendi.
I mean, whoa, that would be completely changing the game. We do have certain modes that, you know, kind of let you mess around with different vehicles. I mean, we even have choppers, my dear friend. So, I mean, it's all there. But then again, the best part about PUBG Mobile and the setting that we are playing in, it's even Stevens. Everyone needs to pick up a weapon, a gun, even a melee weapon or whatever, and then you go out and try and finish off the rest. So, you know, there's no major advantage to any one team.
Yeah, of course. You know, sometimes even fists do work. But right now, few of talking about how the players are positioned, how the teams are making the rotations. The areas of Abbey and Tova are going to be very, very critical over here. A reason being why? Because all these teams that are coming from outside the circle, if they decide to gatekeep those entry points, that can be really helpful to them. They can just cut off the rotations of remainder of the teams right now. Team Venom Legends, well, they did drop off in Bihar. They're done with their loot. They're trying to, you know, kind of rotate inside the circle. But Team ElementriX is also making a move at the same time. And now, if the players of Skylight Gaming kind of tend to go a bit towards the southern side, maybe hold on to Abbey, then that will be a tough time for them.
That was a good knock by Vegeta with that UMP, getting a headshot nonetheless on Assiduous Esports Kurkure as he was spotted, and he just kind of peeked out that window a bit too long and is knocked down. Now, of course, nothing is going to follow up because the distance is way too much. And in fact, 24/7, they've got to be careful as well. Khan does get taken down. They don't have a lot of cover, just that one wall before they started engaging. But now the question is, are ASC going to move in? Because they know that Kurkure was already knocked out. He needs to patch himself up. So the question is, are they going to kind of fall back, regroup, or are they going to take the fight to 2-4-7?
At least not till the time they get those two pivotal knocks. You know, at least in TPP, you've played a lot of FPP modes, you know, right? We've had quite that rivalry back in those days. But, you know, in TPP, you need to get those 2 kills before making that push happen, because even if you manage to take that push in, someone will get that revive. And Wasif somehow does manage to survive, but 2-4-7, well, they might just be in a bit of a pickle over here since Code Zero, High Voltage are right on their tails.
This fight is taking place pretty much just east of the winery, and
he needs backup right now.
He does definitely need backup, but the way Assassin is trying to move in, he's got to be careful, because I'm pretty sure they are going to be picturing just one team that is, you know, in a little bit of a tussle over there, but they've got to be careful, because it's not just 2-4-7. Even Assiduous Esports could be in a position to, you know, lay down some lead in their direction. And have a look at Gaming. He is far away from his team. It's a pro, and there's a con to it, right? Now, he can provide that essential cover, which, you know, the opponents will not expect any shots coming from that direction. But if he misses, he gets taken down, then 2-4-7 are in a world of trouble. And have a look at that. Khan is just going to make sure that he's communicating with his teammate. He's like, you got our back? He says, yes, we've got our back, and they are going to move in. But now, this is going to be tricky. Assiduous Esports can play spoil sport. If they come in behind 2-4-7 Gaming, D-end, game over, GG, WP.
You know, it can go either ways. It can go anywhere right now. It all depends on that first knock. If 2-4-7 get one of their players knocked out, they're basically done over there. Look at Gaming's position. Look at Wasif's position. Even if they just, you know, peek out to help the teammate, that is where Assiduous Esports will chime in into the fight, and they might just take one down over there. But Code Zero, they're being very, very cautious. They know that, you know, they have to keep their steps right. They need to have their movements perfect. With that grenade going out, Khan, I feel he's getting a bit intimidated out there.
Well, he definitely was shook up. I thought he was knocked out, but he is lucky to still have his life intact right now. And, you know, although PUBG Mobile is all about, you know, decimating your opponents, getting the job done. There you have it, the airdrop as in the water, and it's your favorite weapon. But now, coming back to the point, I get it. The aim of the game is to wipe out all opposition, but the winery is pretty much right next door. Why don't they all just go over there, chill out for a little bit, you know, maybe sit down, have a little bit of a breather, talk it out, and then be like, all right, gentlemen, back to the fighting. But of course, that is not going to happen. Muffin is going to try and find an opening over here. Elsewhere, Sonim comes in and takes out 2-4-7 Gaming. We were just talking about it. He was separated from his teammates, but he gets taken down. Now, I'm pretty sure 2-4-7 are going to have their hands full, because they can either A, try and revive his teammate, give up this fight, or B, give up on their teammate and concentrate all their fire on the squad.
You need to look out for every single angle, and you need to make sure of that, because constantly engaging in a circuit like this where everyone kind of targets the center area, in which in this case it's going to be winery, of course. So, Team ElementriX coming in, that was not a surprise, but 247 should have been prepared over there. Now, who's the next man going down? That's definitely going to be Wasif over there. And now, once he goes out, I believe the players of Code Zero High Voltage could have really pushed in. But from what I can see from over here, they've kind of backed out. They realize the gravity of the situation. They know that there are a lot of squads already coming in. So they've got their safe spot right beside the shores, and they're happy.
Yes, sir, and just have a look at the map on the right side of your screen. 247 are pretty much sandwiched in between ElementriX and ASE, but have a look. We've got Code Zero High Voltage down south by the coast. Now, if they decide that, they want to join the party as well, and they start moving up north, it could be problematic for all of these teams. And now we have the AUG dropping in, but have a look at that. We have something special. We have a white ghillie suit, so if anybody wants to be one with the snow, strap it on, go hide, and, well, maybe you might just be hunting from the shadows.
But, considering the terrain that we have, I do not really know if taking a white ghillie suit will be a good idea, because it's all brown here. You want the other ghillie suit. But, if the teams really want it, just for the sake of, flaunting it, it's completely understandable.
To add to the point of flaunting it, the thing is, you got to understand the psychology as well, right?
Yeah.
If you see an enemy running around in any ghillie suit, that man has been to an airdrop. Yeah. He has a big bad gun on his back, and he's got the level 3 helmet and armor, so it's going to be just a little tougher taking him down. So I guess that is definitely going to be helpful, just to psych out the opponents. But right now, we still have a little bit of a stalemate at the winery, as other teams are going to be moving in. And let's have a look at what's happening in Volnova. DRS are still pretty much in charge of the city, but they are towards the western side. As we have a look at A1 Esports, they are still across the water as of now, but they could be moving in steadily but surely. Elsewhere, looks like Deadeye's guys are going to be picking a fight with the boys from JyanMaara. Now, Deadeye's guys are to the left of your screens, and they are actually, they're getting out. They realize that, we do have a bridge to cross. Cross it right now, possibly put up like a roadblock on the other side, and let's, hopefully try and gatekeep these teams out.
Yeah, of course. But right now, as things are, Deadeye's is making their rotation inside. And, well, they've been spotted out by the players of FutureStation. And this is a squad that did not really have the best of the start in Miramar. But this time around, they are going to switch things around and maybe get a good chicken dinner. That is all that, FutureStation, teams like Venom Legends also need to, kind of keep continuing that kind of momentum that they have had for so long. But Deadeye's, one of the teams, one of the fan favorite teams, I must say, from the South Asian region, haven't certainly been able to live up to their name. And now, again, we come back to the conversation, the discussion. What is going wrong with the squad?
Well, you see, as far as the gameplay goes, they do have decent, consistent gameplay. They've got good number of placement points. They are not lacking behind in kills as well. It's just that extra push that is needed. But right now, what I'm seeing...
Maybe it's the expectations that we have from
Definitely, it makes a little bit of an impact, as Morte is going to be taking out a member from Venom Legends, and D-Tron was the one who was in his crosshairs. But what kind of stood out for me right now was the way Deadeye's guys, I haven't seen them move like this. They are basically hugging the shoreline right now. And the best thing about Vikendi is you have a lot of compounds scattered around the shore. So, you do have cover, and, well, you can make the best of it until, of course, the zone is going to force you out. But right now, D-Tron has been picked up, and it looks like Stalwart Esports are moving on to greener pastures. They want to make sure they have a better position as the next circle progresses in.
Yeah, as the next circle is going to come in, I kind of get the reason why they are kind of playing through the shores. Because, you do not have to worry about someone on your backs. You always have to focus on 3 directions. That's on your front, on your left, and your right. And that is exactly a good approach. But at the same time, if the circle takes a shift all the way up to its northern area, that is somewhere around Abbey or in between Abbey and Volnova, that is where the trouble really comes in. Because all the squads north of them, they can just make those quick rotations, take those compounds, and then you will be left with nada. Even if you are making that early rotation, some or the other guy will definitely spot you out and burst up your vehicle.
What's funny is that there are so many teams so close to one another, and yet up until this point, we've only had 2 people bite the bullet. And well, those 2 people one was, of course, from JyanMaara, and the other was from 247. That was 247 Gaming. The man, we kind of anticipated that was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And, well, it is a slow start of the game. 15 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and, well, only 2 bodies have been put on the ground right now. Where is the action? We need some bullets to fly. We need some bodies to drop. We need this snow turning red.
Yeah, of course. Me too. But that will happen maybe after a while, because with the way these circles kind of tend to fare off, usually we get to see all those fights happening around the fourth or the fifth circle, and that time is complete pandemonium out there. It's chaos, it's anarchy everywhere. But right now, Tamim has managed to spot out the players of Team Bablu. He definitely wants his revenge for what happened up there at El Azhar. But right now, Pikachu, what is he doing right on the open?
Well, he took cover in the nick of time, otherwise he could have been knocked at distance. And, he wouldn't really have known where the bullets were coming from, especially since he was mid-air. But right now, Pikachu does have his vehicle. Dyron is going to be setting up as well. They do have this little bit of a ridge rock cover over here. They're going to try and post up over there, make sure that, they don't have to move until or unless they absolutely have to. Now, Venom Legends, they have been spotted, and well, that's the first thing that you do. You see those vehicles, you are definitely going to pop off those tires to make sure that the vehicle can't move. There you have it. And then eventually the car goes boom. So, you want to make sure that you kind of trap them in their own making. So that is an interesting technique over here. But right now, the fact is they have way too many options to maneuver around of harm's way. Again, like you said, the action is only going to thicken once we reach probably the fifth or the sixth circle. So all you guys out there who want some bullets flying and, well, bodies dropping, please be patient. Bear with us. Soon, it's going to be absolutely chaotic. And, well, I couldn't have said it soon enough, but it looks like Deadeye's guys and ASC are finally exchanging a few shots.
For a second, I was just, having a thought with myself.
You do that? You do that as well?
Yes,
all right,
I do.
okay.
I tend to do that
He is
quite
capable of
sometimes.
thought, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. But one thing, for sure, the stakes right over here, $200,000.
Wow.
When you have $200,000 on the line, I'd play pretty safe, and I would not really blame these players. I would just keep on proning. Of course, someone will take me down, but that is exactly how I'm supposed to go about if I've got such huge amount of money on the line.
By hook or by crook, winning is winning, and whether you steal a kill or get one all by yourself, that is still 1 point added to your kitty. So, I mean, it doesn't matter how you get there as long as you cross the finish line. But now, let's have a look and see if the new circle is going to be wrecking some havoc. Are we going to have a draw stick shift, or are we going to... I mean, it's still all right. We are still centered around the winery. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, this is a sign. And, well, don't be listening to me a lot, because I don't want to spoil anyone out there, but it is going to be a fight in the winery. We might actually see some action down in the cellars below.
Yeah, of course. But right now, I'm still waiting for that curveball to come in, because it can just go either way. If it goes to the northern areas of winery, that's going to be, so much troubling for all these squads out there, because you do not have enough shelters, you do not have enough covers. You'll have to just rely on your vehicles and all those tiny little rocks out there. So that might create a lot of problem for the teams. But right now, Team INES is making the rotation inside. If they get a few compounds out there, that can be really good. But Team ElementriX are in a very good spot as of now.
They are in a good spot, and we just had a look at the map. Of course, it should be on our screens shortly. I am kind of concerned about SCYTES, because they are still kind of around the hot spring area, and they have a bridge to cross. They have two options, right?
Which is already covered.
We have the map on our screens. Now, have a look, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your focus on the right. We have SCYTES, we have A1 Esports. Now, A1 Esports have already made it to the main island. They are going to be passing just east of Volnova. SCYTES are still holding off right till the last second. And if they do take that bridge, Team Bablu, FutureStation, could be waiting for them.
Yeah, of course. I
They
think
need to move now.
Team Bablu will just blow them apart. That perfect crossfire that they've set up, having Pikachu on the other side with his other teammate. It's a 2-2 split. That's a good way to, go with the things. But right now, JyanMaara finally are making their move. Will they be successful? That only time is going to tell. But right now, what we have in front of our screens is Deadeye's going against the players of 247. And now Wasif is in the far off fray. He is not there for the cover fire. But now Vegeta instead can go on aggressive.
Vegeta can go all-out aggressive right now. In fact, Molotovs have been lobbed in DE's direction. Of course, two of the members were caught out behind the car. Wadu, sir, in fact, does get taken down. And it is the Super Saiyan himself who is doing all the knocking. I love the fact that there's an airdrop dropping in the distance as well. I wonder if someone is going to go and pick it up. But right now, all eyes, in fact, all ears are going to be around this lobby. Because have a look at this. ElementriX is in the back. In the distance, if you have a look at your minimap, you have Assiduous Esports. They could bounce at any given moment. So right now, 247 27 Gaming and DE. They've got to be careful, of course. The circle is going to be shifting as well. Ooh, we have a little bit of a mess up over here. Rated, you are supposed to lob the grenades towards the enemies, not your teammates.
And that's exactly how this can be completely disastrous for Team Deadeye's over there. On top needs to get that res back on. But will he though? We'll have to see. But right now, Shifu and Rated are still keeping the fight going on. And the push has not yet come. But SCYTES, they've made it to the next side of the bridge. But now, what they have to do is get inside the circle. It's going to be a tough time, but Wang has spotted out Tyrant. Tyrant surviving on a sliver of HP. For how long is definitely the question, and goes with that AKM, and that's a good example of how you pre-fire with your AKM on a hip fire.
The way he jumped, he knew that he just needed 1 or 2 bullets to connect with that ratata. Of course, that 762 does a tremendous amount of damage. Getting the job done, I thought it's going to be pretty much impossible for JyanMaara to get in, but boy, oh boy, have they proven me wrong. Now, Deadeye's guys are finally coming in for the push. 247 are in a little bit of a pickle. Khan and Vegeta are anticipating the attack. They're going to be waiting. They are just going to wait and make sure that DE makes all the mistakes. But let's see if that is what is in plan for these boys. Elsewhere, we did have high voltage sneaking in as well, but let's have a look. Here goes DE. Are they going to push up? Shifu, sir, is going to patch himself up. Of course, he was knocked out earlier. Rated. Oh my god, and it's almost burning him up. And well, Vegeta is on fire. Is this going to be the end of 247? Are they going to go out in a blaze of, well, hell really? It's going to be an inferno up there.
Yeah, of course. And with that, we can say this is the perfect chance for Deadeye's to make that push happen. And yes, they are actually doing that. Right now, they're just going in, finding that last compound. They know exactly where the players are. They have set up a perfect crossfire. But will that be enough? Oh my goodness, Deadeye's do actually manage to find out the players of 247. Both of them already being taken down. Now, just that one player remaining. Wasif, how long is he going to survive, provided the situation that Assiduous Esports have already set their eyes onto them.
And mind you, Wasif has been at that same rock where we left them way back when. So, you know, they haven't really changed their positions at all. DRS Nima, ooh, that is going to be painful. You are going to take a lot of damage from the blue zone right now, but have a look at that. A1 Esports is also directly opposite him, so he's got to be careful as he moves in. I think he's going to still stay there, make sure he administers another first aid, as well as, you know, pop a few painkillers and energy drinks to make sure that he gets as much boost as he can. But I love the fact, I think he spotted Jax. I think he might have spotted Jax. We might just see a few shots being fired over here, maybe just a little bit of his backpack words, a little visible. But elsewhere, JyanMaara are finally exiting the game in the 15th position with just 2 kills to their name, as the circle is going to be taking a little bit of a shift down south.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is something that the teams did not really anticipate. So many squads have to come all the way downstairs. Now, Code Zero, high voltage, they're in a very beautiful position. PAINxELMT, they have also clenched on. And now it's upon them. Are they going to engage? But Nima, he just could not get inside the circle. Just being taken down by Entry, who completely denied his entry inside the circle over there.
Have a look at the left side of the minimap. We are going to have a massive fight break out between SGT2K and Stalwart Esports. And there you have it on our screens right now. Malik, they are already 1 man down, and they are going up against a 4-man T2K. Now, both these teams, we know they are good. They can do... Oh, my goodness. I thought Malik would get the jump on him, but Zod acts a bit quicker, gets the knock. His teammate Jane coming in and making sure he finishes what his teammate started. Now, STE, they are now a 2-man squad. Blade and Morte, they are on the back foot. I think the best recourse for them right now would be to try and maneuver out of this little pickle that they found themselves in.
Of course, and you know, talking about the last fight that we saw, you know, winning that duel against M4, going up against MP5, it's certainly, you know, stacked up for MP5K, but it was that pre-fire accuracy.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, in those 1v1 situation, it all comes down to which player hits the first bullet. Because after that, you get that aim punch and you tend to miss out on your shots. But right now, Deadeye's, they're going in heavy onto the players of INES.
I think INES could be in a world of trouble because they have lost 1 member, if I'm not wrong. Rated over here, trying to spot the enemies from afar. But they've got to be careful because 2 teams are heading in that direction. One of which is Team Bablu and the other is Assiduous Esports. Now, this is what happens when you fight at the periphery, right? I get it. It is safer. You are not in the thick and thin of all the action. You're not in the center. Basically, you are not on everybody's crosshairs. But chances are you're going to have a lot of teams rushing in because, well, they pretty much have the same game plan. Look at the amount of teams over here. Morte gets taken down. He does take down Jane first, but there is backup by Venom, making sure that STE are now reduced to a 1-man squad. And, well, Blade, all he can do is, well, hope for the best and, you know, What's that? All right, we've noticed
That
something.
lad had
We've
an
noticed
M24.
something.
Yeah, he has an M24.
Oh my God, and we missed that.
Yeah, but you know, once he gets up and once he gets kicking, certainly GI Jade might be in for a role. But Rated Sir definitely engaging against the players of Assiduous Esports, taking down Muffin yet again. And now Team Bablu can chime in at any single moment. Kurkure is right and out in the open, and Rated does punish him for that. And now Deadeyes have to focus on reviving Shifu Sir, and any single moment Bablu can also join the fight. Hanuel has, however, spotted out Wadu Sir. I believe he does have some healings. Does he though?
Mind you, have a look at 247's Wasif. He's a lone wolf for his team. He's going to be coming in. He goes prone. Oh my goodness. Let me tell you one thing. That man has some cojones. He is pretty much prone outside the enemy's gates right now. Rated over here in a life and death struggle against Hanuel. He is taking a beating from elsewhere. Shifu is going to move on. He's got to reload that Uzi, which he does. Are they going to go in? It's going to be Shivan Crazy holding down the fort for his team. Can he thwart an attack over here? Can he hold it off against the horde that is coming in to wipe him out of this game right now? Shifu is going to be picking up his teammate on top. Rated is going to go. Is he going to go in? He lobs a Molotov, or is that a grenade or a smoke grenade? I think they're making cover right now.
Anything can happen right now because INES has spotted down the players of Deadeyes from afar, and now they are dishing out a lot of damage onto its players. But somehow, Assiduous, they are just holding on. But look at Teen Wolf. He spots every single action. One good grenade, and everyone can just go bamboozling out in the air. But Assiduous Esports, sitting inside that small washroom, they have somehow still managed to survive. And Wadu providing that perfect cover fire that team INES can come in for, but apparently Assiduous Esports, they are not moving out of the compound. They have been spotted out on top, really trying to get inside the compound, and this is the moment where we should anticipate a 4-man push.
I love the fact that only a wall separates these two enemies vying to kill one another, but now Deadeyes guys got to be careful because we have T2K moving in the background, and they do have to make their way to the circle as well. But they have to complete the fight. Wadu gets taken down courtesy of Hanuel, and now the question is, are they going to go for the revive, or are they going to cut their losses and move away into the circle? It's going to be Rated, and Shifu. Here comes Shivan Crazy as usual, leading the charge. Gets the first knock down, goes Shifu. Is he going to get a second? He does. His teammate is going to come in and make sure he gets the job done with that Deadeyes guys who were on quite a roll out in the 11th position. But wait, it is over for them as well because Teen Wolf was patient. He was calm. He was composed. He gets that squad wipe, does go down himself. But what an amazing play.
Definitely does have the final laugh over here as Venom Legends. They are definitely one man down over there, but will certainly get that revive on, or will they? Because they are engaging against the players of Team ElementriX that have their own troubles over there. Saw him coming right out in the open, but will get taken down as Venom Legends off to yet another squad wipe. This time the big guns, Team ElementriX in fact. But look at Stalwarts. Blade is still alive. Are the players of Venom Legends aware about that though? Are they acknowledged of the fact that there is someone amidst him that can really take them down? Oh my goodness, he gets two. Will he get the third one? No!
That would have been an amazing clutch moment over there, but Team Bablu is going to be eliminated in the 7th position. 3 kills to their names. What a valiant effort over there by Stalwart Esports' Blade as well. That is going to be following up. They have been taken out of this game in the 6th position. Just the 1 kill to their name. Could have been 4, but that is how the cookie crumbles. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are down to the final 5 teams. 16 players are alive in the final few circles of Vikendi, and you know what? Nobody is inside the circle right now. It is pretty much no man's land as INES, like a predator in the grass over here, are trying to move in as close to their prey as possible. But the question is, does High Voltage know that they have 2 snakes heading for them?
Yeah, of course, that is going to be really crucial, and so is the positioning of Team Skylights Gaming over there. They have to take care of sites right just below them, and I think they've spotted them down, and Code Zero, in fact, are the ones who have spotted, but has taken a lot of damage.
You know, the fact that the last circle is going to be falling on this little slope over here, pretty much it's going to be even Stevens for everyone, because if you think you are on high ground and you have that advantage, you do not. But right now, Nightwing takes out SK49. Cooney has been taken out courtesy of Orochi, and Zord with some fire through the grass. He suddenly realizes that, wait a second, there is an opponent above me. Shifts his attention towards over there. Havoc gets a knock on Razor. Rafford is still going bonkers as he takes down SK49. Wait a second. Whoa.
Havoc did just clutch that with 1 HP. But look at the grenade coming out of Yashiro. Oh my goodness. It's completely chaotic in the White Tundras over here. But right now, Team Code Zero need to get their players back on. But that will not be happening as INES put them down to their misery.
INES is on a domination spree right now, especially Orochi getting those knocks. But Venom Legends, they are going to be moving in as well. They have a couple of players that are knocked out. High voltage exiting the game in the 5th position. And it does look like SCYTES are going to be in a lot of trouble. Ghost has been caught up, but wow! Precision shots from the lad, making sure that Entry exits this game. And with that, we are down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be a 3v2 situation. SCYTES versus Venom Legends. Who is going to come out on top?
Well, we have to see that, but right now,
wow, that was quick.
That was quick, and Team SCYTES getting yet another chicken dinner following the last one they got in Sandhawk. This squad is off to a roll right now in week number 2.
Winner, chicken dinner in game 2 in Vikendi goes to the boys from SCYTES. A valiant effort on their part. The fact that they had all 4 members alive till the end made such a massive impact, and well, the numbers definitely counted for something this time around.
Exactly, and you know, now they have, shunned down all the critics out from Pakistan. Being the champions of PMCO, they had not been having a good time up until now that they've got all these chicken dinners coming from
You know what they say, you always have ups and downs, and we are going to take a little bit of a break. Why don't you go and get one of these chilled Mountain Dews from your fridge? We'll see you after this break.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. Super Johnny once again being joined by Shadow and Ocean on the analyst desk. And what an amazing game on Vikendi. I mean, before the abrupt ending that was put out by the team of SCYTES, well, Experiment asked a question. Who is going to get the chicken dinner? They were like, here's the answer. But before that happened, I mean, it was going pretty smoothly for everyone, right?
It was a slow start, exactly. Yeah. I'll give it that. I mean, it started off pretty slow. Obviously, the southern circle, then the players also have that water area, and then moving on with the fights, slow fights, and then I don't know, what was it, like 22 minutes, 16 teams, I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, that's Vikendi in a nutshell. But ladies and gentlemen, there is always going to be that one player who outperformed everyone else in the server. That's going to be our MVP on our screens right now.
And it has to be Venom Legends Nightwing over there. Venom Legends did put up a good fight. They had a good positioning in the circle, and look at the damage. Even though he is a support, still he is the MVP. That means support do play an important role. They can't be neglected over there. Survival time is going to be 29 minutes and 44 seconds. That is a good survival time. Assist is also one. He hasn't given lots of damage out there at 635, but compared to Vikendi, I think it's a decent damage over there. But there is some player who has given out a lot of damage, and still he is not the MVP.
Exactly. I mean, that sort of comes down to the fact that the MVP system has also been changed. We have told you about this during week 1. Now, the MVP system does not just rely on the fact that your team got the chicken dinner and you are the player with the most kills. Now, it considers all the players in the server. It sees who has the highest rating, and the rating is decided based on the survival time, with 40% weightage to that, 40% weightage goes to the damage, and only 20% to the kills. That is why Nightwing, an amazing performance. And as you were saying, support also is a crucial role. You're not just there for the utilities in terms of the heals in the first stage. You are there for the utilities in terms of the Molotovs you carry, the smokes you carry, the grenades you carry. You need to be the guy who is creating those openings for your teammates, for your assaulters to actually go in and try and get an opening for the fight. And I mean, supports usually get a little under appreciated and usually play from the shadows of the assaulters. But talking about the assaulters, let's have a look at the top players, ladies and gentlemen, of this game and see the other 4 lads who are going to be joining our MVP on this list.
I mean, if you're talking about it, Entry is out there, Orochi is out there, Yashiro is out there, so 3 players from INES, and then comes Rated Sir. If you're talking about it, 2554 was a survival time, 658 damage from Rated Sir, 430 damage from Yashiro, 764 and 639 for Orochi and Entry respectively. But look at the roles. Support starts up, then comes Russia, and again a sniper goes in, and another support. So it's kind of a mixed match between the supports and the you know, Russias and all those things. But there's one thing I would just go for. We saw the pentagraph, right? About Nightwing. So there were a couple of things. He checked every corner, and that's what an MVP player should actually do. Like everything, starting from assist as well, kills as well. Pretty good survival time, but obviously, if your team's not winning in the pentagraph, there will be one player who obviously will be having that higher number from you. So that's everything. It just comes up in that.
Exactly, but I think as you guys said, I mean, you need to make sure that all the points are checked. You're putting out the assists, you have decent damage, you have decent survival time, not just decent. If you want to be the MVP and if you want to make sure your team is getting those points from your performance, you need to be a lot more than above average.
I mean, basically, support gives you that assist marker, right? If you're getting assist for yourself, for your teammates, and everything. Plus, obviously, in the final circles, you need smokes as well. The utilities are coming out in that one as well. Plus, outside the game, giving out calls, that also makes up your support. I mean, if you're Nigel, you have to listen to the calls. You have to, you know, work on those calls.
Exactly.
If someone says there's someone on north, just like we did at the starting segment, someone says there's someone on north, you need to you know, talk about it. Should you rush? Should you shoot? Should you dodge? What else?
Exactly, but now it's time for us to look at the standings, ladies and gentlemen. And Shadow, I'm going to let you take us through this while explaining what the teams actually did in the match.
Yes, Team INES is at the top over there with 12 kills. They had a good positioning. DRS was performing good. They were trying to enter into the zone when INES gave them a lot of trouble. Not just a little trouble, a lot of trouble. And that's when INES got some of the kills. Venom Legends, this is the team that is kill hungry always. In fact, we have seen Venom Legends overall kills in the total leaderboard also. That's why I think Night King, even though he's a support, the thing is, all the 4 players of Venom Legends are kind of an assaulter. They always go for the kills. And SCYTES, they have performed as expected them to perform in Miramar. But even if you're performing in Vikendi, I'm happy. And if you look at the bottom teams, PAINxELMT, this team showed good rotations. They chose the waterways towards the southern side. The only thing they need to work on was team's rotation, because CZxHIGHVOLTAGE usually takes on that particular spot, and when they were trying to enter into the zone, that's when CZxHIGHVOLTAGE took them down. And team ElementriX, they also had a little trouble in Assiduous Esports. DEADEYES was playing really good. In fact, DEADEYES was a team that was at a compound.
Yeah.
In the winery, and winery was the center of the zone, and zone was consistently shifting towards winery, and DEADEYES had a good positioning to go for lots of kills, and they did win for a lot of kills.
Exactly, but now we have our time to look at the match summary after a long time, ladies and gentlemen. 73 knocks, 60 kills confirmed.
That's pretty good. I mean, if you're going for it, you know, 60 kills confirmed, plus there were 2 last people surviving, so it should have gone to 62, but then 2 players went by the zone, so those are the kills that bullets or grenades actually touched. 70 knocks, it's good. You get knocked, alright, it's your fault, but you get revived after that and all those things, that's a pretty good thing. But well, talking about ElementriX's performance and everything, I want to discuss something after that, I mean, on those things as well.
I'm waiting for that one vehicle kill.
Yeah, we always wait for that one vehicle kill. I mean, the closest we ever get is vehicles getting blown up. But that sort of results in the teams and the players doing the duel, ladies and gentlemen. And as we talk about doing the duel, let's have a look at the duel moments of this match, as they were pretty incredible. I mean, talk about DE, as you mentioned. We were discussing that as well. That one particular moment wherein the players of DEADEYES, guys, took on multiple teams, and all they had to do was be the anchors of that one compound, and they did it in a wonderful manner.
Yes, they definitely did. They rushed into the compound of the 247, that perfect Molotov coming in from the players of Team DEADEYES. I think 247 kind of messed up. They should have been reading the kill feed. If that would have happened, I think they would have rushed over there. Team Venom Legends also had a good compound to their name. They just held their ground, and Wasif lying there in the open area when 2 of the teams are fighting against each other. That was smart of Wasif, but later on he also got spotted out. That was pretty hurtful.
I mean, these things obviously happen, you know, that's where the word mistakes come up if you're looking for it as well. But right now, when teams were moving forward, so as the game started, 28 minutes, we have 9 teams. Just think about it. That's as highest as it could go ever with all the teams. The team numbers surviving, but that's where everyone was doing the duel. But when the ending was happening, that's where the game kind of just went actually haywire.
Exactly, it was all haywire and it was all chaotic, but SCYTES, I mean, the one player getting up in that crucial moment and firing those shots resulted in the team getting a chicken dinner. But this I really like. I mean, sort of a symmetry going over here in the damage chart of the teams, well, in the top 5 finishing positions. But let's move towards the other side of this damage histogram, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get over to this side, where we have the squad of DEADEYES guys, as we were talking about that, and DRS right next to them. The compound hold from DRS guys was pretty incredible. I mean, they charged in at the right moment, took the fights in an incredible manner, but the point with the fights comes in the fight. I mean, me and Ocean, we have talked about this as well. There's always going to be that one point where you are going to be overwhelmed by the amount of players coming in your direction, and that time you have to get out. You have to disengage. You need that breathing room for yourself. You need to re-engage at a time when you feel a little bit more comfortable. And DEADEYE guys did get overwhelmed. That's why we see them exiting the game quite early on. But still, based on those 6 kills and that 1485 damage that they did output in the early stages of the match, resulted them being inside of, well, a decent enough standings just because of those kills. And that is, I think, a perfect example of why in this new meta, with the new point system, kills do become a really crucial thing. We do see the teams in the end though, and I mean INES taking the first position. I think this is the first time, I'm going to recheck with my analyst, this is the first time, right? A team on the 3rd position has taken up the 1st and the 2nd position by a long shot. And it was an incredible performance being put up by INES. I think this is going to give them a massive, massive boost in terms of the overall standings as well. And I think this could be the opening that INES they were looking for.
Yes, this can probably be the opening because they have performed really well. Their positioning was perfectly fine. They had a good positioning. The teams were trying to enter into the zone and they took them down.
Exactly, and as I was saying, I mean, the performance in this game might just give them a boost in the overall leaderboard. Let's have a look at the leaderboard and see how things are going over there. Where is INES going to be after this amazing performance?
Well, I mean, as of now, if you're talking about it, Venom Legends actually, get that first position for them. So C2KSG, they go around. I mean, I was rooting for this team. I was not rooting for this thing right now because they were actually doing pretty amazing. But still, there's the 6-point difference in both these teams. That's pretty much out there. But then comes those teams, all those teams that haven't touched 200 marker yet. SCYTES is just out there sitting. No one's faced them as of now. And ElementriX is there. DEADEYES guys, they have a good jump. SCYTES had a good jump in this one. FutureStation went down and they are actually going down. That's a thing that you need to actually, just look forward to.
I just want to say one thing. 7C Esports is the only team inside of the top 10 who are under the 90 placement point mark. They have 108 kill points, just 88 placement points.
Yeah, they are pretty aggressive. Their players are in assaulters. This is also a kill-hungry team, just like Venom Legends. And if you look at the bottom of the team, INES, after this, like you said, maybe this could be the opening. But CZxHIGHVOLTAGE making some mistake over there, especially Havoc over there. The player from team INES took down 2 of the players of team CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. Havoc was the only player surviving on a silver of HP at that particular moment. DRS is trying to step up. They are having good games today. They just had a little trouble towards rotating into the zone in this particular match.
Exactly. I mean, rotations are going to be a pretty tricky thing, especially on Vikendi. I mean, the game is so slow. The zones are really weird. Plus, if you get the center of the zone in the early stages, you're good to go if you get a good compound for yourselves. And that sort of makes it a little bit tricky to rotate in this map. Because while you're rotating, teams are already holding into those safe houses that they have. And then it's pretty easy for them to spot you out in the open and just take you out. But this match is gone. Let's have a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, once again and see the next map that is going to come up, which is going to be Erangel. And also the last game that Group B has to sit out for. But also the last game for teams from Group A for today.
Yeah, last game for the players of Team Group A, also T2K SCYTES, INES, ASE. Except for ASE, all the rest of the 3 teams from Group A are trying to step up. INES is also performing. SCYTES is having 3 chicken dinners to their name. But what is happening to Assiduous Esports? They started off really good. We had high expectations from this particular team. They kind of took unnecessary fights in between day 2, day 3 somewhere. Later on, they worked on that also. But again, this team is struggling.
I mean, but Assiduous Esports is struggling, but we are talking about teams from Group A, right? Because INES is there, SCYTES is there. Both of them performed really well. Assiduous Esports, as you said, did really well in the early stages of the tournament, but now seem to have fallen down a little bit. On the other hand, one team that has been doing really well from Group A is going to be T2K. It's the last game that these guys have to play. I'm going to ask you guys predictions.
T2K, they are sitting at the top, but I'm still rooting for PAINxELMT.
What about you?
Assiduous Esports.
Assiduous Esports. Well, last game for them. Last game for Assiduous Esports for today. Ocean has predicted for them to take it. Shadow said it is going to be either PAINxELMT or Team T2K. But once again, I'm going to be forced to move around this deadly land of Erangel without any cover to meet my brothers and we'll get some backup instead.
Here we go again. Fixes, you're on the spot first. Who is walking away the winner in Erangel?
Well, if it came down to me, I would have just lobbed a grenade out onto which Johnny.
I'm your teammate.
We did see that happening in Vikendi, but
Hey guys,
getting back to Erangel.
We've already kind of established that there's a little bit of enmity going on over here, and apparently you are on the analyst side. We get that. Johnny?
So yeah, getting back to speculations, I think I'll be going with INES this time around. Considering how they have played in Vikendi, carrying out their form, they would want to end big today.
I still need a new team to come in and grab that chicken dinner. I think this is a good time for DRS Gaming just to push a little bit extra. High voltage up until the last moments in the last game. They had it all going for them, but these two teams, I'm watching out for them.
Well, after the first two games, I think one thing for today, I think the trend is going to be for the teams in the second half of the standings to perform.
Oh, yeah.
Stalwart Esports, then we had INES. So I'm expecting one of the teams from there to take it.
I mean, after all, this is their make it or break it moment. This is that one final push that they need to just kind of, power through, and they can get the job done. But we are going to find out more as to what is going to happen in match 3, because Erangel is going to be on your screens in just a few seconds. Of course, the crowd favorite map. Fixes, the same question as usual. What are we going to see in this game?
Apart from, bodies flying, a lot of chickens being up for the grabs. But, I'm really excited about the circle this time. I want to see something happening well onto its northeastern side, something like I anticipated yesterday, but we do never get what we really want. Yesterday the circles were around those Milta areas, still hoping for that northeastern circle, but right now let's take a look at all these beautiful faces right in front of our screens. They are all putting up those talcum powders. You need that to, every small thing really matters.
You don't want any excess friction, messing up your flicks, and you want to make sure your thumbs and your and your index fingers, in fact. I mean, some of them play with 5-finger claws, 6-finger claws.
People even tend to use gloves, and then you have those oil coming out. Every single thing that really
as long as it is pretty much in the rule books, anything goes that can make your gaming comfortable. So I love the fact that all these guys, comply with all the rules and regulations. But right now, they are ready for action as game number 3 is going to be underway shortly. And mind you, we are going to have a little bit of a switcheroo after this. Group A is going to sit out after this game, and Group B is going to be coming in for some action. But right now, let's have a look and see what's going to happen as match number 3 is finally underway. The big bird is going to be up in the sky. Fixes, take us away with the flight pod.
Thank you, my dear sir. And with that being said, the first trajectory of the Erangel map of today's evening is going all the way from Georgiopol towards Lipovka. Now, this is a flight path, and I am certainly expecting a southern circle yet again.
I mean, you're expecting a southern circle, although you did want one
I want
to the
it,
northeast.
but I'm expecting a
You know what?
circle.
I'm telling you one thing. It's going to be around Rozhok. I feel like it's going to be the epicenter this time around. And we are going to have a northern circle. Well, we are going to find out shortly. But yet again, one thing that is going to stay constant is that PAINxELMT, again, 3-man squad. I guess we just have to get used to it now.
Yeah, but one thing I really want to see is whether 247 is actually going after PAINxELMT this time around, or do they go towards Yasnaya?
Because we are kind of picking up on this trend that they are hunting PAINxELMT down. They want to dish out as much pain as they can. And, I mean, if it's working for them, why change it?
As long as you're getting those 3 points, you're confident about it, you're confident to engage, yeah, of course, why not? As long as you abide by the rules and regulations, we are fine with it if you want to target a few teams here and there. But right now, Team Bablu, with a very, very similar drop location that they've had for quite some time, going all the way to its northwest Georgiopol cities. They've got a lot of huge space to loot around, but PAINxELMT find themselves, in a bit of a situation in which they can actually take down Steel Shot.
They can actually take down Steel Shot, and it's kind of like the tables have turned, because we thought they'd been, wait a second, Steel Shot gets 1 knock, he gets a 2nd knock. This guy's sound sense is on point. Is he going to get the 3rd, and is this going to be a wipeout for PAINxELMT just seconds into the game? Rohan has his work cut out. He has that 1 first aid on him. I do not see any weapons. He does have a helmet. Ooh, just as I say, weapons. And I love the fact that Steel Shot has those devil horns. This man is out for blood. The devil is after you. Can you survive?
Oh my goodness.
You want to take a little breath. You feel kind of bad. I know this. It does hurt. It does hurt.
Even having the numbers, it's the weapons that you don't get, and the ones that had the weapon really were just in the wrong side of the area. And Rohan, there you go. falling down to his misery. PAINxELMT. Oh my goodness.
Alrighty, boys and girls at home, let's just take a little moment just to, pay our respects to PAINxELMT right now. 16th position exit once again, and it does kind of seem like they are batting way above their league right now. Maybe in due time things will change. Maybe is the word I want to put emphasis on.
Yeah, but you know what is not maybe? Is my circle prediction. I did predict it going towards a certain area, and that is exactly what happened. Now, this gets a lot of things in hand right now. We can actually witness those bridge fights yet again.
Now have a look at T2K. They are in their vehicles. You know where these boys are heading. They are going to be driving and riding to the military base itself, and as of right now, it is theirs for the taking. And I was kind of expecting ElementriX to kind of beat them to it because they did jump out first, but they took that long scenic route along the western coast of Erangel, which, I don't really blame them because although it's a time of war, although you have to kill all the people around you, take a moment and just appreciate the beauty around you.
Of course, that's the beauty of things over here. You know that you're gonna fight each other at some point or the other, but before that, enjoy it, kind of cherish it, because that might be the last beautiful thing you saw.
Ouch! Ouch! I mean,
it got
wow.
serious, ain't it?
Do we have some movie script producers over here? Because I think we might have something for you. But right now, the teams are going to be having a look at the circle, and they might even change their looting patterns a bit right now, because I see a lot of teams that are on the move. Now, they were kind of expecting that, since the flight path was way up north, we would have kind of like a central zone, but I love the fact that the gods of PUBG are just toying with us, so to speak.
Yeah, of course. And, a lot of teams have actually changed their drop location, kind of trying to adapt to that flight path trajectory we had. DRS and Venom Legends, usually I see them engaging against each other in those bridge fights. We did get to see that in the first week as well, where Venom Legends kind of wiped out the entirety of DRS, did not even let them cross over. But right now, team sides have gotten themselves in a very good position. Talk about Venom Legends, they're just, beside Milta, and that is the pivotal compound that you need to hold out. You need not let anyone pass.
Yes, sir. There we have it. We see a booth in the distance, and of course, Assiduous Esports Muffin is going to be jumping off that building. Let me tell you, his parkour skills are on point. I would have probably broken a leg or at least, ruptured something or the other, but now they are going to come under fire, courtesy of a booth, and do first aid kits. Yes, please.
Yes, sir. And there you go. This is one thing, you've got the level 1 vest up. You certainly need a level 2. But right now, on top has found Rafith, and that is a fight that's going near Ruins area. I would love to take a look at what is exactly happening. How are the players falling down? But Assiduous Esports do need to get onto with the other side. But what can really throw you off the bat, with all the teams kind of tending to go down south, imagine if the circle goes north. That has happened a lot of times.
It definitely has happened. And, talking about Assiduous Esports, look like they already crossed the bridge and they might be heading towards Nova Ripnoi, but X is blah, 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 gets a knock for himself, and it was INES's steer that went down. That means we have a little bit of a skirmish taking place on the military island itself. Of course, this action is going to be taking place on the western front. Looks like A1 Esports Dante wants to join in on the action as well as Ghost. Well, has he been put out of the misery? I think he's already out.
Yes, he's absolutely out over there. And saw him out in no man's land over there. Gets that, kill onto Vitsurochi. That knock, that was beautiful. That's sorry. But right now, Team INES, this is really bad for them.
Now, the landscape where this fight is taking place, we usually see this towards the end of the game, especially, when people are well kitted out. That's when you want to go off and, kind of hunker down on those rocks, on those cliffs. INES, maybe they just want to get around the enemy. I think they want to go in for those houses and compounds along the coast. So they did go for that, but they are going to lose a member. Is it going to come and bite them in the behinds later?
One thing I'll definitely point out, that this is not where INES usually drops. They drop somewhere western side of Quarry. Considering how the circle really went, they thought that they would go for that initial quick rotation down south, but that is exactly what Team ElementriX had in mind, and they were the first one to reach over there. And, Team INES were not prepared to tackle that particular situation, as a result of which they went down one after the other. But Assiduous Esports, having spotted down all the players of DRS, really making a move and still doing nothing about it.
You are disappointed, aren't you?
Yes.
You are.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can't see his face right now. Let me tell you one thing. He is mad. But let's see and wait and watch and see what happens, because now the thing is, we are going to get to see something we haven't seen in a long, long time. I'm pretty sure he is kind of lost. He's separated from his pack. We are definitely going to see some action up on that bridge. We might see some smoke. We might see some burning vehicles. And over here, could we see a perfect boom? That was a well-lobbed grenade, but Shifu was just a little bit far off. And let me tell you one thing. Had he got the knock over there, I would have probably stopped talking for like a minute straight. I mean, Sinister, good job. You almost got that knock.
Yeah, of course. And now A1 Esports in a good position. They've got a few kills up their alley. They're looking good, but so is DEADEYES, you know, having spotted down the players of Venom Legends. And now still kind of brings me to the kind of speculation over there that, you know, all these squads, you know, Venom Legends, FutureStation, they've been phenomenal in the first week. This time around, Venom Legends had a very decent game in Vikendi, where they came up second, got a lot of kills. But, you know, it still comes down to the kind of consistency that we are asking from these squads. But look at 247 over here. They do want to engage in a battle with Stalwarts, or do they?
I mean, we're going to have to wait and find out, because Gaming is going to be in his car. Khan was in a vehicle of his own, and now it looks like they might be backing off. Of course, they are kind of separated. To be honest with you, it's the right call right now, because you don't want to go in, with a half-hearted effort over here. And of course, when Stalwart Esports, they already have an idea that the enemy is going to be nearby, and well, that's a ratatatata at range for you with the iron sights, just the way I love it. But it's not going to do a lot of damage. But what is doing damage over here is the Mini 14, courtesy of Shifu. But the thing is, you actually need to connect those shots.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be really essential. But you know, one thing about 247, they are very unpredictable. Sometimes you see them going all guns blazing.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes they just run away from fights. And you know, you tend to kind of try to analyze and
sometimes
understand.
they're playing bumper cars.
Yeah, and they do have a lot of vehicles around for them. And, well, brings me down to the speculation, are they going in for those 4 buggy strat? But taking a look at how the circle has shifted, there is still a slight possibility. A 30% chance it might go up north.
Well, look at this. We have some action on the bridge. Shifu, sir, is going to be on his knees up top. Dante, the opponent, is going to be down below. Unfortunately, you can't shoot through. Wait a second. His teammate is still up there, 6'9", with that Mini 14. I like the way on top is just zigzagging his way to his teammate. I mean, he must be like, come on, man. You got to do better than that if you want to take me down.
Imagine XP, you were there in that particular situation. Boom. You had an AWM with an 8 times with a suppressor.
I mean,
need that.
Heads would have popped, and, you know, squad wipe would definitely happen on the lines. Of course, that is just complete BS, because I don't know. That is why I'm casting. I am not playing. I am pretty sure I'm not capable of that anymore.
No, I beg to differ on that. I have seen you play. I have played.
This is when I showcase some modesty, and then you kind of bring it up a bit.
You know, it's just me spitting out facts. You know, if you are not a good sniper, I would have told you that already. But provided the shots that we have seen, something which even physics kind of fails to explain, but it's all right. I understand. You're just trying to be modest.
Did I tell you you're like my new best friend now? But anyway, someone who isn't friends are the boys from DEADEYES guys and A1 Esports, as Shifu has been picked up. However, now they're in that precarious situation that they are in the center of the bridge, and they don't really have to worry about the backsides, because they still have 2 members out of our sites right now who are going to be covering their approach. So they are not exposed right now. They can concentrate all their effort on A1 Esports. Elsewhere, the circles did kind of shift a bit towards the west of the military island, and well, a lot of people are going to be moving in. Vegeta is going to be opening up on Razor from sights, and let's have a look at this fight, as Phobia is going to be in the line of fire as well, but he makes it to safety.
You know, but one thing that I'm really worried about is where the next shift is going to be, because if it goes towards that bridge fight, oh my goodness, we are going to witness a lot of teams really falling down like a stack of dominoes. But right now, with the way things are, you got
and did you have a look how DE found an opening? As we just had a look at the map, they found an opening, and what was A1 Esports doing? They let them through, which means it's going to be problematic for them, because there's another team that might take that route of the bridge, and that team is High Voltage. But right now, Dante with some shots, and well, I mean, you definitely heard that. I mean, we had a little bit of a hand gesture as well. He's like, you cannot do that with this weapon, but you can do it with the Mini 14, as Shifu knocks out Mr. Hyozu.
And that's a big fish over there. In fact, call it a shark, because Team ElementriX and DEADEYES do have quite a history. But JyanMaara's gonna going after Tear, and now Rated will get all that loot that you know, Mr. Hyozu had for himself. But Nang in the far off fray, well, is he going to take redemption over there? Is he going to get his revenge? Only time is gonna tell.
Only time will tell, and I want to ask Rated a few questions. I need some advice on grooming tips as far as hair go. I've always wanted to, you know, grow them, but that gentleman, I mean, let me just say one thing. That was a mad slick look. Anyway, coming back... Wow. I mean,
Silence.
coming back to the game, ladies and gentlemen, airdrop number 2 is now falling from the heavens, and looks like there's a little bit of a godsend gift. We have the AWM, but the question is anyone going to be brave enough to get it? You know what? The answer is yes, because if we have a look at the map, which should come up sooner than later, we actually have a couple of people swimming in the water. The boys from SCYTES, you know what? Go for it. Go and try and get the AWM. You might get knocked out, but hey, at least you'll go out with a bang.
Yeah, of course. And now, one thing for sure. A lot of teams have to make that rotation in. And Team JyanMaara, they're looking really promising. Team VTN, they have to at least make it from the southern side. But how on earth is Stalwart going to make the rotation? Are they going to take the eastern route? Are they going to take the Nova Bridge? Or are they going to take the left one out, the riskier one? Now, we'll have to see which path they tread on.
You do realize the eastern route and the Nova Bridge route is the same route, right? I mean, I'm just pointing it out there right now. I want to put you on the spot. That is me throwing him under the bus. Of course, we're all just kidding, but I think it's the right decision right now because they can take some damage from the zone, especially if they have the boosters intact, and they are not going to find themselves in this position. Now, we've seen this time in and time out. People love swimming from the ferry pair over here, and it's pretty much a meta right now. So then you have people like Shifu Sir who are going to go up top on that cliff, basically shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, and you know, this has happened with Team Bablu like 100 different times. Talk about the fight with 7C twice. Once they took the water route, they were taken down. The next time in Erangel, in fact in the same day, they did take that bridge route and they were also taken down. Now that they've managed to make it to the shorelines, we do not have Team 7C playing in this particular lobby, but we have the players of DEADEYES that have already set their eyes onto it. The players 247 taking their own sweet time to rotate, but do they have enough first aids to back this kind of rotation for them?
Well, I think Khan definitely is going to stop his vehicle in a few seconds and administer that first aid. Malik over here gets taken down. We did hear some automatic fire, but it's the Mini 14 from Deepron that gets the job done. Morte under heavy fire as well. In fact, his buggy took quite a beating there. He does make it a safety. Can he go prone in the nick of time? You need to go prone, my dear friend. Morte is still going to be, I mean, all right, well, he's in cover. He got the job done. Nightwing is now going to be heading in his direction. Can he pull off an upset? Ooh, he cannot because Evil Eye knows exactly where he is. Here goes the grenade. 3, 2, 1, kaboom! No, it's not a kaboom. That grenade was on the wrong side of the rock, and Morte is still alive and kicking, but his head was just beeping above the rock. And, well, Evil Eye saw it, got the shot, and that's it.
That's where Blade is making a run for his money out there. But, this is what we had speculated. DEADEYES completely swamping the players of Team Bablu. But no! Teen Wolf still has some fight. And Pikachu providing the perfect cover fire from the shorelines. That's beautiful. This is what Team Bablu had come well prepared for.
Not just the shoreline. He's on that tiny island in the middle of the water. Look at his position right now. Perfect
out in
cover.
the open, though.
However, DEADEYES guys are going to be pretty much coming in for that revive on their teammates. Rated has his teammates coming in. That means Danny and Teen Wolf have their work cut out for them. Pikachu now can only helplessly look on. I think these boys need to move in. They need to provide some assistance to their teammates elsewhere. 247 are opening up on high voltage as we might see a fight erupt on the bridge. There we have it. We have that on our screens right now. Aussie is down below. A1 Esports still holding on to their position.
Yeah, they certainly are, but right now Team ElementriX has a good chance on this particular chicken dinner. Even DEADEYES, provided had they had a few extra players for themselves, they could have done better, but having just that one player, it looks a bit far-fetched. But Team SCYTES are getting a few kills for themselves over here. But 247, I really have to understand what they are really trying to do over here, considering the fact that they are aware of this bridge camp over here. FutureStation coming right from behind, Steel Shot getting that one pick onto its gaming. That's a big knock.
That is a big knock indeed, and of course Vegeta is going to reciprocate as Capshi gets taken down. Now Steel Shot is at one end, and have a look at Tamim and Machine. If they just come up over the rise, they could spell havoc, especially for Khan, who is going in for that revive. Now, that smoke is definitely going to help them around this time, but the blue zone is going to be moving. It is already, the time is up. It is going to be moving now. The question is, do they power through the bridge, or do they take the chances in the water? Meanwhile, On Top is not backing away from a fight as he takes down EX's blah, blah, blah. In fact, finishing him as well, but Tamim over here gets taken out, and now Machine going on from the right. Vegeta is in his crosshairs. He gets taken down courtesy of Khan. And wait a second, was that Khan or was that... wait a second, I think it was Khan.
Yeah, I think it was him, but right now, well, Vegeta and Khan are the two survivors for the squad, but Steel Shot is putting quite a fight over there. Khan completely proning out in the open. How long is he going to survive? As Steel Shot completely clutches out, takes down the entirety of 247 before going down himself.
Oh my goodness. Did you see the way Vegeta came out? I thought that was it. I thought he would be taken down, but this man, wow, boy,
that
oh boy.
Small peak shot and then get back to cover, that's perfection.
Round of applause for this gentleman over here. They have been knocked out in the 13th position, but what a fight right at the end. And of course, 247 Gaming were taken out just before them as well. That means we are now down to the final 12 teams, and all the action is going to be concentrated on the southern military island. And you know, if we just have a look at the circle, everyone is pretty much in, but right now, Jax and Sinister, they know exactly where the enemy are. I don't know whether they know it's high voltage or not, but, well, we just switched fights and looks like Venom Legends just bit the dust. Or was
wait,
it
hold
SCYTES?
on. No,
it was SCYTES?
Yeah,
we still have
SCYTES
Detron alive?
Yeah, SCYTES just went out, but it's still the fight is going on. You know, Yashiro and Detron. We did call, I did in fact call for INES, and I really want to end things up on a good note.
Detron does have a little disappointed look on his face right now, but cheer up, we know that you can do a lot of damage, and if he just gets the location of the enemy, if he can ascertain their position, let me tell you one thing, this man can literally wreak havoc. Now, he does know where Shiro is. He is going to cook a grenade. Look at that sound sense right now. He is tracking him through the wall right now, and of course it's all on the sound. Yashiro also is playing with him. He knows it. He's going up and down the stairwell, but no, that was close. That was in fact close. Detron, is he going to move in for the kill? Yashiro jumps down, lets off a few shots. Detron jumps out as well, but that is not going to be quick enough. Good reaction by Yashiro with that ratata, and Venom Legends, well, they exit the game in the 11th position with just 2 kills to their name.
Look at this bunker. This is a new addition.
I like it. I like it.
I also like it. It kind of gives you that feel that you're in that
Reminds me of that Normandy invasion, you know? I mean, you have the
Yeah.
bunkers, then you have the trenches. It's just beautiful.
Exactly. And right now, the players of DRS have managed to spot down the players of INES. Yashiro has been spotted right out in the open. How is he going to get in, though? But before that, AJ will want to get that confirmation onto its blade.
All right, let me tell you one thing right now. The final circles that are forming has everything for everyone. We've got some compounds, we've got a high hill, we've got slopes, and we are going to see a lot of vehicles being used for cover. We're going to see a lot of smoke being deployed, but Dean Wolf is going to go a little crazy as he gets a knock on ElementriX's Lang. Sonim is going to reciprocate as he takes out Tyrant. Sonim is going to make sure that he puts him out of his misery, and wait a second, Dante is on a little bit of a domination spree. 3 quick kills in the matter of seconds.
Whoa, and now Sonim is being surrounded by the players of Team Bablu, and he will just get wasted out there, and he just gets taken down in a jiffy. But talk about Team Bablu, they are looking really confident as in comparison to how they were playing in the first week. But provided how the circle has really panned out, this looks very promising for DRS, provided if they take that high ground from the southern side early on. They will have to stop out the players of JyanMaara and Team T2K from rotating, but now Venom has managed to spot down Extreme over there, but will he get that knock though?
I don't know about this. I wonder if he has enough grenades. Doesn't look like it. His teammate is going to bleed out. Looks like Venom could be in a world of trouble, and T2K might be heading out of this game. One team that is heading out is INES. They have been eliminated. T2K are going to be in a world of trouble right now. JyanMaara is going to come up from behind. Gunner smokes are being deployed, but Nima gets a knock on him with the grenade. He goes boom. What? I mean, wait, what? What? Gyalzen coming in with a massive, massive knock kill spree over here. I don't even know what happened, to be honest with you. 3 kills in the blink of an eye, and you know what? A squad just got eliminated. VTNxJyanMaara exit this game in the 7th position, and I thought, you know, they were going to do something.
Gwens, baby, Gwens. That is what really happened. And Gyalzen, I told you, right? If they take those positions inside the circle and kind of gatekeep these squads, DRS has a good chance of taking that chicken dinner, and that is exactly what is happening over here. And now they feel a lot more confident. I feel that we are finally witnessing the champions of the South Asian region of PMCO, and Venom gets spotted. AJ takes him down in a jiffy.
That is how champions play. They are making sure each one of them covers their own sectors, and right now Zod is going to have his work cut out. He is trying to go in for the revive, but, well, there you go. Venom has been taken out of his misery. Now, Zod, is he going to back off? Is he going to pick a fight? Because he is still outside the circle, and the blue zone is going to be creeping in ever so slowly. As you can see, he already is taking some damage from him. him. He is going to try and go down slow, but I think it's not going to be a good idea as well. He gets picked out by AJ, and with that team, T2KSG are out of this game in the 6th position. Now, Team Bablu are still in this. They did lose Tyrant a little while back, but let me tell you one thing. Their players are putting up quite a fight, and one team that is actually stepping up to the plate are DRS Gaming. And let me tell you one thing. Gyalzen and AJ, these boys are on fire. But just as I say that, AJ goes down courtesy of Dante.
You know, but still, the trade fires come in as Gyalzen gets a few pick off for his own. But A1 Esports and DRS, this is a perfect last final circle fight that I really want to witness over here. Team Bablu trying to cut off the rotations of the squad of A1 Esports, but look at them. They really want to engage in this particular fight. They've got their players positioned well. They've gotten themselves inside the circle, but Jax, he's maintaining that perfect cover, and he's not really trying to reveal most of his body out there. Now he will be making a move with his vehicle, but provided who is providing the cover fire, this is going to be really pivotal in this particular situation.
I mean, I'm just going to take a second and appreciate the color of that Jeep over there. I mean, you know, I'm a fan of pink. I'm wearing a pink shirt right now, and let me tell you one thing. It looked good, but right now Kashuf gets the knock on Team Wolf, and I think it's going to be problematic for the boys. They have been taken down one by one. Kashuf, of course, is the last man standing for Stalwart Esports, and Team Bablu are in a world of trouble. Danny is the last man standing. Wait a second. He is the last man standing because it's Pikachu who's been knocked out. Dante on a rampage of his own, 5 kills to his name already. And mind you, his team has 6 kills in all, 5 of which are on one man's shoulders. Again, Dante pivotal for the success for A1 Esports. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5 teams, 14 players alive. ASC and A1 Esports, in fact, even DRS Gaming are the only teams with all 4 members intact. Ooh, that could have been deadly.
Yeah, that definitely could have been deadly out there, but DRS and A1 Esports, this is the fight that I was really waiting for. But Stalwart's this time kind of slowing up the notch a bit, really not going very aggressive, but Assiduous Esports enjoying their own sweet time in those compounds.
Let me just tell you something about the circle right now. Wait a second, Danny in a little bit of dangerous rotation. Is he going to make it through? No, he doesn't, because Blend from DRS, he couldn't do that. I mean, that was a risky maneuver, and well, he paid the price. But have a look at the circle right now. Team 17, that is A1 Esports, have the best position, but Team DRS, they are moving in ever so slowly, and they could be in a pivotal position to knock them out. In fact, Nima does get taken out. A1 Esports have all their fire concentrated at one angle. Another one bites the dust. This is when Assiduous Esports can come up from behind and do a lot of damage, because mind you, they literally have an uphill climb.
But you know one thing, Sinister has got their eyes set onto its players of Assiduous Esports. He knows that there is a squad over there, and he's got his eyes on that particular part. But right now, the fight engaging over here, DRS versus A1 Esports, have managed to get Nima back up on the feet. But Z1 Crazy, having spotted Akashu, let's just take him
You
down.
have to say that right there, didn't you?
Yeah. Stalwart Esports, gone.
Well, Stalwart Esports have been eliminated, and have a look at that. Assiduous Esports, they haven't really picked a fight with anyone as yet. 0 kills to their name right now. It'll be quite a spectacle if they come in and win this game, because A1 Esports, these guys have been in the thick and thin of the action from the get-go, as well as DRS Gaming. But right now, we are down to the final 3 teams. 4 men alive for each team, so this is going to be pretty much even Stevens. But the question is, who is going to walk away the winner in Erangel?
Who is the smarter one? Who is the more hungrier one of the lot? We will get to know in a few seconds over here. As right...
And Muffin. All right, let's go. Sorry for that. Sorry to break your flow right now.
Oh my goodness, XP. You had to do that, didn't you? But right now, you know, Sinister going really near the drop, and that is where Hanul really comes up, gets that knock, and now Assiduous Esports, no, this is their time to shine.
This is their time to shine. In fact, Kurkure is knocked out. He does have some assistance coming in now. Hanuel and Jivon Crazy, they need to move up on that right flank. They need to engage with 6ix9ine and Dante if they want to have a chance to walk away the winners. Dante over here applying as much suppressive fire as he can on the opponents over there. Jivon Crazy hidden, shrouded behind a veil of smoke. Ooh, that vehicle explosion almost shook me, but Jivon Crazy does get taken down courtesy of DRS Blend. And hey, have a look at this. Jack says, I want to come and party as well, as he takes down Hanuel, puts him out of his misery. ASC suddenly were looking good, but right now, it does not look pretty for them.
Yeah, absolutely. As they get wiped out into smithereens over here, as the final fight is gonna engage between A1 Esports and DRS. I love the way DRS has split themselves apart. Nima having a perfect angle, but look at 6ix9ine. He might be the differentiating factor over here as that nade comes down onto its Jax, but barely missing out. 6ix9ine still can be that sneaky assassin, still can, you know, wreck things up for A1 Esports.
Jax is taking a beating over here. Now, 6ix9ine, you're absolutely right. He needs to just scroll his way along the edge, come up above these guys and shoot down from the heavens. He could get Nima off guard because he is fully focused on Jax over here. But the question is, where are the remainder of DRS? Where are they looking at? Because that is going to be pivotal right now. Remember, they are a 4-man squad, which means they do have a little bit of an advantage. And look at the way they are all spread out. They want to make sure they get every single angle covered. And Dante is one lucky man.
Yeah, absolutely, he is, and 6ix9ine. Still, I have to focus on his positioning. He's right out in the open, no cover for him. But right now, what he's doing really beautiful is he's sneaking past now. Well, Jax did dish out a lot of damage onto his Nima, but somehow this lad barely manages to survive. It all comes down to what utilities you have right now, as the 8th circle will get over in any second right now.
Up until now, DRS Gaming have pretty much extinguished their utilities. They've thrown all that they had at the enemy. I wonder if A1 Esports are saving a special grenade or two because they want those precision knocks. They want to make sure that they are not going to go to waste. And right now, if 6ix9ine gets an angle, he gets the spot on Nima. Nima goes down, down goes one. 6ix9ine finally gets up. He thought there was someone in the grass over there. You got to look a bit further. He gets taken down courtesy of Gyals, and then now Jax is moving in. Jax is going to rescue on Gyals, and it's going to be Blend up against Jax. Blend gets taken down, a one-on-one situation. Jax versus AJ. Who is going to come out on top? But AJ over here is still going out. It's not a one-on-one, but over here, I mean, they're just going to pick up whoever they can. Who is going to come out on top? Takeover fixes.
Well, I think it's going to be Jax because with the provided information that he has and the lack of cover, and AJ has to get inside the circle, that's going to be really troublesome, but he still has that OZ. But Jax will be taking that low ground advantage. No! This is not how it's supposed to happen, but well, DRS finally getting that chicken dinner home.
I mean, this is an ecstatic time for DRS Gaming. They finally get that chicken dinner. What a valiant effort. They started off the day strong. They were so close to grabbing that delicious chicken dinner, but well, now they are walking home with it.
Yeah, absolutely. With the kind of fights that they were taking right through from the start till the end, they completely 100% deserve that chicken dinner.
Both teams in the final fight, A1 Esports and DRS Gaming, were in the thick and thin of the action right from the get-go. That is the kind of action that we love watching in a tournament like this. And you know what? We've shouted quite a bit. Why don't we take a little bit of a break? Why don't you all catch your breath as well? I'm sure you are losing your minds. We'll be back after this.
Hello everyone, and once again, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, ladies and gentlemen, joined by Shadow and Ocean once again. And well, what an amazing game on Erangel. What an amazing game. But I have to say one thing. That was a handover of the chicken dinner. That was literally chicken dinner being handed over to the team of DRS. That last fight, it was the 1v1 situation. I mean, he jumped from the car, wanted to go for the jump shots, but stepped into the blue zone. And I mean, I dropped out of my podium.
So that's how it was, right? Yeah. Those left and right jiggles, that's what chicken dinner was just, going left, right. All right, catch it.
All right, but let's have a look at the MVP for this game with the banter coming in from the analyst desk and see that individual player who had an outstanding performance.
And it has to be DRS AJ. The call about improvement. This is the team that is showing an incredible improvement. Talk about Gelsen. He took down the plus of team JyanMaara. In fact, Nima was the grenadier. AJ being the MVP. DRS has stepped up. They have improved their game. And if we talk about AJ, particularly 6 kills, 919 damage, 2 assists, survival time 26 minutes, 41 seconds over there. So DRS is definitely stepping up.
Right from the first game, if we're talking about it, the guy had 5 kills, was already on rampage mode in the first game, then obviously comes back for this one as well and has 6 kills for his bank, and this is where it goes down. DRS, as we were speaking about all the things. 6 kills, won his name. But if you look at this graph out here, there were other players as well, just showcasing their damage, their dominance, their everything. But this guy, he was unstoppable with quite a lot of things. If you're talking about damage taken, alright, this bar should be as low as you should actually just go for, because you need to take less than, we talk about a ratio, damage given versus damage taken. That's where it all just goes down. You give a lot of damage, but you need to actually get less of your own self, because this team, PMCO South Asia champions, that word was there for a reason.
Exactly, and I think 900 to 190, that is a ratio that I'll take in my favor any given day. But let's have a look at the top players from this game as well, ladies and gentlemen, and it is quite interesting because A1 Esports, Dante is going to be following up AJ from the team of DRS. Then we have Gyalzen, followed by 6ix9ine, and then at the end, it's going to be Teen Wolf from the squad of Bablu. Bablu also had an amazing time in this match.
Yeah, Team Bablu. Talk about homework. They have been doing their homework perfectly. If you remember last Erangel, they were taken down by the players of Team 7Cs when they were taking their waterways. But this time they had Pikachu placed at a perfect position in that central island. And when they were taking fight with DEADEYES, Pikachu kind of provided that backline support which was required.
I mean, talking about it, but I can just say one thing, the boys played well, and the boys played incredibly well. If you're talking about these high-pressure situations, that's where Team Bablu just shined up. And today they had those consistent games, but apart from them, A1 Esports, I mean, that handing over, not so much good, but obviously those kill points and everything that they gathered, that was amazing.
Exactly, but if we have a look at the standings, I think one thing we are going to notice is that DRS was up in the standings as well in terms of the kills. And we're going to see that in front of us. Like, look at that. A1 Esports, it was really important for them to get the chicken dinner and those extra 3 points because they had 8 kills. They would have had those 15 placement points, and DRS Gaming, their kill points would have been taken down.
Exactly. If you're talking about everything, look at this. 15 placement points, 15 kill points for themselves. And after that, if you talk about the numbers, talk about the points, talk about everything, Team Bablu was out there as well. Stalwart Esports on 5th position for themselves. But, well, there was one group. As we talk about the groups and all, there was one group that's going to say bye-bye to us after this game, and then another one joins in. I'm talking about, as we just do the discussion, C2KSG, ElementriX, VTNxJyanMaara, 6th, 7th, and 8th position. Pretty decent. Not a bad outing, but still, you need to add more to those points.
Yes, you need to work more on the points over there. But FutureStation, this team is struggling a little bit, especially if we talk about week 2. On the other hand, INES, in the last match, they had a decent outing, but this time only 1 placement point and 2 kill points. And Team SCYTES, this team, and CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, this team I expected to perform better, and Venom Legends also. So they are still at the bottom right now.
Well, yeah, still at the bottom. We were discussing their performance and what sort of a strategy they can do during the matches as well. But talking about strategies, I think the mad side in himself has sort of multiplied his power with the 2 power cans of Mountain Dew right next to his head. How do you feel with those on your head?
I want to go in Erangel right now, and I want to do the dew in front of those people. I would say, first, I would do that emote, and then I want to just go ratatatata, just like XP likes to say it.
Yeah, with the AKM, and the assault is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, because the assault did happen in this match as well. And we're going to see all those high-intense moments once again in the dew moments of this match on Erangel. Let's go ahead and have a look at those.
Yes, if we talk about the zone and the plane path, they were quite contradictory to each other, having a southern zone over there. Most of the teams, the bridge area especially, became the main central point of all the fights. All the fights were centered around over there. Team Venom Legends, Stalwart Esports, if we talk about them, they were too spread out. That's why. And this is the moment I was talking about Pikachu providing that backline support. This is the kind of a homework you do. You do mistakes. They made some mistakes when they were involving in a fight with 7Cs, but now they had come up stronger. And Steel Shot, the man of the moment, he took down the players of Team 247. He clutched it out, and later on he also died because of the play zone.
I mean, that's where it all just goes down, because the zone shifting south. You need to go with the waterways, with those bridges as well, with everything. So that's where, you might just do your homework. You might just serve. If you do your homework, you survive. Look at DRS Nima. I mean, the guy was on fire. I mean, DRS was on fire overall, if you're talking about it. Good kill points, good placement points for themselves. This game was actually theirs with the name for themselves. 5 teams surviving in this one, but still, it's this team that outshined everyone. You can see, kill feed had the name. Left or right side, it was their name out there.
Yes, and if we talk about DRS and A1 Esports from the very start, they were having a parallel kind of a rotation. They, in fact, many times engaged in fight with each other when DRS was moving towards the bridge area. So this was a fight that was expected to happen. But Jax, you almost clutched it out. Why you had to go out of the zone?
Exactly. Went into the blue zone and lost his life. And along with that, the chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the damage histogram. And, well, things seem pretty normal over here, but whoa! What is going on over here? It feels like the entire match was just between these two teams. Look at that. A1 Esports 2653. Then we have DRS, the team with the chicken dinner with 2096 damage. And the rest of the teams, no one, absolutely no one, crossed over 1,000. Pretty interesting, right? And it was pretty incredible because, I mean, the match this time on Erangel, the fights were pretty even from all the teams. If you were taking someone out from the other side, you were getting taken out as well. And no one got free kills apart from these two teams who, in towards the end, in towards that final circle, especially just trying to take the control, had to take fights basically in every single direction. And the reason these two teams actually ended up finishing in the first and the second position respectively is because of how they took the fights. And I think this damage histogram showcases the ability of what an open fight actually looks like. If you can't survive, you're going to be taken out in an instant. And if you can survive, this is how high your damage is going to be. But as we were looking at that damage histogram, interesting, right?
Yeah.
No one crossed 1,000.
I mean, there was one thing. This is the CZxHIGHVOLTAGE guys. They were at the end.
Yeah.
Still, they were like 800-ish points. That's where all this comes down, right? We're talking about numbers. We're talking about everything. At the start, obviously, I mean, the first and second position, that's pretty good numbers. But at the end, if you're getting 800-ish damage with just 3 kills, that's pretty good thing. That just shows one thing, that your team was doing much more damage than it is needed. Just you need to, control that aggression. Ruthless aggression, important, but control it.
Exactly. You have to control it, because if you can't control it, the aggression might be the thing that gets you taken out early on. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the group-wise standings right now and see how the teams are doing within their own groups.
Yes, T2K is still at the top. T2K and VTNxJyanMaara kind of have a parallel rotation. They're rotating from the Milta and the waterways, moving all the way towards the southern area of military base. And T2K had a good fight. In fact, Venom was kind of lucky in that particular fight because VTNxJyanMaara players were out there in the open. Venom had a difficulty and Galzin kind of helped him out by taking the players of Team Jyanmara. So Venom should be thankful to the players of Team DRS over there. And if we talk about next group, that is our Group B, 7C Esports is still at the top. And I think Team Bablu is going to be very happy that 7C Esports was not this time.
Yeah, definitely. I think they are going to be pretty happy about the fact. But they're going to be coming in the next game. So
yeah,
you got to start worrying about this team. I mean, they are pretty incredible. Look at that. 3 chicken dinners to 7C Esports, just 88 placement points and 108 kill points. These numbers are going to go up from the next game forward.
Exactly. I mean, they can go up, depends on 13 to 16 placement point, because, they need to carry off that momentum. If they can, that's a good thing. Group C, talking about it, Venom Legends, ElementriX, FutureStation, 2 for 7. All right, they had pretty decent games for themselves. Venom Legends was good in this one as well. Not so good, but yeah, decent in this one as well. But FutureStation, again, if we talk about those things, from first to third is what their, downfall has been for now. They just need to practice on that one as well. Group D, A1 Esports, all right, again, had there been a good chicken dinner, obviously, in this one, they would have crossed that 200 marker as well. VTNxJyanMaara has been decent. PAINxELMT still down to that 59 points. I was saying one thing. If they end this day by around 100-ish points, then it would have been something better.
Well, definitely. I mean, something is what everyone is going to be looking for. But I want to talk about this group specifically, Group E. We've seen them sort of step up and step down at the same time. DRS Gaming today, they are doing incredible. And seems like with 2 games left, if they actually perform the same way they did in the last game, they can sort of take away the crown for being on the first position as far as Group E is concerned. But now, something interesting for you guys. So we were talking about DRS. They are incredible, but what were they thinking before coming into the tournament? Well, we're going to time travel once again and go into the past before the tournament, before the PMPL actually started, ladies and gentlemen, and see what the players of DRS had on their minds. And here is the interview.
Hello everyone, and my name is Oshin Sharma For now, PMPL's matches have been amazing. We have seen incredible feats of strength, feats of courage, feats of those gameplays that have taken people onto the next level. When talking about next level, there is one team that has been out there, that has dominated there, and that just showcases amazing gameplays, be it the previous PMCO, be it PMPL. I'm talking about everyone's favorite in the region. It's going to be DRS Gaming, and this team has shown one of the best gameplays, game after game, match after match. So let's have a talk with these people and find out what they are up to. So guys, before we just begin with everything, why don't you start with a simple introduction?
My real name is Ugen Lama, and my in-game name is DRS Mafia Ninja, and I'm the IGL of the team.
Hello everyone, my name is Adis Resta, my in-game name is DRS AJ, and I'm the supporter for the team.
My name is Galjan Lama, my in-game name is DRSX Galjan, and my role in the team is INES.
Alright, well, we got your introductions, but well, IGL, Mafia Ninja, I have a question for you. How do you prepare your team, for each and every match that happens?
So before every game starts, we as a team discuss about our strategies and everything, and we talk it out in the team and decide what to do in the next game.
Yeah, well, that's very important. I would say, the way the match has happened and everything. AJ, Ajay, I have a question for you. I mean, talking about this PMCO's journey, how was the transition from PMCO to PMPL for you?
Basically, it's like we have been playing PMCO for the last couple of years, and it's been a really amazing journey till now.
My question is going to be for the IGL. The question is, how was your practice for PMCO as you were a new team around the corner and you actually dominated the competition? So how did it happen during the PMCO times?
So the last PMCO, all of us were in different teams and we could not go to the PMPL season 1, and we decided to make this new team, and we decided that one thing, that we would win the next PMCO by this team, and we came together as a new team, yes, but every one of us were good individual players. We just decided to form this new team, and in this PMCO, we didn't fear. It's like we were a new team for the audience, but like every team knew us, and strength. We were playing local national tournaments here and there. We were winning all of it, mostly, and this PMCO also it came together and we won it.
Well, you surely did. Ajay, I have a question for you right now. After just your IGL told, as you were from different teams and everything, and you guys just came together. So were there some challenges at the start?
Challenges? No, because we've been playing from last couple of years, yes, and the synergy. In the beginning, the synergy was lacking, yes, and at the end, we won it.
So I'll come back to you, Mafia, just because you are the IGL of the team. So I have a question for you, for yourself and for the team. Where do you see yourself by the end of this PMPL?
By the end of this PMPL, we'll be going to PMGC as the PMPL Season 2 champions.
Well, that's a very dominating answer you just gave to that question. And now I have a question for Entry Fragger. Again, moving on to you, Galson. People tell me, people might be coming to you as well, are you a 2-finger player, are you a 3-finger player, are you a 4-finger player? Do you think that matters, or do you think what actually matters when the practice comes up?
2-finger, 3-finger, 4-finger matter गर्दैन, त्यही हो practice गर्नुपर्छ, दिनरात practice गरौँ, त्यही हो, सबको 1v1 त हान्नै पर्छ हैन, जस्तै टकै हो.
Well, obviously practice and 1v1 fights, those are important if we talk about it. And apart from that, I have to ask all three of you if you guys can name one team that you think is a very big competition in this PMPL.
So the team that I feel will be a big competition to us will be DEADEYES guys from Nepal.
I feel all the teams are really competition for us.
DEADEYES guys, because they are doing well.
I just wish that you guys, get over those competitions and maybe dominate this PMPL just like you did PMCO as well. So I'll just wish you guys all the best for all the future endeavors, and thank you for giving our precious time. Maybe next time when I'll be talking to you, you guys will be on the Global Championship stage.
Well, the expectations from the players of DRS are pretty incredible. Going to the Global Championship, The journey has begun with the sort of performances they are putting on the board today. I think that might just become a reality, ladies and gentlemen. But once again, let's have a look at the schedule, because some things are about to change as we move forward with match number 4 of the day. It is going to be Miramar again, but this time teams from Group A, they are going to be sitting out, and Group B is stepping into the battleground once again. All right, with Group B coming in right now, over to my analyst. I'm going to put you on the spot again. Predictions.
Let's see if PN Crew can get that third chicken dinner.
For me, it's a weird one. See,
Yeah.
I'll take 7C Esports because they are coming back, and we know, with the performance. But then I'll take Team Bablu as well, because why not? Bablu owns Miramar.
Yeah, they have a pretty good history with Miramar as well.
Two
And,
teams.
I'm going to go with DEADEYES guys on this one. I'm going to go with DEADEYES guys. I want to see the team step into the action again, but all right.
No!
Where are the opponents?
No!
Do
stay
you see
away.
them? Do you see
Stay
them?
away. I'm going to hide behind Fitz. I think that's enough cover for me right now, to be honest.
That's a little big thing, dude.
Hey, man, I can crouch. Don't worry. I know how to do that.
That's a weird statement. He said I'm a little big thing.
I mean, let's not
Yeah.
touch that right now. We leave that on the side. But let's talk about prediction, shall we? All right. Fixes, put you on the spot. Who's taking the spot?
Well, I'm really thankful that Ocean changed his prediction, because this time around I'm going with 7C.
Man, I think you and I are on the same boat, because I'm all for 7C as well. Let's see if that's going to come true. PN Crew?
Yeah. They might just come in. I'm still going to stick with the DEADEYES guys, and
Okay.
I'm going to hope that they sort of bring the action. Well, I mean, it is going to be pretty incredible to see who actually gets the chicken dinner, because Miramar this time, I mean, we do have those X factors of Group B coming in.
We do have Group B coming in. We've got Abrupt Slayers coming in. We've got PN Crew coming in. 7C Esports, and of course R3D. Now, we've kind of taken our pick, so I think we're going to get underway with the match. And Johnny, thank you once again. Man, you look hella fly right now, but we are going to continue with the game right now. All right, Fixes.
Yeah.
Miramar once again. Now, we've seen Miramar. It was a different Miramar in Game 1.
Of course.
Are we going to see a similar circle, or are things
No, sir.
going to change?
You know why? Because Group B is over here. Yesterday, you remember all the players from Group B, they were just going completely aggressive. Every single game, 3 out of the 4 games that they played, it was Group B who got the second dinners out there. And I think Abrupt Slayers are going to get a lot of action in right from the start. And same goes with 7C, because if you take a look at the point standings and how they stand, they've got a lot of kill points compared to the number of position points they have.
100 plus in kill points for 7C. But let me tell you one thing, PN Crew are coming in hot as well. Of course, we were expecting them to walk away with that treble, with that hat-trick yesterday, but let's see if they can get another chicken dinner to their names. Of course, R3D Esports is another team that's coming in. Not the best of starts for them, but let's see if they are going to step up and change things around. Let's focus on Abrupt Slayers real quick.
Yeah.
Now, ASC is going to be out, so that rivalry that I love between ASL and ASC, we are not going to witness that right now, but what we will witness is all our favorite players on the screen, and well, that was short-lived, because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, match number 4 is finally underway, as once again we are going to fly over the desert of Miramar, and once again my dear buddy Fixes is going to take us through the flight path.
Well, this time the trajectory heading all the way from Los Higos towards La Cupreria. A lot of the teams that will take that drop onto the east side. Talk about El Azhar. That was a hot drop out there. 3 of the biggest teams dropping out. I want to see what happens this time around. Are the teams going to change their drop locations?
Question number 1.
Yes.
PAINxELMT is still going to be playing this game, as is 247. Are we going to see some targeting yet again in this game, Fixes?
You never know. This might be happening.
Make sure you keep an eye out.
Yes,
Are they dropping
actually,
together? If they're dropping together,
No.
we pretty much know that they are going in for the hunt.
It's not happening this time, because PAINxELMT have decided to take a safer route. They've gone for the safe play. They always love going dropping off onto the shore areas, trying to stay away from the battle.
Now, since we are talking about PAINxELMT, and I did kind of mention that they are kind of punching above their league, I guess the best case scenario for them is to let this be like a learning experience. Because, you got to be better. If you want to fight with the big boys, if you want to play against the best of the best that there is, well, you definitely have to bring your A1 game with you. But right now, all speculations are going to be where the circle is going to form. I think it's going to... Well, I mean, I'll be super honest. I was going to say Monte Nuevo is going to be the center. So it's my word against, well, yours right now. But that is the circle that it is. And finally, El Pozo is going to be in play.
one thing I definitely have to point out over here, in Erangel, it's a different thing. The flight path trajectory going from one direction and the circle completely forming out elsewhere. But in Miramar, it makes sure that every single place that it has crossed during the trajectory, it is there. And now, in fact, if you kind of correlate it with the last time, it kind of went down south. It was a bit off over there, but it still was.
Well, looks like shots have been fired, and if I am right, 247 Gaming is going to be the first one to get taken down as they pick a fight with 7C, and Hungry Box, hungry as ever, is going to be dishing out damage right from the beginning. This is what we wanted to see, and well, 7C coming in hot. First knock, I think that's going to be a first kill as well. 247 Gaming is going to bleed out. I doubt he's going to make it in cover. Is he? Nope, he is not.
This is Karma speaking right at 247. They have been doing this a number of times against PMPL.
I'm going to make a little bit of a jab over here. It's like 7C is saying, hey, pick on someone your own size.
Oh, that was quite a statement out there. But, Vegeta out there, he has a shotgun. I do not know what he's going to do with that. But if one good grenade gets lobbed, either from Hungry Box or Love, he is basically dead meat.
Well, a shotgun at that range is going to be devastating. It's going to literally shred you apart. Well, now it's going to be a little different as he is going to get fired upon by Memo from afar. But Love is going to be the one who is going to take him down and put him in the ground, which means 247 in the blink of an eye have been reduced to a two-man squad with Wasif and Khan F4 as the last two members basically carrying the torch forward. And now 7C, 4 kills already. They took out 2 from 247. They took out 2 from R3D. It's safe to say that these boys have come in warmed up. They are coming in hot.
Yeah, of course. And they've been, longing for their games to start. And, well, what a way to make an entry. Get 4 kills. They're good to go. Talk about the circle a bit. DRS, maybe chances are there if they play their cards right, if they take that high ground advantage for themselves, and the circle kind of tends to go a bit onto his westernish side, maybe to that hill area northwest of Monte Nuevo. It's their game to lose.
I mean, to lose.
Yes.
All right. So we're already talking about the worst case scenario right now. Well, we're going to have to figure out and basically wait and see if that is going to happen. But what I do think is going to happen right now, we're going to have a little bit of a scuffle around Hacienda del Patron, especially since, DEADEYES guys, ElementriX, and I do believe the 2 remaining members of 247 are going to be battling it out. Something that did not happen this time around, no Golden Mirado for 247. I think that's why they've gone to Hacienda, haven't they?
Yeah,
They need that vehicle. That vehicle is like a good luck charm.
Yeah, of course. And it looks flashy, it looks good, it looks
bling,
unique.
bling.
Yeah, bling, bling. Why not? But right now, Team Venom Legends have gotten themselves at a vantage point and have the players of Abrupt Slayers in the radars. And, while they are moving right in the open, this is the perfect time and opportunity where they might just want to engage in a fight. But by the looks of it, they really do not want to. They're collecting all that information. They will get themselves into a better spot, maybe a higher ground, and then just get into engagement.
They're definitely going to go around this huge rock formation, and they're going to speculate that, we are going to get the high ground over there, and maybe we could be in a position to shoot down at the enemy. But right now, we have a new team that is going to be joining the fray, and those are the boys from ASL or Abrupt Slayers. Now, I like the name Abrupt Slayers because, they go around on a killing spree. It's pretty much abrupt, but the way they have been playing the last few games, it's a concentrated effort on their part, and in fact, they did get the job done as well. They do have chicken dinners to their names. The question is, are they going to do the same over here? Now, we've seen Joker and Heaven literally carry this team, but let's not count out Chari and Nova as well. They've had their moments in the sun.
Well, if you kind of talk about statistics, it has been Chari and Joker getting the highest kills out of this particular team. And there was another player in Abrupt Slayers. He goes by the name of Captain. I must tell you, he did something really, really impressive during the PMPL Scrims. Completely out of a Hollywood movie. So what he really does is he takes a leap of faith from the mountain, and he keeps on shooting down. As he lands, he wipes out a whole different squad. And, imagine casting that woman. Whoa, what? Wait.
Wait a second, we have something that is happening which you are going to be very familiar with. PAINxELMT are going to be in the line of fire once again. One of them has already been knocked out. Envy is going to be following suit, which means, again, this is repetition. Rohan is the last man standing for this team. And of course, they are going to be scattered all over the place. And I wonder if he's actually going to go in for the placement points. Or, I say, I really don't want to say this. I want to ask you a question. Have they given up?
At this point, it's too early to call it quits, but I think they will come back. They will definitely come back. But right now, Rafit, well, he's been spotted out and blah blah blah, doing what he loves to do right off from top. And this is the kind of positioning that Team ElementriX loves from themselves, and they always they kind of manage to keep that high ground. But up until the end, when the circle kind of shifts around and you know what follows.
It is kind of funny seeing blah, blah, blah running around in the sun because he should be burning to a crisp right about now. I mean, I hope you all know what I'm trying to speculate over, what I'm trying to say, and I'm saying it specifically like blah, blah, blah. Let me know in the chat how many of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Anyway, back to the action right now, and the last member from PAINxELMT, Rohan. All right. Now, he is on our screens. We can kind of have a look at the player as well. I mean, he doesn't really look like he's out of it. He still has that calm, composed look on his face. But, of course, mentally, it could be a whole other ball game.
Yeah.
The question is he going to take a few shots over here? Is he going to risk exposing his position? Or is he going to try and sneak his way in, trying to, get those placement points? But I guess he is a bit confused. Of course, his dead teammates must be shouting instructions to him as well. But let me tell you one thing, boys and girls. I mean, again, this can be a good learning experience for them.
This picture is kind of too much emotional for me because I can certainly relate. He is trying so much. This is the point where you give in your 100%, but that's still not enough. But yet you want to go on, and you are just alone in the lobby every single time. And this is the kind of perfect impression. You are angry, you are pissed, you are sad about yourself, and yet you can't help it.
I do understand that, and the fact that they are still a three-man squad kind of gives me that feeling that, the last man kind of just gave up, and it's not fair to the remaining teammates who are showing up despite the fact that they are bottom last, because let me tell you one thing, it's a lot tougher, basically facing scrutiny from the world than it is to basically, be content with yourself. So I get it, I get their position, but kudos to the boys and girl who are still showing up. But now, let's get back to the game. We have an airdrop falling right pretty much in the center of FutureStation and the boys from ElementriX. It is in no man's land. I wonder if someone is going to go and get it. But if I have a look at the circle right now, pretty much all the teams are going to be in the circle, except let's have a look at JyanMaara towards the northeast. They are still in the blue. In fact, Judo Fair is coming in. They might have a little bit of a tango with 7C. And let me tell you one thing, 7C, these boys are out for blood.
Yes, sir. They certainly are. But the first airdrop comes in, and well, not my favorite.
It's not an AWM, so
yeah,
boo.
Yeah, not even an MK14. So I would really follow that up as well. But right now, AUG in Miramar, it's kind of a dicey situation. Few of the people love going for that just for the heck of it, since it's a airdrop weapon. But apart from that, I don't see really. If you have a well kitted up, fully kitted up M416, that's much better.
We're talking about airdrops and what they contain. Let me talk about the DBS. Ooh, we've got some two vehicles in the distance, and Sonnen thinks that he's going to take a few shots. He might actually, connect a few shots, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. That's what I'm talking about. They do need to emphasize a bit more on their loot, or maybe their game plan is that, we are going to go run around, wipe out squads, and basically loot their crates. I mean, that could be it as well.
That could be it, but the thing about ElementriX always having that vantage point is because of their quick rotations.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good thing, but at the same time, staying up above, you need to take a lot of shots. You at least need to have enough bullets.
It's a boon and a bane, to be honest with you, because they do get that position, but you need to have all that equipment, all that utility with you as well. But right now, DRS Gaming is going to be under fire as Assassin is going to whip out another grenade, and it's going to be good. AJ is in the line of fire. However, that grenade is going to overshoot, and basically it is just going to stir up the wildlife in that area, not the intended target over here. Now DRS, of course, these guys are coming in hot from the last game. Ooh, that was a good grenade by AJ, just a little off track from Assassin.
Do you realize the fact that Assassin is yielding that M24?
I mean, I do now. I do now. So now my attention is going to be Assassin. Is he going to be living up to his name? Is he going to be taking out people from the shadows? We will find out. But right now, Dante knows Walker's position. That grenade goes in. It is beautifully timed. And Walker is off his feet right now. Anubis, the god of death from up above. Can he lay down some fire? Ooh, he almost gets a knock on Sinister. But Sinister is quick on that button. And he goes prone in the nick of time. Elsewhere, Cooney gets a knock with a grenade on AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, R3D having a good position up above, but already losing out on one of the players. I do not really know what they were actually intending on keeping one of the players in these compounds. But Cooney, whoa.
Take it easy, man. Now he whips out the M4, and he is going to go ham on the opponents.
Now he's just being taken down by Kjolzin. But right now, Assassin, I need to see that M24 coming into action as Havoc is wrecking Havoc from far, dishing out a lot of damage onto Kjolzin.
Oh, this is a good nade.
Yeah, this is a good nade, but will the follow-up be enough? Yes, that was so well timed. It bounced out onto Cooney, almost taking most out of his HP.
There was some beautiful spin on that grenade immediately right now, but R3D Esports have been knocked out, and his head was visible. In fact, he did take a few shots, but he gets back behind cover in the nick of time. And mind you, Galzin is the last man standing for DRS Gaming. While all his teammates fell around him, this man is still going strong. And look at the fact that he's still picking a fight with the boys from Code Zero. High voltage, but now in comes Aussie, in comes Assassin. Aussie on the left flank, he shoots, he connects, and he takes him down. And with that, we have a team that is going to be exiting. The winners, in fact, from the last game are out in the 15th position in Miramar.
Talk about predictability. XP over
Let me just tell you guys one thing right now. Fixes is disappointed. I wish we could have a camera up in here because his facial expressions are basically half the game right now. I love it. I love it.
But, you know, I love the way the circle has panned out. You know, Team ElementriX again having that very, very good spot. But, you know, do they have enough lead to back them up with that? You know, that's a big question over here. It does not matter if you have the highest position. What are you going to do with all that information if you can't really shoot? And if you're not really sure that you can take those knocks, you should never, you know, actually go for the shots. But right now, Team 7C have smelt out Khan from afar. And, well, Wasif already goes down. That means Khan is a lonesome survivor from 247.
He is the last survivor from 247, and it looks like he just has a little bit of a rock cover. And can he make it to the palm trees and subsequently to the house? We're going to have to wait and see. Elsewhere, Aussie is going to be opening up as well. We are going to be switching fights in just a few seconds. But right now, I like the fact that 7C, look at the angles that they have on Khan. It is going to be pretty much GGWP for 247 over here. I do not see any way that this man can get out unless he has some impeccable aim. And he peeks out, gets a knock, peeks out, gets a knock, peeks out, gets a knock. But again, that's all speculation. Let's see what happens over here. Now, this is the testing time for Khan. He knows that the enemy is pretty much all over him. Ooh, he has a grenade. He sees them coming. Is he going to throw one? Smokey coming in from the left. He has been spotted out. He throws the grenade at Smokey. Should he whip out his weapon for Hungrybox? He does, but Hungrybox jumps and gets the knock. However, kudos to Khan for getting a knock for himself. But now, 247 out in the 14th position. An early exit for them once again, Fixes.
Yeah, of course. And that's going to hurt them. And same goes with DRS and R3D Esports. You know, the teams we really thought could really step up this time are falling down. But Cooney is in a bit of a pickle as the players of Abrupt Slayers are just on his tails over here. Haven't really making that move out. But Aussie, he's kind of repositioning himself in this entire fight. But we'll have to see who makes that first move. It's definitely going to be Heaven who's going to charge in onto its Cooney. But any single moment though. But that M24 coming into action.
And you and I were just arguing before this game that how viable is that bolt action in a map like Miramar, and there you have it. It's that big knock. It's not just a knock. It sends shockwaves to the teammates that, oh my, we just got shot by a sniper. This guy has impeccable aim. But right now, Nova on the other side is going to be wreaking havoc as Assassin is going to be blown up with a grenade. And you know what? High voltage don't even know that they are being... wait a second. Oh, you know what I thought for a second? I thought Assassin was going to make it, but of course the blue zone is going to come in and snatch his life away, which means Aussie is the last man standing, gets in a buggy and says, you know what, I am going to run away, live to fight another day.
You know, meanwhile, Charlie's just waiting for his teammate to just somehow make it inside. I really thought that Heaven did have some first hit because it was still the third circle. Now that the fourth circle has formed in, and now this is where the zone damage really starts hurting you.
I just want to give a random tidbit of information for all of you watching right now.
Yeah.
PAINxELMT is still in this game.
Yeah, of course. And well, talking about the position, they're still good to go. Let's see how long can they survive, though. You know, that one last player, he's been doing so much for his squad. And, well, Sinister has to get inside the circle, has got the entirety of squad of Venom Legends right in his radar.
He does have to get inside the circle, but two of his teammates are already in the zone. Now, the thing is, he wants to make sure that Venom Legends put all their focus, all their attention towards him, while his teammates can kind of get a few shots in the back. And right now, he is going to take that buggy, and he is going to regroup with his team. Because, of course, Venom Legends, they are pretty much, whoa, wait a second, DE rated, and Shifu are opening up on 7C, as 7C look like they are in a world of trouble. Shifu, sir, is going to come in and make sure he seals the deal as far as Memo is concerned. Elsewhere, ooh, ElementriX's Nang did get a knock, but he gets taken down by
He's not
Sandesh.
getting a ref for sure.
I mean, that, see, again, it's pro and con. If you are up high in the sky like that, you've got to be careful. I mean, that position,
How
wow.
do you even get?
How did he get up there?
And in fact, imagine in a parallel world, if the circle kind of goes against him, how on earth is he gonna get down if he does not have a vehicle? But right now, Jerofia has spotted down the players of PN Crew, a squad that has been doing particularly well since the last couple of days. And well, we've got high expectations from the squad, especially from Sandesh and Mr. Boro coming out there. But Tyrant really wants to take this fight out, but Tyrant is being shot from elsewhere over there. And, well, we'll have to see what Tyrant really does. And, well, Pikachu is right on his tail. But the meme getting that nade knock onto it, Shari has opened things up for Abrupt Slayers. But there you go. PN, Mr. Burrow, never undermine this man.
Never, ever underestimate. I thought he was going to get him through the smoke, but it was vice versa. In fact, he got taken down. That means, well, Danny should get picked up because Tyrant is pretty much giving... Oh, that's a good nade. That's a good nade. If that nade goes, boom, it just missed its target. Tyrant and Danny did not even realize how close they were to getting by. Did you see that? The grenade bounced back off the wall. Had it been just a little bit closer, it would have been trouble. I love the fact that they are trying to give it their all Sandesh with yet another grenade. It does do some damage, but
Sending
it is
a lot
not.
of messages still.
I mean, he's letting them know, hey man, I am packing a lot of heat. If you want to come at me, you better bring your A game. Meanwhile, in the distance, JyanMaara, they definitely are going to hear all this commotion. But the thing is, they have that compound down below. Now, in a situation like this, I personally would like to be high up on a mountain instead of being in a valley of death situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course, I do get you. But right now, they've got different things. You know, at that point, they have to wait for the next circle to come in. And if that circle goes down south, they're good to go because they can take...
Oh, the circle is pretty much on them right now. Now, all the teams that were up on the mountains, they are going to have to trickle down in the valley. And, well, this could be when things could turn around because, you know, normally you want to shoot down in a valley. That's why I like calling it a valley of death situation. But right now, have a look at the circle. JyanMaara are looking comfortable. They have a good command on the only compound in the circle. And, in fact, Wang just opened up on PN Crew as Mr. Boro was taken down. But Mr. Boro's got to be careful because his team is not only picking a fight with JyanMaara, but they are going to be ambushed by Team Bablu within a few seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And they are already in an engagement with Team Bablu over there. You know, Sandesh who are really raising up the bars a lot. But, well, Pikachu getting that knock onto its Ayush, but instantly gets traded off by Sandesh. As Tyrant will be going in for that revive. But isn't Sandesh going to go on that aggressive front?
He's going to go for it. He's got the FPP. He wants to switch, but he suddenly realizes there's someone on his right. Danny has exposed himself a little bit. We might see a little bit of a peek coming out from Sandesh, but it looks like Danny has an idea that the enemy is basically taking some refuge behind this burning vehicle. Elsewhere, A1 Esports Sinister is going to be opening up on 7Cs, and PAINxELMT have been wiped out from this team finally in the 13th position. And just like dominoes, we are going to have a lot of teams toppling over. 7C Esports exit in the 12th position with 6 kills to their name. PN Crew are out of this game as well without a kill.
Yeah, you know, talk about disappointments, and this is right in front of our screen over here. But Team ElementriX, well, they have to get inside the circle, and they've spotted down the players of FutureStation Machine using that minibus to, you know, kind of maneuver around. But where is he going? Has he lost his way? Is he going to take that whole route all the way up from north? Is he going to even survive, considering the fact that the fifth circle has started closing in, and the sixth circle might dish out a lot of damage.
Machine is going for a massive rotation, and well, that is not the right decision. He does get taken out by the play zone, and that is going to be a detrimental effect. It's going to have a detrimental effect on FutureStation as they suddenly find themselves reduced pretty much to a two-man squad as Steel Shot is knocked out as well. But he has been picked up, so that is a little bit of respite coming in. They can still fight as a three-man squad. Now, ASL Nova, ooh, that was a good angle over there, coming under fire from far, far away as Stalwart Esports just saw a little bit of movement on this hill.
Of course, and right now, just above them are the players of Team ElementriX. But right now, we have our eyes set onto it, the players of DEADEYES, as they have spotted down 6-9. And well, Shifu will get that final confirmation as yet another squad goes down to the hands of DEADEYES. Having the best position over there, they are certainly stepping up right now. FutureStation versus Team ElementriX. This is the fight that I have been longing for. Mr. Hyozu being taken down yet again by Tamim. And is this squad wiped out already?
It has been wiped out. We just went from 10 to 6. We are going to see a lot of names flash on the top of our screens right now. And you know what? All the big boys are already out.
Yeah, of course, and now the players of Team Stalwarts, they've got that center compound for themselves, are right out in the open. They've got the best riches for over here, but now, well, they're getting shot down by the players of DEADEYES. They have to do something regarding that. They'll have to, deploy a lot of smokes in this particular situation. But the players of FutureStation, they might have to get inside the circle as well. But DEADEYES, they are on a nade barrage over here.
Let me tell you that those grenades are literally like a barrage of artillery fire over there, the way they are just popping off and getting those knocks, especially Rated. This man is on a mission right now. He is on a warpath, but another man who is dominating is Aussie from High Voltage. 3 kills to his name in a matter of seconds, and right now we are down to the final 6 teams. Ooh, he does get taken down. Capshi, again, this is going to be problematic for all the players running down the mountain, especially since their vehicles have already been blown up. Now this is where JyanMaara can literally shine.
Yes, actually. But I would still, say that DEADEYES has a better position, considering they have those hilly areas and those covers for themselves. But they have to play their cards right. If, they get spotted like this by Danny, and if that spray had connected, it would have been spelling trouble for that particular squad.
Now, if you have a look at the map right now, Tyrant is leading the charge for his teammate. Danny is a little bit far behind, about 50 meters separate the two. So Danny did kind of give a bit of position, I beg your pardon, but they do not know that Tyrant is already up close pretty much in their backyard. So now DEADEYES guys, especially Rated, is going to have his work cut out for him because he was engaged with JyanMaara just a little while ago. And now look, this is the thing. They do have that little bit of a ridge. They have that crevice to basically pop in and out of, and that is going to be something that they can use to their advantage. But right now, it is going to be a splash of color. If you have a look at your mini-map, we have 4 teams all in contention, all vying for control of this final circle, and 3 of them are still 4-man squads.
Yeah, of course. And right now, Kashuv, all he has to do is try to revive his teammate. But with the way the grenades are coming out, it's going to be a tough task, as Gunnar might just push in any single moment. But he's doing that without any smoke. Now that's a very ballsy move. But Morte did try to provide that smoke, but it went down south.
Gravity is something that is a part and parcel of the game as well as in real life.
The work has been done.
You do have to account for it. The work has been done. They were lucky that, all the grenades were flying above. But right now, Giro Fair comes under fire from Morte. He does get taken down. His member, ooh, that was quick. That was quick. Rated, making sure he finishes what his teammates started. That means JyanMaara reduced to a 3-man squad. Wang, Extreme, and Gunner up against a horde of enemies. And this airdrop is going to be very difficult to go and get. I'm pretty sure you won't be able to get your footing. Right now, Gunner with the Grotza. He has the enemy in front. That rapid fire, is it going to come in effect? It does not. And he gets taken down by Morte's M4 instead. And now, Stalwart Esports moving in. Wang gets spotted. He gets taken down as well. But his teammate is going to retaliate. Extreme is the last man standing. He goes up to Choof. It's going to be a one-on-one situation. It's going to be JyanMaara, or is it going to be Stalwart Esports who comes out of this the winner? But right now it looks like JyanMaara could be in trouble. They are, and they get wiped out. Oh my goodness, Fixes. What is happening?
Imagine Kashu being knocked out right from falling from that height. But that did not happen. But Bablu, they are still holding on, having that equal footing alongside Team DEADEYES. Rated way too out in the open. But Tyrant, is he going to clutch it out though? Dani is also there alive with him. But any single moment, this fight might just break out. The players of Stalwarts, they are coming in from behind, and well, they're just waiting for the fight to rub. But DEADEYES, that fight, that cover that they have, this is the reason that they might just win.
These guys are determined to walk off with the chicken dinner, but on top does get taken down by Bablu. Tyrant at distance. I like the fact that DEADEYES, they are split in twos. Shifu can still go for that revive. Well, let me just eat my words. He can't because he has been put out of his misery. But now, see, this is the thing. Illusion can only helplessly look on because he doesn't have any ledge to grab onto. So he's got to make sure that they wait for... Ooh, have a look at this. Is that going to be... That's a beautiful grenade. Illusion's already knocked out. Wow!
Boom!
Wow, that is precision gameplay for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness, definitely upping the ante over here.
Wow!
But right now, another grenade flying out of thin air. Miramar has been nothing but all those grenades that have come in. And now Stalwarts having 9 kills, a certain advantage for them. Now in a 2v2 situation against the players of Team Bablu as they keep marching along. Morte has been revived. Now it's a 3v2 situation over there.
DEADEYES guys are out in the 3rd position. 10 kills to their name. That means we are down to the last 2 teams. It is going to be a 3v2 situation. Stalwart Esports with 3 members up against Team Bablu. Now, 9 kills, 7 kills. Both these guys, both these teams have the kills. They have that momentum going for them. But right now, the circle is just so confusing because right dead smack center, you have this enormous cliff, which... let's be honest, you really can't maneuver around them. And I'm pretty sure grenades and Molotovs are running low in both camps.
Absolutely. The fan favorite team of Pakistan going against the most experienced team of Pakistan. This is a hell of a matchup that we have in front of our screens right now. Well done. His position is compromised. Kashuf and Blade are just waiting for him just to peek out, and they'll put him out of his miseries over there as the Molotov really comes out to bait his position. This is where Kashuf peeks out and dishes out some damage over there. But Blade needs to heal up. No! He gets knocked instead, but the grenade going out of Tyrant. This is the perfect chance for them to make that push happen.
Tyrant needs to move in as well. Danny is going to go up front. Stalwart Esports has 1 member still alive. It's going to be Morte. His mortality is going to be put to the test. He gets the knock. He is on very low HP as he goes up against Bablu. Tyrant. He's got cover behind the vehicle. Are we going to see a major upset over here? First of all, kudos to both teams. Tyrant, he is cooking a grenade. He is going to lob that grenade. He does lob that grenade. It goes off, and there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, winner, winner, chicken dinner goes Team Bablu's way.
Woo! What a way to win this match, being there in the center, taking every single fight out, and all those grenades being lobbed into perfection. That's Team Bablu for you, ladies and gentlemen.
I am shaking right now. The adrenaline is kicking in. What amazing precision grenades. That one lob that we saw, it was like... I am spellbound right now. I hope you all enjoyed that game, but what a well-deserved victory for Team Bablu. You know what? We are definitely taking a breather. You do the same. Grab some Mountain Dew. We're going to see you after this break. Wow.
And well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny, joined by Shadow and Ocean on the analyst desk. And what an amazing way to finish this match on Miramar. Or should I say, what a mind-blowing and opponent-blowing way to finish this matchup. Tyrant with those nades coming in so precise. First wipes out the squad of DEADEYES guys and then goes on to take over the next opponent. And I have to apologize to the team of DEADEYES guys. I started celebrating a little bit too earlier on. There were just 3 teams remaining and I was like cheering them on, and then they got wiped out.
I picked Bablu for a reason, right? And I know you guys need to say this. I picked that team for a reason, and Bablu owns the Miramar. All the chicken dinners for this team were in this one map. You gotta sing it with me. Bablu owns the Miramar.
All right. Bablu owns the Miramar. All right. Now we're going to move forward and have a look at the MVP, ladies and gentlemen, and see that individual player who had an amazing run in this desert land. And it is going to be, Morte from Stalwart Esports. The champions are always going to be the champions. And Morte coming in with his 6 kills, 830 damage, 3 assists on top of the kills that he had, and the 25-minute, 57-second survival time. Plus, almost clutching out the 1v1 situation. I think after the amount of nades that Tyrant had already tossed on his opponents, even I wouldn't second guess, like, this man has to be out of utility at this point. But look at that pentagram.
I mean, just talking about it, 6 kills, obviously we see that. We see that in an incredible fashion. 3 assists, obviously that's one of the maximum assists I think I've ever seen. 830 damage by an individual player, that's pretty good. Survival time almost on par with the other team, you know, Team Bablu. Obviously the players had, what, 1 or 2 seconds more survival time or something, if they're celebrating with the emotes right now. Obviously it's more, but well, damage taken 379. So, with those kills, so assist comes up when you know, do 50% or less damage to your opponent or something, and that's where it just goes down in this pentagram. So I would say somehow this player was incredible with the game mechanics, with the game specifics. Although there was a slight mishap, I would say, in the last moment when he actually had Mini 14 in his hand for a reason.
Exactly. I mean, Shadow, even you, I think, would like to say something about this. The choice of weapons in that last 1v2 situation was pretty crucial because Morte was so close to actually clutching out the opportunity. He did take down Danny. Tyrant was the only man in his way.
Yes, Tyrant was the only man instead of that Mini. If he had an AR or something, or even if an SMG, I think that would have been a better choice. But maybe it's okay. Stalwart Esports still played very good. The way they use those perfect grenades, perfect positioning in the zone. I think I'm not disappointed by the way Stalwart Esports played. Morte, he is the MVP. What else do you want?
I mean, but there's one thing. Bablu Tyrant, look at this. If we're talking about the top players, 6 kills in his bag as well. 588 damage. Pretty amazing. But well, this guy plays amazing for a reason. I mean, that's where experience kind of comes up. I heard Fixes, you know, speaking about that one thing. On top, she was and rated 3 players from that team, man.
I like these top players and the order that they are in. Morte, amazing game, taking the first position. Bablu Tyrant, I mean, he was the man. I think he is the man responsible for Bablu getting the chicken dinner this time around on the second position. And then 3 players from DEADEYES, guys. DEADEYES, guys, they had a lot of kills before they got taken out. And even they wouldn't have sort of anticipated or predicted that Tyrant would be so precise with his dates. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to have a look at the standings for this match and see the amount of points the teams got for themselves.
And Team Bablu getting that chicken dinner and 10 kills. And look at Stalwart Esports also getting that 10 kills over there. And this man, Ocean, literally scared everyone the way he jumped when Team Bablu got that chicken dinner.
That was my pick for a reason.
He literally jumped over there when Team Bablu got the chicken dinner. And if we talk about DEADEYES, guys, they had a good positioning in the zone. Initially, the zone was favoring Team ElementriX and lots of team were trying to contest that particular hill. Later on, it shifted towards DEADEYES, guys. They were the king of the hills. But until the Team Bablu and Stalwart Esports, those perfect grenades coming in from... But I will say one thing only for Team Bablu and Stalwart Esports, that's how you play around the hills.
Alright, imagine one thing. Three teams with 10, 30 kills are out there, 2 players of Team Bablu surviving, that makes 32 players. So top 3, that's where 50% of the lobby is, surviving or not surviving. That's where 50% of the lobby comes up. Then moving on to the other page, that means in that area, exactly, not a lot of kills distributed. From Venom Legends till R3D, you see DRS, 247, PAINxELMT, PNQ, Venom Legends, and R3D as well. That's where 0 mark comes up, cause top 3, that's where, you know, 50% of the lobby is out there for a reason.
Exactly. I mean, most of the lobby part of the top 3, and as you said, it is going to mean that no kills were given out to the teams on the bottom of the standings, and I think that sort of reflects perfectly in the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, where we do see those 62 knocks, 60 kills were converted, 16 headshots, and I like this number, the smokes and nades used, 233. Always good to see utility being put to use.
I'll tell you something, I'll tell you something. When we were doing scrims, look at the number, 233. Previously it was like 160, 170. So that means teams are evolving as they know the stakes are high. They're not just, you know, there was one time when Stalwart's players, they were smoking out there, but they were going south of the Reds. So that's one thing, you know, the players know when to and what to and how to do it now.
Exactly, and I mean, they know exactly what they have to do. They have to do the Dew. The grenades are green, Mountain Dew is green as well, and Bablu Tyrant, I mean, was pretty phenomenal with those grenades in his hands. So I guess he was doing the Dew perfectly in this game, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at Do the Dew moments of this match.
Yes, Team CZ High Voltage, they didn't had a very good start. R3D was the first team to get eliminated again, dropping at a wrong location, and Galzen, he was against a 1v4 situation. That was a kind of difficult. He had an open area, no cover. So that was pretty expected that they will be dying over there. And Khan, again, a solo player against the players of Team 7Cs. On the other hand, if we talk about Team Bablu, they were at the height advantage, and Team PN Crew were at the lower ground. And the way Team PN Crew players knocked out Danny over there, that was pretty incredible because Team Bablu definitely had that height advantage. And Team PN Crew, I was impressed initially the way they started taking the fights. A1 Esports was having trouble entering into the zone area. Team ElementriX, this team needs to learn how to get out of that height area. They are able to reach at a particular height, they take good control of that particular ridge. But later on, when the zone shifts, they always have a trouble entering into the zone. They had a good positioning. They could have gotten more kills to themselves. But Team JyanMaara perfectly played the game. They were again at a lower ground. They threw some grenades towards the players of Team Stalwart Esports, but this is where the players of Team Stalwart Esports kind of messed up.
I mean, this was a very good grenade by Bablu Tyrant. I mean, this guy played mostly with the grenades, and that was pretty amazing. But at the end, they got amazing chicken dinner for themselves.
Exactly, an amazing chicken dinner. And apart from that, those nades, I think it was Danny as well, just pulling in the pressure for his team and taking the attention away from Tyrant, who was right behind him. But again, an interesting scenario, ladies and gentlemen. Last time we did see the first two teams getting all the damage for themselves, and the rest of the teams not having enough damage, not crossing the 1,000 damage mark. Well, this time, DEADEYES, guys, they have 2,464 damage for themselves, the 10 kills as well to show for it. But on the other side, I want to focus, I'm going to move over here, and I'm going to focus on this team, 7Cs. They've had amazing games, they've had a decent damage, they had those decent number of kills as well. But this is where we draw the line, because if you move to the left, the teams, they did not even have any damage. Look at that, PAINxELMT, 2 for 7, not getting any kills, 138 damage. An unfortunate situation, and that is one thing that you have to worry about on this map of Miramar. You need to worry about getting stopped. You need to worry about getting spotted. It is quite open. You have to make those open rotations, and you need to be careful. If you are not, you are going to get caught out in the open. You won't even have a fighting opportunity. Just like these teams, you won't be able to trade out your teammate, and you're going to be taken out in any instant. Need to be careful, especially in the land of the desert. But no fame being taken away from the teams that did really well for themselves. DEADEYES, guys, Stalwart Esports, 7Cs as well, because an early exit with 6 kills, I mean, you did your job in the early stages of the match.
Exactly, you did your job in the early stage of the match, but that's, you know, the new point system comes up with the placement points and everything, and that will be reflecting in the leaderboards as well.
Exactly, and I'm going to fulfill your wish. I'm going to be the genie for you. Fulfill your wish, and we are going to have a look at the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, right now.
As we see out here, Venom Legends still out there with 25 matches played, 233 for themselves. T2KSC 228, 215 for DEADEYES, guys. They had a good jump, obviously, with this game, you know, coming in top 3. That was impressive. 7C Esports is out there as well. ElementriX a bit drop down, and see, no one wants to see this drop with ElementriX. I will be talking about this as you know, the next matches and everything will be progressing up as well. A1 Esports is out there on 6. FutureStation, Abrupt Slayers, SCYTES, and VTNxJyanMaara. Still, Team Bablu with the chicken dinner is not in top 10.
Yeah, and if we talk about JyanMaara, this is the team, despite being at the lower ground, actually are capable of taking the teams which are at the height. In fact, they took down the players of Team FutureStation, who had the height advantage. Later on, they tried to take down the players of Team Stalwart Esports. But if we talk about the lower half of the standings, we'll see that later on, but let's talk about SCYTES also. SCYTES, I think they showed in the initial days, if we remember, in the initial starting of the tournament, good rotations in Miramar, but kind of they are messing up. And at the page 2, if you look at Team CZ High Voltage, I've got one question for them. Assassin was there reviving his teammate who got knocked out by a grenade. Opponent team knew the location, that's why they were able to perfectly cook that grenade, and Assassin exactly went there to revive him. It was kind of expected that there will be another grenade popping in, and exactly that is what happened. You kind of messed up, you kind of failed to read the enemy mind over there.
I mean, that's where, you know, the calls come up. you are in a lot of pressure, obviously, in this situation. But then if someone's like, I'm not gonna need a revive, and then you're like, all right, I'll give you a revive, but then the other person's like, we have to move inside the zone as well. We have to stay, secure a cover as well, and all those things, and that's where everything goes haywire.
The location was compromised. There was no point of reviving your teammate at that particular situation.
Exactly, I agree with you. If your location is compromised, you either get behind some decent cover in a safe location and then ask for a revive, or your teammates have to abandon you. You can't ask for a revive out in the open, especially when the nades are going to be coming in your location. That means you are in the range of your opponents. They can charge on you and take out your entire team as well. Need to be careful. Need to be careful. Safety is going to be a priority. I mean, we've always talked about this. But, ladies and gentlemen, now let's have a look at the schedule once again and see, well, the last map for the day. It is going to be Vikendi, being played by the teams from Group B, C, D, and E. And it is going to be quite intense. It is going to be an intense one because, well, I want to point out one thing that's been happening since we started off with Week 2. That has been the drop of the leaders of the leaderboard by the end of Week 1. FutureStation sitting on the 7th position right now. They were first when we came into Week 2.
And we haven't crossed 50% of the matches of this week. I mean, after this one, we'll cross 50% of the matches of this entire league right now as we are speaking, because today is going to be the midday of every game of the league and everything that's going to be happening. Plus, yeah, FutureStation, you talked about it. ElementriX, I have a fact about them. Pubg and Orange should play more. And that too in Vikendi, because Vikendi, there was a time, you remember, there was a time when ElementriX had their strongest map as Vikendi, and it's like they would never lose a map.
Yeah, the only thing they are lacking is they always are able to capture a height. Teams will start rotating in towards them. This time also the same thing happened. They fail to capitalize on that particular location to get those kills and the knocks in their favor. And even if that zone takes a hard shift, they are not able to get out of that height area.
Exactly. I mean, that is going to be the utmost priority. And as you say, I mean, the height advantage is something that in the previous roster of ElementriX, it was On Top who was taking care of that for them. And that sort of allowed the entire team to stay on the low grounds and do their own thing, with the assaulters like Mr. Yozo charging in on the front lines, followed by his own teammates. And quite close, in fact. But this time, I want to ask you guys again, predictions for the last match of today.
P and crew, our team ST, Stalwart Esports. I'll go with Stalwart Esports.
Last time I was right, I would go with 7C this time. Because this is, see, a slow game actually means you can actually get good kills, and that's where 7C goes. They're like, let's kill people. That way we are obviously, eliminating them, and our placement points are actually going up.
So if your predictions are right, I'm going to make a prediction and say that one guy is going to agree with Ocean, and that guy is going to be, well, on the other side of the stage, ladies and gentlemen. So it is going to be my commentators, Fixes. You always root for 7C on this map.
Not even kidding. 7C is the name that I had literally written.
I mean, they did come in strong in the last game.
So I guess the war is over?
It's not. It's this. The war is still going. It's a Cold War situation right now, and he is trying to make some gestures. That, you know what, Johnny? Why don't you come over to our side?
Yeah.
It's the last game. Spend some time with us.
Stay on the winning side, John.
All right.
But anyway, coming to our picks, he did write down 7C before even Ocean kind of gave that name up. And you know what? We're a team. We're going to go for the same one. It's 7C Esports this time around.
Well, I'm going to go for 7C as well, and it is going to be an incredible performance. But before the action starts, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one, right? Because the leaders are taken down. That means the throne is up for grabs, and the fight in the leaderboard is quite close.
Also, mind you, a couple of teams in 3rd and 4th, they have games on hand, so they can actually overtake them. But it is all going to come down to this. It's going to be the final game of Day 2, Week 2 in the PMPL South Asia Season 2. And now it is going to be Vikendi once again, Fixes. Are we going to see something different?
This time, I think we're going to see a centralized circle, but those curveballs coming in the end, that might just throw the players off. And what I'm really waiting for is the chilly wind to come in as it kind of encompasses us. And we are ready right now. We're just waiting for the players to be ready. There you go. All the players, they are looking so great, so determined to prove their mettle out over here.
They are all determined. They do want to prove their mettle, but I still can't get over the fact that we saw some amazing nades in the last game, especially Tyron. Oh my goodness, you won. That was beautiful. That's the word I want to use. It was beautiful. But right now, for the last time in this day, have a look at your favorite players on the screen. Let me see who you all are rooting for. We've already got our picks. I want to find out from you. Let me know in the chat section.
Got some smiling faces
Of course.
as well. You know,
I mean, they're happy. They're a happy bunch of
Bablu. That's Team Bablu, definitely. But the way they won that match, I did not see that coming from miles.
Mind you, the top 3 teams in that game all had 10 kills. Of course, Team Bablu did walk away with that delicious chicken dinner, but my oh my, DEADEYES guys were on a rampage. They almost had 2,500 points in damage.
Yes, you know, despite the fact that they had just 10 kills, 2,500 almost damage, and the best part is they are keeping up with the leaderboard. And provided the fact that they still have 4 games to catch up, 7C, DEADEYES, 2 of the contenders to go right on top.
Yes, sir, they could go on top, and right now we shall be underway with game number 5. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Wait no more, as the final game is going to be live as the big bird takes to the sky one last time. And as always, my dear friend FutureStation is going to take us through the flight path.
Absolutely, and this time around the flight path heading away all the way from Kanpur to its Cosmodrome, and exactly we can anticipate a fight heading on, in fact in Cosmodrome itself. I believe the players of 7C love that drop location. But right now, what we can see is Team Bablu taking a quick plunge, and Team DRS PAINxELMT again heading out. But what about 247?
I am going to keep an eye out for them. They have jumped a little bit later. They haven't still gotten out yet, but PAINxELMT are going to be heading to the winery once again. I guess keeping in mind that the situation they are in, that's a good idea. I would probably do the same. I would head to the winery myself. But as all the players are going to be jumping out from the plane, let's have a look and see if anyone is going to go off to those distant places such as Dobro Mesto. Even Movatra is going to be a little far off. And well, there you have it. The circle has the villa pretty much in the center this time around.
Yeah, of course. But, you know, I think Goroka will be really important, or maybe Dino Park, because somewhere down the line we'll get to see that, you know, shift coming in. And I know it, you know, it's back in the days of the Pro League where XP used to be that happy person with his T-Rex. Did you get him, though?
I hadn't. Mr. Rex is holding down the fort back home. But right now, have a look at this. PAINxELMT's Envy. Ooh, that is going to be drastic. She is landing right in front of the enemy, but this time around, lucky for her, 7C Hungry Box does not have a weapon. Envy, in fact, can pick up a weapon and she can give Hungry Box some chase. The question is she going to do that?
Well, we certainly have to see this time around. She has a weapon. She's got the big fishes out there. If she does find out even one knock, this is exactly the kind of motivation that they do need. And now this is going to happen. But
what?
Why?
What? Why? 247 are still hunting PAINxELMT. They came in from nowhere, took out Luffy, but kudos to PAINxELMT right now. They do have a kill to their name. I mean, 247, where art thou? These guys are hunting PAINxELMT.
Absolutely, you know, no second thoughts on that. And now, PAINxELMT, I can understand the kind of frustration that is, you know, kind of surmounting these players. Every single time they drop, there is someone from 247 really watching them out. And this time, 7C did come in help, like the last time around. They did take out 247, and they were the friendly ones. But still, you know, PAINxELMT needed those kills. They went in after 7C.
They did go after 7C, and you know, we do laugh when we talk about it, but it's just a situation because literally right now 247 are hunting them down. Yeah. PAINxELMT have a massive, and I mean a massive target on their back. Now, I do not want to use a particular phrase. There is something called a certain kind of kills. I do not want to say that, but right now it kind of looks like all the teams are kind of ganging up on them.
Of course, you know, if the chickens are lying out over there in the open, you know, suit yourself.
Might as well grab them.
Yeah, just go for a hunt over there, a duck hunt, anything. But right now, Luffy goes down. Vegeta is the one who will put him down to his miseries. But elsewhere, we can see the remainder of the squads are going in for the loot. Code Zero High Voltage. This time, I love the way they're adapting themselves, because the last time, if you remember the certain circle, they directly came onto the edges.
Oh, yeah.
Now they're completely playing the center.
They are going to be playing the center, but I still can't get over the fact that 247, they have it out for PAINxELMT. I guess we need to sit both teams down after this week is done. We're going to have a talk with them. Listen, guys, I hope everything is good in life because, in game, you guys are definitely at each other's throats. But now, 247, they are definitely going to try and make sure they finish all the other members. Ooh, I think Wasif has an idea where Rohan is. He is going to pop some smoke grenades just to conceal his movement. Ooh, good teamwork over there. Not his movement, it's Vegeta's movement.
Look at how he parked.
I love that ooh in unison right now. That was beautiful.
I loved how he parked, going in with the skid and just stopping around. He knows where the players are, trying to, go for the pre-fire if someone is kind of peeking around. You know what I'm talking about? But if you've got people chasing you, you gotta take the dip.
I mean, they are being hunted now. Rohan does have a level 3 backpack. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot of goodies to put in that backpack. He doesn't have a vest. He doesn't have a helmet. So this is his best recourse right now. Of course, my heart even fixes. Our hearts do go out to PAINxELMT. But again, like I said, it's a learning experience. And you know what? It is what it is. If they do something good, we are definitely going to be talking about it. Right now, we still have 247 on our screens. Elsewhere, not a lot of activity is going on, so to speak, but we might see some action break out just east of Mount Kresnich as Abrupt Slayers are on a collision course with JyanMaara.
One thing, Rohan, I do not know if the players of 247 will really spot them down. If he stays there even for a minute longer, I must say that he might just die of hypothermia.
He could die of hypothermia, and of course, these waters, they are still in liquid form, but let me tell you one thing. Wait a second, we have a scope going out in the water. Looks like 247 Gaming kind of has an idea that someone went down for a swim. But now, 247 Gaming is going to be heading towards Envy's direction. Is Envy going to be fending off for herself, or is Rohan going to come in and save the day? But 247 definitely out on a hunt.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do not know how is Rohan really going to, save himself from this situation. And now 247, they've taken it so personally. They don't care if they do not have enough loot. They want these kills. They want these points. And I really feel bad for this mate. Not, the Envy. Oh my goodness.
The pain, let me tell you one thing, guys. The
it.
pain is real. Right now, we are grimacing. We are literally contorting our bodies. We feel it. Our hearts go out to PAINxELMT. Right now, let's switch our attention over to JyanMaara, as I did kind of predict that we are going to have a little bit of a tiff between JyanMaara and Abrupt Slayers. They've got to be careful, though, because coming up from the north, Abrupt Slayers could be in a position where they get sandwiched between JyanMaara to the south and A1 Esports to the north.
Yeah, of course. And now, JyanMaara are in a bit of a position. They are kind of making that rotation out. But the players of Abrupt Slayers, I believe they're kind of oblivious about the fact that Team JyanMaara is right around the corner. I think they have not yet spotted them out. They will, though. I think they're looking at a different direction. But right now, VTNxJyanMaara in a good position. They've got a lot of squads kind of surrounding them. But as the circle slowly but surely kind of closes in, we'll get an idea as to how JyanMaara is going to figure their way outside this, inside the circle.
Yes, sir. And, we are kind of focusing on the action on our screens right now, as JyanMaara's Extreme is going to go out for a little drive on the snow-capped mountains. Of course, it is a beautiful day for such a drive. And, these vehicles, we have the snow tires already installed in, so they are not getting stuck anywhere. But it looks like JyanMaara's Extreme is going to be heading for a collision course as A1 Esports are going to be driving up ahead. Funny fact for all of you watching at home, something is happening elsewhere. Wait, I'm going to come back to that in a second. PN Mr. Boro is going to open up on A1 Esports, although A1 Esports' Jax is the first one to take down Ayush.
Absolutely, and now P and Sabora, he definitely will be regretting missing that spray out. Should have been an even trade-off, but VTNxJyanMaara really getting inside the compound. They are serious about taking that fight, but Hungry Brox from elsewhere takes down blah 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 over here. But right now, PN Cruz, Ayush is getting that revive, but there's one player from PN Crew that I absolutely miss. It's gonna be Avsec. This player is a
Oh, yeah.
one-man army. You have not seen that player playing, but right now, let's get ourselves back into this particular fight that's happening. 7C, they are firing on all cylinders.
Hungrybox jumps out with that suppress ratata and gets that finish as Sonim is trying to get a revive on his teammate. Blah, blah, blah. Nang does have a grenade cooked up. That is going to be beautiful. He lobs it. Love, is he going to make it out of time? He does. In fact, that grenade, that was outside the window. Maybe he could have timed it a bit better, but Nang is now in a life and death struggle against the enemy. Blah, 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 gets taken down. 7C Love and Hungrybox are going to be charging in the house. Nang makes sure that he goes up on the first floor. He needs to make sure he cuts off all the angles. His vision is going to be on that staircase leading upstairs. Now, Hungrybox and Love definitely know what Nang is going to be doing.
Absolutely. They are 100% angry right now with what happened to the remainder of the teammates, and they are going to retaliate with some heavy lead onto its Nang. But Nang does know, and he can really clutch it out. Pick that DBS up. You know, in these kind of choke situations, that's the perfect weapon that you need. But right now, A1 Esports need to make that revive onto its Jax. But for doing that, you need to get the remainder of kills from Team JyanMaara, especially Gunner and Nang over there.
JyanMaara definitely, they went in, they committed to the attack, and they had to go all in. Now, Gunner is in a good position to go on the left flank, and whoa, wait a second, Wang is going to make sure he finishes 6-9. And we are going to focus our attention back on the fight between ElementriX's Nang as he is fending off against, well, not a pack of wolves. The pack has been reduced to 2 men, but here they come. The G36C is not going to be quick enough as Hungrybox, hungry for kills, wipes out ElementriX in 16th position.
And right now, we are back to where we started really. JyanMaara and A1 Esports are still going after each other. Two of the big guns from the region really living nothing apart over here. Sinister spraying into that smoke cloud and still not getting anything out of it. Dante, however, makes that ballsy move, has spotted out Wang, almost dishing out a lot of damage over there.
Now Gunner is in a tight spot. Wang has really low HP on him, and here comes a grenade. Dante, can he time it to perfection? Can he throw the perfectly cooked grenade? Well, it did go inside the house. Little does he know that JyanMaara's members are outside on the other side, which again is a good move on their part. But JyanMaara now reduced to a 2-man squad. Gunner and Wang up against A1 Esports. Meanwhile, Dante is picking a fight with PN Crew as Ayush and Sandesh both have been knocked out. In fact, Ayush has been blown to smithereens as he was way too close to a burning vehicle, which went, well, boom.
Well, Sandesh definitely needs that revive on over there. Mr. Boro did deploy that Molotov out, and now that grenade following it up. He needs to switch to his weapon. Has caught Dante with his pants down. Will take him down with his Uzi. But on the other side, Season, he's falling down. He is getting pincered down by enemies from elsewhere. And, well, DEADEYES out of nowhere get that confirmation. And on top is the man who will get that kill. But Sinister somehow is last man surviving from his squad. Can he actually clutch it out? As JyanMaara really go charging in, and well, we do have the players of PN Crew just beside them.
With Dante on his knees, I beg your pardon. Let's see if Sinister has some Sinister plans. He does take down Gunner. Wang is going to come in. I beg your pardon, it's Nang. He comes in. Is he going to get taken down? Oh my goodness, look at the HP on Sinister. He is going to relentlessly fire up against that, and ooh.
It's still not over. PN Crew go in, and there you go. JyanMaara fall down as well. Talk about a perfect third-party situation. This is it, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, wow. There was not even a second of respite for them over there, the way PN Crew comes in and mops up basically what was left of the fight that was taking place earlier on. And right now in the airdrop, we have a crowd favorite. It's the Mark 14. Of course, Ocean loves calling it the devil with two faces because that weapon is really versatile. But let's just talk about DEADEYES, guys. Now, we did kind of mention this last time around. 2,500 points of damage in Miramar. 10 kills, just as much as the winners. And let me tell you one thing. These guys are definitely stepping up to the plate. In fact, they are in the upper half of the leaderboard. And we did kind of mention this as well. They have a few games in hand.
Yeah, of course. You know, just playing the 21 games, this might be the 22nd. But with the way they have started off, they're looking good. They're looking promising. How long are they going to survive? How are they going to make their rotations in? Because I like the way they are going in. But one thing for sure, XP, this time we have a lot of fights happening right from the start.
That is something that is interesting, of course. And another thing that is interesting is, looks like 247 Gaming finally caught up with Envy as well. She is out of this game, but once again, Rohan is the last man standing. And by the look of things, it doesn't look like 247 are going to give up on that one kill. They are still out for the hunt. Of course, this action is taking place down south near the Dino Park. Meanwhile, we are going to be focusing on DEADEYES, guys, as now they could be in a precarious situation, as on one end, they have R3D Esports, and on the other, they have Code Zero High Voltage. The question is, once again, are we going to see some sparks fly?
We can definitely get to see that, but I'm really waiting for the next circle to kick in. This is still now, this is where the lull really comes in.
It's going to slow down.
Yeah, it's going to slow down. The first initial segments were really, really hot, but now it's kind of simmered down a bit.
And it's pretty much like a classic-esque kind of a match, and I'll tell you why. So basically the thing is, if you spot a compound in the circle, you're thinking, you know what, maybe I need to go and fortify that position and basically defend it against any and everyone who comes at me. So what happens is, once you commit to a compound, and if someone turns out to be already occupying it, well, you don't really have any other option. Ooh, an M24 over here that completely just, I lost my chain of thought. I mean, that one gun with an 8 times is almost aphrodisiac, like for me. I'll be honest with you right now. That is a beautiful weapon. I love me some bolt action, and Vikendi is the perfect match to get those long distance sniper shots. And one thing is missing though, the AWM. But you know what? I am not going to complain. I want to see some M24 action as the circle is going to close.
As long as it's bolt action, you're happy.
Hey
right?
man, anything goes. Any bolt action, and I am a fan.
And there you go. I think fights have started kicking off between Code Zero and Team Bablu, as Pikachu completely lost his way and he was lost in the forest as he gets taken down over there. But right now, Team Wolf will also find himself in quite a bit of a situation, as this time it's the players from FutureStation taking him down. Now Team Bablu are in a no man's land. Wherever they are going, there are a few squads that do follow them up.
I mean, talk about revenge being a dish best served cold. I mean, we are in the frozen tundras over here, so, might as well go at your comrades, or at your opponents rather, who took you out earlier. But right now, 7C are in a tango with Danny, as Bablu's Danny has gone down, which will mean, I do believe, wait a second, 7C are a 2-man squad, right? Hungry Box and Love were the only 2 surviving members. They picked a fight with the 2-man Team Bablu. So Team Bablu, while they were rotating, that's the thing. So Danny has been wiped out, which means Tyrant is the last man standing from his team.
And he goes down as well, as 7C get yet another squad wipe. So this is one of the teams that has actually figured out how to play in this particular region. They know, regardless of the fact that even if they do not get a chicken dinner, every single match, they at least have 7 or 8 kills to back them up.
One thing, basically our esports community is a community. We're a big family. I like the fact that on top is representing DEADEYES, guys. But he still has his former colors in the background, ElementriX, of course, and I like the fact that there should be some camaraderie between the teams. I like that, to be honest with you. I like that. But right now, DEADEYES, guys, these guys are going to have to relocate just a little bit because they do have enemies nearby, and those enemies are 7C. Although they are a 2-man squad, we know they can wreak havoc.
You tend to get to have that kind of an emotional attachment with a particular team or with a particular squad. Regardless, you're a professional player, you kind of tend to switch things around. But that name, the banner that gives you that initial spark to fame, that is where you will never want to forget where your home actually is, and that is what On Top has really displayed out there. And right now, FutureStation in a bit of a pickle with the players of Stalwarts.
Well, you know what they say, you never forget your first team. I am going to have that team at the end. You never forget your first team. Of course, that is the team that way he made his name from, and it is going to be on his wall for a very long time. But right now, Steel Shot, he is trying to gauge the enemy over here. He's trying to just make them make some moves. He wants to see whether they are going to throw any grenades or something at them, which they did. And now all that information is going to be going to his teammates, who I do feel are trying to surround the enemy. Have a look at your minimap, right? We have 3 members close by. Ooh, long-distance engagement from Tamim as he gets a knock on Blade, which is going to give Steel Shot and his teammate that little bit of extra maneuverability to move in. And wait a second, Steel Shot does get a knock and a finish on Kashuf. Stalwart Esports in a world of trouble.
considering the fact that he's just, lying down and playing kind of reduces your concentration. But this guy is always up for his team. He gets the maximum number of kills, the maximum number of damage, and a lot of knocks, perhaps. Imagine he'll be sitting upright and playing. Maybe that's his way to go with, because I really feel that, when you're lying down, it kind of tends to, somewhere down the line kind of affect your concentration.
I mean, you see, everybody has their own modus operandi, right? Everybody has their own MO.
Yeah.
Basically, to each his own. Whether you feel comfortable lying down and looking up at the ceiling and playing your game, or whether you are sitting erect in your chair and, you have your phone in front of you, anything goes as long as you get the job done. Now, I was expecting FutureStation to kind of push in, but good that they didn't, because have a look at Code Zero High Voltage. They would have been in that perfect position to basically knock anyone who was running towards that compound. And, well, looks like Steel Shot is going to back off a bit. Malik does get taken down courtesy of Aussie, and now they suddenly realize they have another enemy just over the horizon.
Well, talk about a whole pack of wolves that are howling on towards you, and okay, you can do that again.
It has to be natural. You can't force me to do it.
All right. So, getting back to the game, in fact, right now, Code Zero got that one knock, but they still are not pushing, because they do acknowledge the fact that FutureStation is right beside them. If they get into a bad sticky situation, they are basically goners from around here.
They are, and it's something interesting to note that people do really keep an eye out on the kill feed these days, and you can kind of make out, okay, this fight is taking place over here, or you kind of get an idea. But right now, Code Zero, they have the right thing in mind. They know that they have to move in the circle, and why take a chance by fighting it out at the edge? They are going to drive away to greener pastures, or well, I mean, if they can find some green pastures in all this snow, they are going to be heading in that direction. But by the look of it, they are on a collision course with R3D Esports, and well, they have already been taken down by Sandesh.
And well, Nightwing gets his hands onto its gaming, as he will knock him down with a Bison, but Joker from R3D knocks out Nay7, and that's a fight that's happening around, and well, Code Zero High Voltage in a bit of a pickle over there. Aussie really needs to step it up, as I said it. Anubis kind of clutching it out. R3D, this is what they really needed. This is the squad wipe that might just lead to bigger things to come.
Yes, sir, and well, High Voltage were on a collision course, and they are out of this game as Steel Shot is trying to lay down some shots on Stalwart Esports. Lost 2 remaining members. Correction, lost 3 remaining members. We still have Malik, we still have Blade, and we still have Morte. Of course, Kashuf was lost early on. He was confirmed by Steel Shot himself, and now they are front. They definitely heard that vehicle move away, so now they are going to try and position themselves a bit better, because look at this. They do not have vehicles on their own. It's on fire, so now they could be on the defensive, because all eyes could be on them running through the snow. And just as I say that, that's a very interesting parking job.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, talk about taking care of your vehicles, right?
Exactly. I really do not want those, tires to be bursted out at this situation when they actually have to rotate, but he decides to just leave it away. And Rohan, my boy, is still alive. But it does not really matter, because if he gets taken out right now, he'll just get that 1 point. But Wasif has fallen down, in fact.
Well, the one who did knock out Rohan's teammates are going to come under heavy fire, as Venom Legends, I do believe, are going to be opening up on them. Wasif is down on his knees. However, they do have a compound at the edge of the circle, so it's not going to be a problem for them right now. I like this setting. This is what typically Vikendi looks like, and exactly in typical Vikendi fashion, another team is going to be rolling through dead no man's land. And lucky for them this time around, they weren't shot at from each and every single direction. PN crew, they are playing a little bit of a risky game over here, as they are a 2-man squad. It's Mr. Boro and Sandesh up against the world right now, as R3D is going to be losing a member. Anubis has gone down. I have no idea where that shot came from.
Absolutely, and R3D, they also have to get themselves inside the circle. A lot of teams were on the northern side. They will have to rotate in. Stalwart has a really good position, and so do the players of 7C. And now R3D being right up in the open, they are being shot from absolutely everywhere. I believe the players of DEADEYES have spotted them out, and now the remainder of the players, however, have made it into safety. But for how long is the question?
DEADEYES, guys, did get that initial knock, but it was Mr. Boro who stole the kill, and he is still going to be relentless as far as applying pressure on the members from R3D goes. Now Joker, he's going to have to maneuver around this rock, because there is a burning vehicle, and chances are when the vehicle is on fire, like I love saying, it goes boom. And when it goes boom, sometimes if you aren't careful, you go down with it.
Yes, sir. And now, well, the fifth circle starting to close in. Mr. Boro getting that one beautiful knock onto its Walker. On top would Peter Ban getting the confirmation. And Mr. Boro, he's not a happy man right now.
I
You
mean,
don't do that.
Yeah, I do kind of see where you're coming from, but again, all's fair in love and, well, PUBG Mobile. But right now, Mr. Boro and his teammates and they are still going to be engaged with R3D, but the circle has shifted a bit far out towards the west, which means they are going to have to skedaddle out of here sooner than later. And, well, the sooner the better, because we have a few teams that are going to be in. Ooh, I thought he did get a spot on Ezio. However, none of those shots are going to connect. They do need to move up because have a look at DEADEYES, guys. These guys are already getting into position elsewhere. 247 Gaming is going to be engaging with Venom Legends as D-Tron is down onto his knees. Let's have a look if this grenade is going to be good. It has been lobbed. It is going to go boom. Is it going to take someone down with him? It does a little bit of damage, though.
Yeah, it does that, but I believe that damage was from elsewhere because this grenade kind of
in the air, right?
Yeah, it just blasted off in the air. But now Team B and crew, well, they've got a good position for themselves. They have to get inside the circle. They have to deal with Abrupt Slayers. And now that they're making a lot of noise, a lot of ruckus around, a lot of teams do acknowledge the fact that some or the other squad is right around here. Now P and crew have to make a decision of their lives. They have to leave someone behind for one of them to actually enter inside the circle.
Not really, because there's another Dacia, a blue Dacia, standing right next to the burning Dacia. So they do have a vehicle which is still intact, but they need to move now.
Yeah, they need to move now, but, you know, that is where the situation really comes in. R3D have got their eyes on them. The moment they, you know, use that Dacia, even if both the players are sitting and going, that Dacia is gonna explode.
No risk, no reward, my friend. You got to do something sooner than later because they have the perfect, you know, opportunity to actually get out of it because DE kind of opened up on them, but it looks like Mr. Boro is going to be going for a fight. He is moving in, but he gets taken down instead, courtesy of, I do believe, R3D Joker. Now, Sandesh is the last man standing. He did get a knock. He needs to move in if he wants to have a chance to revive his teammate, or he can go to the zone, which, of course, seems like the better of the two options.
Yeah, of course. You know, there's no chance on earth that he could actually go for that revive, provided that the sixth circle is starting to close in. But now that he's going out in the open, this is where the players of R3D can really capitalize. And Joker, I think, is opted for the heal battle out there. But Nima taking down two players of 247 with one single beautiful Molotov out there.
And wait a second, PAINxELMT's Rohan says that, hey, you guys took my squad out. I want to play Spoil Sport as well. He gets a knock and a confirmed kill for his team. That means that's going to be one more point for PAINxELMT. And
I
Jerry...
want his POV.
Oh,
Trust me, I want to see that smile, that smirk, or that happiness on his face when he took down Khan over there.
I mean, the moment he would have read the name, he would have been like, yes, finally, vindication. But elsewhere right now, DE are going to be in a world of trouble as they have one man standing. Hungrybox relentless with that fire. In fact, he is going to wipe out Rated from the face of Vikendi.
And the 70, talk about a two-man squad. They are a whole freaking army out there. Regardless of the fact they're just outnumbered, they are not scared. They are taking down engagements every single way that they see. Now they're going against DEADEYES. The next moment you will find them engaging with someone else. Illusion, that one little tap, will it connect? He just wants to confirm his kills. Well, the kills are definitely going to the right recipients. But right now, Shifu is the last surviving member of, in fact, DEADEYES. But they've still got Stalwarts and also another squad right beside them.
From a four-man squad down to just Shifu. Let's see if, well, any of that Kung Fu training is going to come in effect. You never know. We've seen him do wonders in the past, but love the way 7C is playing. You said it. These boys, they do not shy away from a fight, and we know Hungrybox is hungry for kills, and, well, he just loves this game way too much. So, you know, it's the perfect combination right now, but they have to be careful because up behind them, we have FutureStation coming in the mix, and, well, they are a four-man squad, and even with just one man alive, we've seen them literally shred their opponents to bits. But right now, Gyalzen, who is on his A game today, is opening up on the enemy, and Nima is going to come in and knock out D-Tron.
Well, we'll have to see how DRS really performs in this one out. They have the perfect circle. They've got the covers. All they have to do is just spot out all those unwanted guests that try to enter inside the circle and take them down one after the other. As Hungrybox has managed to take one of the players down, and that's Malik, but should have thrown down a second earlier as Blade will trade him off.
there is a little bit of a trade-off, but I think that revive will come through. Tamim, on the other hand, gets taken down courtesy of D-Tron. I love the fact that these boys are just picking at each other. They knock one, they trade one, they pick them up, they knock them again. Gyalzen again just going haywire, getting a knock on Nova X. Hungry Box is on our top left right now. I think he should be picked up. Love comes under fire. Meanwhile, Shifu, sir, is going to succumb to his injuries as he gets blown to bits with that Dead Eyes. Guys are out of the game in the 8th position with 3 kills. Now, Machine, he does have cover, but he's got to be careful because look at what's behind. Venom Legends aren't going to let off right now. They are going to give everything that they have. They know they've got the knock on Tamim, but now Machine is pretty helpless. They can't really do anything, and they are clumped together. One grenade could be devastating, just as ASL hiding behind one rock.
Yeah, and talk about being in a very, very bad situation. Abrupt Slayers definitely have found themselves into. But right now, what we really see is a fight engaging between FutureStation and Venom Legends. And Rapid, he's making those big moves for his team. But FutureStation having that high ground advantage for themselves, they're in a good position to engage. But Tron really not shying away from a fight, is dishing out a lot of damage, in fact, onto the players of FutureStation. But now they have to get inside the circle. Now the question still remains, how on earth are they going to do that?
It looks like 7C's Love and Stalwart Esports Blade are in a little bit of a heal battle this early on. They are out in the blue. They have used up all their first aids, and on your screens right now, you should see the play zone take away a few of the names I just mentioned. But right now, Heaven is going to be opening up on Blade. In fact, he is going to get that knock. He is going to get that point for his team, not the play zone. With that, Stalwart Esports out in the 7th position, which means we are down to the final 6 teams, the final 16 players alive. And let me tell you one thing, only 2 teams have all 4 members attacked, and that is ASL and DRS Gaming.
And Abrupt Slayers, by the looks of it, they're inside the circle. Love, in the meanwhile, is going on that healing battle, and right now he's the doctor over here. Meanwhile, FutureStation and Venom Legends. Venom Legends, I do not look like how the way they've kind of clustered up amongst each other, but Gyalzen getting all those pickoffs towards the players of Abrupt Slayers, that is gonna hurt them a lot.
Gyalzen has already cost 1,000 points in damage. I mean, this guy is nigh unstoppable, and just as I say that, he gets taken down, even though he did get the knock on Evil Eye. But D-Tron is going to come in, and he is going to basically put a dent in his plan right now. Steel shot. Can he do something over here? He does know where the enemy is. He does take a few shots, but it's not going to be enough. Ooh, in fact, he goes prone in the nick of time with those bullets whizzing past above his head.
And somehow they've managed to even revive Kapshi. How are they doing that?
Resilience.
I mean, you've got to give it to the lads with the way they're playing. And Venom Legends, they're not giving up either. But this is where you're right out in the open, going against the squad. DRS also taking the lead from the players of Abrupt Slayers. It's complete pandemonium as every single squad is going after the other.
They are going after the other. We are now finally down to the final 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. And the best bit is all 3 teams have 3 members each. We have DRS Gaming with a total of 6 kills to their names. FutureStation is in the house with 5 kills. Venom Legends, not a lot of kills on their count right now, but we know that these boys are capable of so much more. They are going to give each other a little bit of respite. Everybody is like, hey guys, let's make it an even battlefield, right? You pick up your teammates, I'm going to pick up my teammates, and once we are done, somebody give the signal and the fight shall begin again. There you have it. Shots have been fired. DRS Gaming under fire. AJ, doesn't look like he's going to get picked up.
The funny fact that every single player has got themselves a shroud of smoke, so you're kind of revealing their position. But right now, Venom Legends doing exactly what they're supposed to do, going in for the flank. But FutureStation chime in the fight, and they take down the player's steel shot. Oh my goodness, he's actually done this. And well, with that being said, Venom Legends are out of the picture over here.
Domination by Steel Shot over here. 4 kills to his name, which means we are now down to the final 2 teams. It's going to be FutureStation up against DRS. Blend has been taken down. Kapchi goes down. Steel Shot is still on fire. Can somebody stop him? No, they cannot. Ladies and gentlemen, the final game of day 2 has been won by FutureStation. Fixes FutureStation walking away with the final win. This is big for this team.
How do you do that? Stay outside the circle. You know our team is already inside, but still, this is the beauty of this team. They have been in the thick and thin of all the fights, and they had their hands hot in Vikendi.
And we were just discussing that
Yes.
they're kind of falling off. Well, they are back.
Yes, they certainly are back, and what a time to be back in the game.
I mean, we are pretty much halfway done with the league stage right now, and well, it is going to be something that was needed for this team. And you know what? I hope you all had a good time. We certainly did. We're going to take a quick little break and then see what the analyst desk has to say. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. Super Johnny joined by Shadow and Ocean on the analyst desk. And what an amazing way to end day 2 of week number 2. And it was pretty incredible because, I mean, this holds some significance, this chicken dinner. Because the entire day, not just the entire day, I mean day 1 and day 2 of week 2, we were questioning the performance of FutureStation, and they have answered.
I mean, we were talking about a few things, right? Where are they in the competition? Are they out of the competition? They were out of the zone in this game, and then they actually take the chicken dinner. That's kind of one thing justifying their gameplay.
Significance again. You can be out of the zone, you can be out of the standings, but you are still going to be able to compete. Let's have a look at the MVP, ladies and gentlemen, even though we know who it's going to be. And here it is. Well, Galton from DRS Gaming, 3 kills, but look at that damage. Even Experiment pointed this out during the match, during those fights. 28 minutes, 58 seconds of survival time, but 1,000 damage coming in from this guy, and it was an incredible way. He sort of put up a lot of pressure for his team to create those openings.
Yes, Galton. This is a guy who is really good with his AR skills, be it the grenade skills or the Molotovs, and we have seen it time and time again in all the matches. And if you talk about the damage, 178 damage. Damage taken is 193, 1078, I'm sorry, 1078, I'm fumbling with the maths because of the ocean maybe, and damage taken is going to be 193. This is exactly what we want you, that you take less damage and give out lots of damage out there. And DRS is a team, I have pointed it out again and again, that this team is very good with their utilities. And this time also we saw Nima taking down the plus of 2 players with that perfect Molotov.
Exactly, but it wasn't just one player from the side of DRS, and it wasn't just one team, in fact, who was performing. Let's have a look at the top players, ladies and gentlemen. Here they are in front of us already. So, 7C, they had an amazing time, but I think in those final moments when the team of FutureStation needed that extra firepower, steal shots, in fact, landing those lead shots in his opponents made sure that his team was going away with the chicken dinner.
Look at the badges, though. We started the day with these badges, right?
Yeah.
You see 2 scouts there, you see 2 rushers there, and in the middle, there's that, you know, the sniper guy, Love, coming out there. So 7C was here, and with 2 players, Hungrybox and Love, as we can see, 5 kills and 4 kills for themselves, respectively. Steal shot, again, just like you said, you know, just marching with those lead shots onto his opponent's FS. Steal shot was out there. He was a scout. And then another one was Hungrybox. So working of a scout comes up as in, you know, you travel a lot of distance as well, along with the team, or maybe solo, and then you go with the points with those kills as well. And steal shot. If you're talking with the kill points, this guy had 6 individual kills for himself.
Yes, and let's talk about 7C Hungrybox. If we talk about the way he took down the plus of team DEADEYES, that was a kind of a clutch moment. Initially, he took down the plus of team ElementriX, and that was pretty amazing.
Exactly, it was pretty amazing, but I think I have to say one thing about Hungrybox being in the top players. He's always there.
Yeah.
He's just always there. I'm not surprised if I see him in the top players or becoming the MVP whenever 7C's plays. He's just always there. One guy who has been like performing really, really well, ladies and gentlemen. But let's have a look at the standings and see how an individual performance translates into the team's performance. And here are the standings for this match.
Yes, FutureStation played really smartly. They knew there are 2 opponent teams, that is DRS and Team Venom Legends. They let them fight. The new Venom Legends might flank in that particular situation, and this is exactly what happened. And steal shot, oh my god, the way he took down the plus of Team Venom Legends, that was amazing. DRS Gaming, this is the day, we can say, is a day of comebacks. FutureStation is doing a comeback. They are stepping up. DRS Gaming, we had high hopes from this team. They are also stepping up. And 7C Esports, this team is always impressing us since day 3. I've always said it, 9 amazing kills in their hands. And Venom Legends, they kind of lagged on those kill points, but they have a good placement points.
Exactly, that's totally true. But when moving on to the other teams, as we will be seeing, you know, 247, R3D, PNCREW was out there. So PNCREW yesterday, an incredible day today. Quite decent out there. But, well, DEADEYES guys, VTNxJyanMaara, A1 Esports, PAINxELMT. So this is where it comes up. Team Bablu. Previous game, pretty good. This game, not so good. ElementriX. Again, not so good game. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. I want to see the same CZxHIGHVOLTAGE as I've seen Cooney with this team, back-to-back MVPs for himself, for the team and everything. Stalwart Esports, again, a pretty good game in the previous one. This game kind of just fumbled, but PAINxELMT, they stepped up their game. I would say, I would give credit to this team wherever credit is due, and they actually do it.
Exactly, especially getting the first blood as well. I mean, off to a good start, but it's still, I think it is going to be the fact that the team is playing with 3 players. So anytime they lose out on one of their teammates in the early stage, it is going to impact them in the later stage. But we do have the match summary, ladies and gentlemen. 67 knocks, 57 kills, good conversion ratio, but Ocean, the smokes and nade, the utility usage coming down again to 159.
Not so much, but then I wouldn't be disappointed. Where the smokes and nades were needed, they actually gave it there. I mean, look at the final fight when there were 3 teams alive, so they were doing pretty good. Your player like DRS, their one player is down, needs a revive. You throw on smokes, 1 smoke, 2 smoke, 3 smoke. You create a cluster of clouds out there. So that's, I would say, wherever it was needed, it was pretty good.
I think nades could have come handy in that particular situation because the teams, all the 4 players were at one particular position except for FutureStation Machine. He was a little far away. If FutureStation had those grenades, I think they were lacking on it or something. Otherwise, we would have seen some perfect grenades also.
It would have been an easier finish for them, but nothing in life comes easy. And it is going to be hard fights that you have to clutch out for yourselves. But how do you clutch those fights? You do the do in those moments. You do the do, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, let's have a look at do the do moments of this match.
I mean, it started off pretty good. PAINxELMT, this is where it was, right? They started off decent, 2-for-7. They kind of took them down, then 2-for-7 kind of took them down. Then PAINxELMT, in the end, they took one player from 2-for-7 down. So that's where this, frenemy rivalry was coming out. 7C, that was a good jump. That was a superhero landing from Hungrybucks. And this guy is always hungry for kills, for skills, for good games, and everything. ElementriX. This team was trying, they were trying good again, but then again they just went a bit down, and again not a day for ElementriX today, but P and crew. This team was trying to carry off the momentum that they had yesterday, but well, failed a bit.
P and Crew, I didn't think they failed. They were reading the kill feed perfectly. They knew 2 of the squads were fighting against each other. Their new players were down. Instantly, they got in their vehicles and rushed to that compound and later on eliminated JyanMaara. Took few kills from the other opponent team also. And 7C Hungrybucks, he kind of messed up going into the cover, but that happens. He impressed us with his gameplay time and time again. DRS, again, a very good comeback. But this is the moment I was talking about in the final circle. See, the players of Team DRS and Venom Legends were at a perfect position. If there would have been, and in fact DRS kind of messed up in the situation. They were behind a vehicle and Team Venom Legends blew up that vehicle and AJ just got knocked out.
Exactly. Sometimes when you don't have cover, you have to make cover for yourselves. And if you can't find any cover, it's much easier to finish off your opponent so that you don't have to extend the fight, isn't it? Well, we do have the damage histogram, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems pretty standard for a game on Vikendi because early stages, this map is really slow. Most of the fights happen in the later stages, and there are a lot of teams surviving till those moments. So you are not fighting one team at a single time. You're fighting multiple teams at the same time. So damage numbers do definitely go up for everyone. And that is why we do see teams who, well, were eliminated quite early on, even on this side of the damage histogram, still have 1,000 damage. You can see A1 Esports, you can see the team of P and Crew over here as well. But, as we were talking about it, FutureStation did get the chicken down, but look at that. Whoa. It's so high. The damage number on the team of DRS Gaming, 2,143 to be precise, and 7 kills coming in for them. That means the fights were happening. But as my analyst so wonderfully pointed out, had this team had those crucial utilities, those nades coming in, they could have turned things around for themselves. And firefight is not something you always need to go for. Fights can be finished without even firing a gun if you have the nades. And I think the perfect showcase for that was not this game, but the match before this one, where in Miramar we did see those amazing grenade actions coming in from the team of Bablu. But now it is time, as we are discussing the fights and the teams, time to look at the group-wise standings.
Yes, and as we look on to this one, T2KSG again, 228 points for themselves. They're looking pretty good. Team SCYTES, they have had 3 chicken dinners for themselves as well. 107 placement points. That's nothing to worry about. Assiduous Esports, 173, but INES. Why is it always happening? Top 3 teams are to qualify for the next round, and then, the best team of the 4th one remaining. But after the 3rd team, 4th one always has a very big gap. 126, 173, 192, 28. That's where Group A stands right now.
But I think INES can still do a comeback compared to the score of Assiduous Esports. If we talk about next group, 7C Esports, this team has literally impressed everyone out there. PN Crew, I think this team is playing very smartly. They are not able to get the chicken dinner again in Vikendi, but the way they are approaching their fights, they are reading the kill feeds perfectly. They know when to push in, when to charge in, and when to retreat. I think PN Crew can again go for that chicken dinner, maybe in Vikendi, because this team plays really good in Vikendi. R3D did step up by the way they took down the players of Team CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, but still lacking behind. On the other hand, Venom Legends and FutureStation. FutureStation again coming in with that chicken dinner. This is called comeback, but Team ElementriX, they kind of were the first team to get eliminated.
Yeah, ElementriX actually had a bad game in this one, but again, 2 for 7. They actually had a pretty good outing, I would say, just for the kill points for themselves. 88 kills in overall scenarios. FutureStation releases, well, 246, 225, 204. And 161 is where it all just stands right now. Let's have a look at the group D as well. We were talking about it. A1 Esports right now, 205. JyanMaara 184, Stalwart 173, and PAINxELMT 62. This is one thing that I was talking about. The difference of, third and fourth position in every group, if you talk about it. I mean, in the previous one, 2 for 7 also had a chicken dinner. ElementriX did not have a chicken dinner. Still, there was quite a big difference as we talk about these things. You need to get that difference, but if you are at third position, then that difference looks good.
Exactly. I mean, those differences are always going to be there. But as we move forward and have a look at Group E, we do see DEADEYES guys on 219 points already. But the teams behind them are lacking a little bit. DRS Gaming, 186 points for them. Team Bablu, 181. The fight over there between the second and the third position in Group E is going to be really close. So that means these teams have a better chance of qualifying. But CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, I have to say, not that far behind their opponents. 138 points. On the other side, as Ocean, you were saying, it feels like in every single group, the top 3 teams are leading the 4th team by a really high difference.
Exactly.
That is true in almost every single scenario apart from Group C. That is a group of complications, my friend.
I mean,
Yeah.
that is one of the things I would say.
Also, Group C, I mean, it is pretty interesting if you think about them. Team with 3 chicken dinners sitting on the 2nd position. Team with just 1 chicken dinner sitting on the 1st position in that group. ElementriX with 0 chicken dinners still having a really high standings. And we're going to notice all this, ladies and gentlemen, and much more as we have a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. After literally half of our matches for the league stages are done.
Yes, Venom Legends is still at the top, and I think they are going to maintain that because they are a team which focuses on the placement points and the kill points, exactly like Deadeye guys. Look at the Deadeye guys and FutureStation. They have got good amount of kill numbers in their hands. DRS Gaming is trying to step up, and they are impressing everyone out there. Team sides, not bad. They are trying to step up. They are in the top 10. I won't be surprised if they take the place of 5th position. But at 5th, we have 7C Esports, who have played only 22 matches. I won't be surprised if tomorrow 7C Esports is sitting at the 2nd or the 3rd position.
I mean, if anything, we talk about it, DEADEYES guys as well. This team won the scrims, right? And they are in top 4. So I won't be surprised if they are at the 1st position by the end of this one and in the overalls as well as we're looking at the leaderboards. A1 Esports is out there, ElementriX, Abrupt Slayers, SCYTES, and DRS Gaming. So DRS, they made their name in top 10 right now with 186 points. I want to see what's the difference out there at the 11th position as we'll be moving on to the next page as well, as that's where JyanMaara comes up, 184, 183, 181. That's a close call. That's a pretty close call for all the teams.
CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, I have one complaint with this particular team. Whenever the zone, in fact, many times we have seen zone shift towards the military base area. Their drop location is very close to the bridge area. Why don't they backstep the teams who are trying to rotate in from that bridge area? Because that is their moment. They can actually go for many kills in that particular location. They drop in over there. They have good loot. They can easily backstep. They have even the height advantage also.
Exactly. I mean, those advantages are always going to be there. But, I mean, on this point, I think we can sort of connect what Ocean said a little bit earlier. Communication is going to be key. You need to communicate with your teammates as to where exactly you are and the situation. But now, let's have a look at the head-to-head, ladies and gentlemen, of 2 of the teams that we did see popping off really hard recently. Team T2K SG and Venom Legends.
I love a few things in this one. Look at this. 1 chicken dinner for one team and 3 for the others.
Yeah.
That means, plus, look at one thing. Venom Legends, 4.65 kpm. That's, kills per match that they are doing at an average in 4.13. All right, it's higher than 4. That means, obviously, kind of you are taking down a squad as per se. But with one chicken dinner. That means Venom Legends is pretty good with kills. That you can see in the kill department, 121, and that's where T2KSG comes down to 99. They still have to reach that 3-digit mark. Obviously, they'll do it tomorrow if we talk about it. But for now, Venom Legends is a far better efficient team.
Yeah,
Completely agree with that, yeah. I think we both said the same thing, yeah.
But there are a few things as well. Damage taken, damage given versus damage taken ratio, that's where T2K shines, but these things don't define your position points. Your kills and your, overall placements define it. So that's where, that's kind of a difference.
I think this is going to be that one thing wherein all three of us are on the same page, that Venom Legends are by far the most consistent team that we have in this tournament right now.
Yeah.
And that sort of showcase in the stats. I mean, this team has been performing incredibly, ladies and gentlemen, but apart from the team, there are those individual players who have had amazing numbers for themselves on the board. And which board I'm talking about? I'm talking about the kill leaderboard for week 2.
Yes, Team Stalwart Esports has definitely impressed everyone out there. Morte is there with amazing 16 kills. And look at the damage of the DRS Gaming and Stalwart Esports Morte. That's where the kind of things change around, because Gaming has also got 15 kills. He has also gotten a 3,406 damage.
I mean, let's talk about this week and last week, alright? So two days have happened.
Yeah.
Steelshot and Hungrybox are the only two players that are present in this week as well. Last time, Hungrybox was at 2nd position. This time, he's at 3rd position if we talk about it. But obviously, week is not over. We'll see what the changes actually come up. But Steelshot, last time he was at 3rd position. Now he's at 2nd position. So they both took each other's places if we talk about it. But I want to see where Morte, just goes down, because Morte was not even in top 10 in the previous week.
You know what, Ocean? We have another page. We have 5 more players for you to analyze. So we're going to move forward here.
It's like top 5 is where it was. 7C Love is out here. And if we talk about it, and Rapper is not here. 34 kill person, 6,268 damage person in the previous week is not here yet.
Yeah, still not here. And we are waiting for him to pop off along with his team. But I think this is going to be really, really important. So we did see this yesterday as well, and I did say it in the beginning of today, that week 2 seems like it is going to be the week of the teams that weren't performing in week 1. And that, I mean, even today it was quite true.
And that's where week 3 storyline just builds up, right? Week 1, alright, teams perform. Week 2, teams that did not perform actually come on. Week 3, what's going to happen? No one knows. Apocalypse with the game.
And at this point, we have 50% of our journey has been completed, ladies and gentlemen, of the league stages. As you did see, 30 matches in total have been played. The league stages was supposed to be 60 games. The rest of the journey is going to be really crucial from here on out, because now the matches are going to be started counting in negative. Now you have 30 games remaining, 29, 28, and so on. So the pressure is going to build up as we head on to week 3. But for week 2, we still have 2 more days to go. With this, we come to an end of day 2, week 2, ladies and gentlemen. Tune in tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. again to catch all the action of PMPL South Asia Season 2. I'm going to be joined by these guys. We're going to wait for you right here tomorrow. Until then, take care. Good night.